Good morning, folks. Good morning, Sarah. We're going to start off with a little bit of news and the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 234 and the nays are 188, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
And that is the vote that came about for the censorship of Rashad Tlaib. Because of comments she made about the war. Nearly 24 Democrats joined the Republicans and sent to censor her. On October 7th, has called Israel an apartheid state, accused President Joe Biden of supporting the genocide of Palestinians, and came under fire for blaming Israel for the attack on a hospital in Gaza, which they already proved wasn't done by Israel, despite U.S. intelligence clearing Israel of wrongdoing. The Democrats who voted against her are Steve Cohen, Jim Costa, Angie Craig, Don Davis, Louise Frankel, Jared Goldman, Daniel Goldman, Josh Gutheimer, Greg Lanzi, Susie Lee, Kathy Manning, Jared Moskowitz, Lily Nickel, Chris Pappas, Marie Perez, Pat Ryan, Brad Snyder, Kim Shire, Darren Soto, Richie Torres, Debbie Schultz, and Frederica Wilson. 4 Republicans voted against the measure, which included Ken Buck. That doesn't surprise me. But there we have it. She has been censored. Yeah. And that one I do believe they are doing today. I believe that one's going today. Good morning, Jeff. And if that goes against her, well, she's in trouble. Who isn't Marjorie Taylor Greene after? If you think about it. You're impossible, you little shit. God. You want to see what I deal with every morning? This is what I deal with every morning. Every morning. This is what I deal with. What up, wild man? Nice alt. Jackie Gleason. I do believe they're going to be voting to expel her today. No comment on that. Oh, I'm waiting on one too. Matter of fact, I'm just getting ready to figure out where it was at. Holy shit, why so long out? Motherfuckers. Oh well. It is what it is. Morning, lucky me. Hopefully you guys got your coffee this morning. But nobody hands are clean. Obama breaks with Biden on how to support Israel. Oh, this ought to be interesting. Another full putting their 2 cents in worth.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell embedded with Israeli troops in Gaza for the first time since the conflict broke out. Good morning to you, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. That's right. I mean, overnight we saw one of the heaviest bombardments yet throughout this more than 4-week war in Gaza. And meanwhile, as you say, we've got a chance, a very first chance to see for ourselves what it looks like inside Gaza.
Overnight, an extraordinary humanitarian airdrop into the heart of the battle zone in Gaza. Jordan parachuting tons of medical aid onto a field hospital in Gaza City because of delays at the land border, according to King Abdullah. It comes as Israel intensifies its strikes on Gaza, massive bombardment overnight. As Israeli defense forces say they've now cut Gaza in half and are surrounding Gaza City. The IDF releasing these videos saying they've taken control of a Hamas compound and struck several Hamas targets. And for the first time since October 7th, we were taken into Gaza to see the war firsthand, embedding with a heavily armored Israeli military convoy. Our footage was checked by the IDF for operational security.
It's not clear what just happened. We heard the sound of an explosion. I could see flames on the side. It could have been an IED, a roadside bomb.
We were driven about 3 miles across the border to the northern side of Gaza City. I asked the deputy commander how dangerous it was.
Danger is everywhere.
Right.
The most dangerous thing is not seeing that danger. The ones that are still alive are dug down in the tunnels.
Right.
So there's no place that I can say, okay, it's clear from enemy.
It's an apocalyptic landscape, building after building beaten and broken by the bombardment. The crackle and crump of guns and tanks rips through the air.
Look, you could see some of the destruction behind me. You can see, obviously, Israeli armored vehicles, tanks are here, but also you can see up there in the buildings the sound of heavy bombardment. You can hear the sound, outgoing fire.
As night started to fall, Hamas launched mortars towards our position. I asked the lieutenant colonel when he thought the war would end.
My daughter Gali is 8. I hope I'll see her before she's 9 in January.
But this is what we couldn't see from our position: the carnage and death being inflicted elsewhere in Gaza. Israeli airstrikes hitting 2 refugee camps in the central Gaza Strip Sunday, located in the evacuation zone where Israel's military is urging Palestinians to seek refuge, killing at least 55 and injuring 100, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. This man at the Al-Maghazi camp saying it was like an earthquake. There's nowhere safe in Gaza. In just 4 weeks, almost 10,000 men, women and children have been killed as Israel responds to the attack by Hamas and others, where 1,400 were killed and around 240 taken
most
hostage.
of the boats yesterday
Hamas
were
now claiming at least
bonds.
60 of those hostages have died as a result of Israeli bombing. Our George Stephanopoulos pressing the U.S. Deputy National Security
They were
Advisor
doing
about it
bond
on this
votes.
week.
There were some reports from Hamas that several dozen have been killed in the airstrikes.
George, we can't verify any of those reports. They're coming
And
directly
so
from
far,
Hamas,
from
and
my
we believe they should be
understanding,
taken
every
with a grain of
bond
salt.
passed.
Well, as you heard from the deputy commander there, he was
Which
saying
is
that he
good
thought he
and
might be
bad
home for his
because
daughter's
it's the
birthday. That's
taxpayers
in
that paying
January.
for it.
I think many people are expecting this is a very long endeavour, and at the moment, with no clear end in sight. Robin?
And Ian, you have been there for the last 4 weeks now. How would you describe the feeling there in that region?
No, some of the bonds were stupid.
I mean, it's always a complex, difficult region, and the events over the last 4 weeks have really shaken some very old wounds. It really has torn apart a region that in some senses was starting to come together. Here in Israel,
really
people are still grieving. They still feel incredibly raw by the events of October 7th. And of course, the absence of 240 people who were taken hostage by Hamas means that those wounds will not heal. For Israel, this isn't about revenge.
Welcome, Asa Reflow.
This is about
Welcome,
making
Mr. Mondo.
the country
Welcome
safe.
back,
But on the
Mr.
other side,
Mondo.
the bombing has been so heavy. We're talking about almost 10,000 civilians. This is figures, of course, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. But even if those figures aren't right, these are thousands and thousands of men, women, and children who have been killed through no choice and no fault of their own.
Right now, the taxpayers
so on both
are
sides of the
spending
divide here, you have a lot of pain, you have a lot of anger, and no way to try and make the two sides come together in any kind of peaceful resolution, which is why at the moment the future for now doesn't look that hopeful. Robin?
All right,
Which is
Ian, thank you
ridiculous.
so much for your reporting. As always, please stay safe. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken made another high-stakes trip to the region this weekend, trying to ease tensions. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has more on that. Good morning, Mary.
We're paying more money to these immigrants than what we're paying to our own people.
Around the Middle East, trying to contain this conflict and minimize civilian casualties. He's hoping to build support for those humanitarian causes to try and get more aid into Gaza and more hostages and civilians out. But he is also focused on preventing this war from spreading. In his first visit to the West Bank since the October 7th attacks, he focused on trying to restore calm as violence has been rising rising there, and also looking ahead to the future of the Palestinian state and whether the Palestinian Authority should play a role in Gaza. Then in Iraq, a visit meant to send a strong message to Iran not to take advantage of this and try and escalate and broaden this conflict. All of this comes as the White House and this administration is facing growing pressure to try and push for a ceasefire. Those calls echoed by passionate protesters here in Washington this weekend demanding more be done to address this humanitarian crisis. Calls even echoed by some in the president's own party, but the president continues to insist a ceasefire.
That's guaranteeing money going to the illegals coming into our state, which is stupid and it's wrong. And I don't care who you are. We shouldn't be paying for that. Morning, Dan. I'm sorry. We shouldn't be paying for the illegals to be here. Maricopa County. They passed a bond yesterday to pay for immigrants to be here. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? Seriously, what are you thinking? Why the hell do we need to pay for them to be here? They passed 216 bonds yesterday. $216, and none of them make any damn sense. Yeah, they passed one yesterday to pay illegals for being here. What the fuck's our politicians, or this state and these voters thinking? I voted no on it. Why in the hell would I pass a bond that I'm going to have to pay for out of my taxes and everything else for an illegal immigrant to be here? No, 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 no. You take your ass back where the country you came from. This is my country. You need to get the fuck out. If you want to be here, do it the legal way. Get vetted. Don't sneak across the damn border. It's that simple. But now we got a bond that pays them to sneak across the damn border. And the funny part is, if you look at all these immigrants that are coming across, we're giving their country money anyway. Well, I agree, Mr. Mondo. Because here's the funny part. Most of the people that voted yesterday for the immigration law were illegal immigrants to begin with. So yeah, they need to go back across the border with their family members. Because that's all it was about. Helping their family members get over here and get free money. Fuck that. Pack your shit, get the hell out. And we need to stop giving these countries money. They screwed up their country. They need to fix their country. It's not our responsibility. Well, that's just it. If they do it legally, more power to you. Come on in. But get vetted. Go through the process. Here's an idea how bad it is. U.S. debt interest payments surge past 1 trillion yearly pace, worsening concerns about massive borrowing. U.S. annualized debt interest payments crossed 1 trillion in October. The cost of debt has doubled in the past 19 months as federal deficits balloon. High interest rates have made borrowing more expensive, adding pressure on U.S. debt. Funny how that happens. And we got a president who doesn't give a rat's ass on how much money he wants to hand out. He thinks it grows on a damn tree. But I am glad most of the school bonds went through. All the school bonds went through. That's a good thing. Russian formally withdraws from treaty limiting armed forces, blaming U.S. for undermining security. That's all we needed. Russian foreign minister said its dissolution of the treaty was a result of American support for expanding NATO with neighboring countries like Finland. Jesus Christ, Russia, wake the hell up. And here's another one. Palestinians should not be forced to return. Leading Democrats demanding Biden waive visa rules for foreign nationals. What the fuck are they thinking? The hell are they thinking? Virginia elections, Democrat Michael Fagans unseats Karen Greenhall in House race. I don't get. I just don't get what these guys are thinking. It's real close to doing that, Chilled. That's the problem. I mean, it's real close. We're looking at the verge of World War III because we came up with CB-185. And if you guys don't know what CB-185 is, it's a nuclear bomb. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that too, Chill, but they can't. They can't do away with Social Security because it's not their money. That's why politicians just don't get it. Social Security is not their money. It never was. It's money that comes out of hardworking American citizens' paychecks that they put in so they have a retirement once they reach a certain age. That's taxpayers' dollars. It's not the government. I don't know, Elaine. That's not governmental money. That's the citizens' money. But the government figured out how to play with it, and they've been playing with it ever since. Probably YouTube again. Because I had that problem yesterday. Some things I said went through, some things I said didn't go through. Just YouTube. But no, our government figured out how to tap into our money, and they've been playing with it since Reagan. Reagan figured it out. Daddy Bush honed in on it. No, that's just YouTube. Daddy Bush honed in on it, and it's been following suit ever since. And our government's been playing with it. And that's ridiculous. Check, make sure you got it on live chat versus the other one. That might change it. But I'm sorry. I don't think the government should have ever figured out how to get to our Social Security. We all are, Chilled. Because everybody who's paying into Social Security, when it's time for them to get to it, it's not going to be there. And that's our government stealing money from us and sending it to these other freaking countries that screw themselves up, but instead of fixing themselves, they want us to come over there and do it. Fuck that. We all do. We all do. Any money you earn, you have to pay taxes on Social Security. Part of that money goes into a Social Security account allocated with your name. Well, when it was designed for the right reason, Acid. It really was. It was designed for the right reason. That way, people that really weren't in a high-paying job had a retirement. That's what it was designed for. Oh yeah, they're talking even taking it higher than that. They're talking going up to 72. I'm sorry, no, because you can't file for Social Security until right now. It's what, 65? No. Right now it's 70. It was 65. Well, no, it's still 65 because I'm doing it at 62. I'm filing 3 years earlier. It's 65 right now. Morning, Max. It's 65 right now because I'm doing mine at 62. But the whole reason behind the Social Security program was a good reason. It gave people retirement that really didn't make a whole lot of money because some companies weren't even giving their employees 401ks. They really weren't.
Medicare Advantage plan.
Morning, Pete.
Morning.
Got your coffee.
In regards to the message, if enough people called a congressman and senators and said, well, unless you're going to start replacing what you've stolen since 1980 out of the Social Security Trust Fund and quit tampering with it, then you'll get primaried. But
that's not going to happen.
That would be, if enough people got together and threatened the Congress people in the legislative branch, threatened them with being primaried over this, then maybe there'd be some solutions.
Well, we all know people are afraid to contact their politicians because of the fear of the government, because what happened with January 6th. It did what the government wanted it to do. It put the fear of God in people. And it did exactly just that.
Okay, no. Well, yeah.
Well, think about it. That's exactly why they did what they did.
What was I saying?
Was to put the fear into people, and it worked.
Okay. Again, did you see that there were some elections in a few states yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio, and Pennsylvania machines started shutting down. They found out they've been having problems, so now they've got to basically redo it, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, no, I mean, there's no way around it. If people stand up this time and do more than what happened this January 6th. January 6th was a protest. If people stood up and really meant business this time, they would back down and they would learn to fear the people instead of the people fearing the government. That's what's got to happen. This is for the birds. Supporting Israel, throwing the money to Ukraine and Israel, and not taking care of our people at home and not taking care of the damn border. This is garbage. Am I wrong? Hello? Okay. But yeah, that's, I'm just by sitting there on various social platforms and saying it, or, typing out and being keyboard gorillas, that ain't going to solve it. Nothing gets done. I guess the social platforms are there to more or less provide a pacifier for the masses. But you got to do like what we did in the old days. Go out there. I mean, look at the people that supported, were against the genocide going on in Israel right now. They turned out last weekend. That's what needs to happen with all this. People need to actually turn out. If they can do it, by God, we can do it. Am I wrong? This is what needs to happen. This is the only thing that's going to get any movement and things to change. Is if people actually turn out instead of being keyboard warriors. And chill, I know, buddy. I know. Writing letters and, stuff like that. The politicians don't listen. They listen more to AIPAC. They listen more to the lobbying groups that throw money their way in their campaign. We're just piss ants. We're just people that get suckered every 2 years to vote for them. We're cannon fodder the rest of the time. It doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democratic politicians. They don't care. Once they get up on the hill, up in D.C., give them 6 months. 6 months. And their principles, they start trashing their own principles. Trust me. I've seen it. So unless the people actually stand up and do what they did last weekend, and my hat is off to the people last weekend that shut up. Yes, I know they trashed a few statues. I know they trashed the fence. Oh, God forbid. God forbid. Shit's gonna happen when people get together to try and make a point. You're not gonna, expect them to show up and try and protest, and then all of a sudden they're gonna clean up after themselves. No, come on. I mean, people need to stand up. The word needs to go out. People need to make their presence known. In D.C., in the state capitals, this is garbage. This being a keyboard warrior is garbage. It solves nothing. You need to stand up and make a presence in front of your state houses and in front of the United States Congress and at the White House. Just like what the people did. My hat's off to those people. Yeah, I know they supported Palestine. I know it, for everybody that supports Israel, we're not, we respect your, we do. I'm not going to start calling you a Nazi or anything weird like that. Name calling don't solve the problem either. We all need to learn to have discourse and work things, work through things together. That's the only way we're going to solve this. And quit running to Israel's aid every time they get themselves in a jam because they don't play well with others. Even folks that have supported Israel have agreed that Israel does not play well with others. That's part of the problem. So, Yeah, acid reflux, you're right. Yep. So, everybody needs to set a date. Everybody needs to turn out. And everybody needs to get in the face of our government. Make them fear us instead of creating the conditions for us to fear them. Tolerance, seriously, who's going to lead the fight? Who is going to lead the fight? We did this long before the internet, long before cell phones. We did it by putting up notices on telephone poles and buildings, inside the buildings. That was our network. We can do this again, people. Now I'm about to get hoarse again because I can't talk very long. So Jeff, where are you, bub? Was anybody else up here? Because I'm not going to be able to talk much longer. So, it is what it is. Who else to step up in the arena today? This is what? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? I don't know. It is Wednesday. So, I hope everybody's watching the market today. I hope everybody's listening to Forward Observer. Those two things in itself will give you a good idea of what to expect anymore. And pull your money out of the banks and take them to the credit unions. Seriously. I'm having to do that. Because I'm not going to look to start paying my bills at the first of the month and all of a sudden the bank telling me, well, we know you have the money, but we can't provide the service of paying the bills because of the clearinghouse issue, yada, 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 yada. What a crock of shit. But you can't tell me they weren't making money by having our money in their reserves and they were getting paid spot interest for it. It's time for them to suffer the penalties of malfeasance and lose our business entirely. That's what needs to happen. Anyway, Jeff, I gotta quit rambling. My voice is almost gone. So good morning, everybody. Happy coffee. I'm not sure what you mean, the good with bad behavior. I'm not understanding that. Anyway, I've noticed gas is getting cheaper this week. We'll see what happens next week. But hang on, I gotta go get more coffee. I will be right back. Stay tuned for your... Jeff, you need to have commercials, bud. No, we need Jack Armstrong playing Amway. Or Borax. I don't know. Be right back.
Dear Bud Light, dear CMT, we were happy as can be till you caved and bent the knee. Good luck coming back from that. Just tell us, what were you thinking? Fuck Smoking with the can we were drinking.
How about the commercial music?
You're still sinking down. Fuck Bud Light, fuck CMT, yeah, fuck Target and fuck
these idiots need to wake the fuck up.
Hypocritical, woke liberals, know they're never gonna learn. It seems they're calling me stupid, calling me dumb. Driving this song to #1. Should've known it by now. Fuck around and find out you joke. Go broke. Fuck Ford, fuck Adidas, fuck Netflix too. Fuck Starbucks, Barbie, Whoopi in the View. Fuck Biden, Kamala, AOC. Fuck Snuffleupagus down on Sesame Street. Can't take it no more.
I've been down and I've talked to them, actually. I've been spending a lot of time talking to the politicians, but right now they're on break and they're not back in session until January. So I gotta wait till then to go back down and talk to them. It's ridiculous. I think they need to be working year round. He's putting up a false front. I've talked to him in person.
Majority will tell you with the wallet. We didn't beat up Jussie Smollett.
And he's saying what he needs to say. I can fix that. There. Nah, he's just going through the motions. That's all he's doing. David Schweiker is going through the motions. Just like every politician I've dealt with down there. Because I've been going down there trying to get help for veterans. I've had meetings set up, they've canceled them. Because they don't want to deal with it. And it's ridiculous. It really is. If you set up a meeting, you attend the meeting. You don't change it. You don't cancel it. But they were more worried about going on break than handling business. I'm sorry. I don't play the games like that. Not when it comes to humanity or people's lives or what's going on in this state. You set up a meeting, you live up to that meeting. You don't come up with every excuse under the sun not to keep the meeting. Politicians don't like me because I don't back off. And I'm not going to. Because there's a lot of things that this state alone needs, and it's going to take the politicians to get it done. So no, I'm not backing off. But see, that's what people need to do. They need to talk to the politicians. Because if people don't talk to them, nothing's ever going to change. Because there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen for people to start actually having a better life. Instead of this bullshit that we're being dealt. Morning, Kit Kat. And it's ridiculous. It really is. It's total bullshit. Because yet again, they forget we are their boss. And we really are. And people need to stand up and let them know that if they don't do their job, we'll replace them. That's why they have recalls. And I have no problems telling my politicians, you don't do your job, I'll recall you. Because they do work for us. Yeah, I've been listening, and they're blowing off the handle, Pete. You take a good day, Pete. No, it's ridiculous. Michigan's about to be happy. Michigan Democrats to lose full control of state government after yesterday's elections. Michigan's going to be happy. Here's one for you.
Putting a bill on the floor that includes funding for Israel, but does not have spending cuts, or is that a non-starter?
No, listen, we are in dire straits as a nation. And if you talk to leaders at the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Pentagon, sometimes even in recent years under oath, they've testified before the House Armed Services Committee, where I served until last week. If you ask them what the greatest threat is to our national security, you would expect, most people expect they'd say China, Russia, Iran, terrorism. They say it's the national debt. We have to address it. We have obligations and we have commitments, and we want to protect our and help and assist our friend Israel, but we have to keep our own house in order as well. And I think people at home, I think the American people understand that. At home, you have to balance your budget. At home, you have to make tough decisions. And Washington should run the same way. And so we are here to change the environment, to change the paradigm, the way Washington thinks. If we continue on the trajectory we're on, it's going to hurt our country terribly, and it's going to hurt.
First of all, we quit giving money away,
seniors and the rest. So we have to, while we take care of obligations, we got to do it in a responsible manner. So
we need to stop helping these other countries.
Myself, in our cordial meeting that
we're not the cure all, fix all for the entire world.
Republicans, I spoke at their, Senate Republicans, I spoke at their luncheon yesterday. To every cabinet official I've spoken to, all the way down the line, that we're going to do this in a responsible manner, and that's a very important principle for us. Right here.
Can I get a timeline from you on your thoughts about it?
But until that happens, nothing's going to change. We need to stop giving these other countries our money and start taking care of America.
And how quickly could we see that process play out? And if you've already decided that you're heading towards articles of impeachment, or is there more that you need to see?
So many of you know my background. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I believe this is a very serious matter. I was called upon to serve on the impeachment defense team in the House twice under President Trump when the Democrats used it for raw partisan political purposes. And I decried that at each step of the way. The reason is because the impeachment power that we have in the Constitution, in the House specifically, next to a declaration of war, you could argue it's the heaviest power that we have, and it cannot be wielded for political purposes. So I have been very consistent, intellectually consistent in this, and persistent that we have to follow due process and we have to follow the law. That means following our obligation under the Constitution and doing appropriate investigations in the right way at the right pace so that the evidence comes in and we follow the evidence where it leads. We follow the truth where it leads. So as we stand here today, I'm not predetermined that, but I do believe that very soon we are coming to a point of decision on it. We're in the impeachment inquiry phase, as you know, which is an important step in that due process. And what you're seeing right now, although a lot of American people are anxious about this, many Republicans across the country are anxious to get to the end point on this. And I think some Democrats want to know how it ends as well.
Time.
What you're seeing right now is a
Democrats even went against
constitutional process that was envisioned by the founders, the framers of the Constitution. This is how they envisioned this to go, not the way the Democrats did it: snap impeachments, sham impeachments, and all the rest. So I know that people are anxious about it, but I will say, Chairman Comer, Chairman Jordan in Judiciary, Chairman Smith in Ways and Means, they've done an extraordinary job, very methodically, and I would say outside the scope of politics. They've been taken. I'm going to predetermine it this morning. Make it Scott real quick.
has obviously been a whirlwind week for you. A lot of changes. You have a security detail now.
But her own party turned against her, and they should.
It's been probably a jarring transition. Can you talk on a personal level what this week has been like for you and your family back at home?
Well, I'm from Louisiana, so I describe everything
Oh,
in
let's see here.
football or hurricane metaphors. Let me
Stop
say
the
this is like an
expensive
F5
buying shit that goes
it's been
in
a
more
whirlwind,
planes
but
that
in
will
a
never
great
be
way.
used like an ashtray.
Scott,
Or stop
we're
paying
so
for
humbled and
$5,000
blessed to have
toilet
been
seats.
asked by
Or
our
stop
colleagues
paying
to do
for
this, and to have a unanimous vote
$10,000
on the floor
ashtrays.
was an extraordinary thing, and we needed that to unify our conference. And the energy that's being felt around the country, I'm under no illusion. It's not about me. It's about this idea that we can unify
Or
this team.
these multi-million-dollar studies
that
that don't
so
ever
it's a historic
have a
moment. And
resolution.
I don't believe I overstated it. And I think I said this on the floor Wednesday night, but I genuinely believe
Because
that
our government's
the
paying
future of our
to have an
republic may well be
ashtray in a
decided in the
jet
next 12 to
fighter
14 months. This is a
that can
pivotal
never be
time.
used
If you look over the
because of
scope
the
of all of human
oxygen in the
history, I'm
cockpit.
an amateur
So
historian
why pay
myself, but
$5,000 for
you'd be
that?
hard pressed to find a moment in
Get
our
rid of
history
it
where
and
there's so
save
many
$5 grand.
challenges sort of
It's
compounded upon us at
ridiculous.
the same time. And so maybe the time of the Civil War. I mean, I think arguably even in the World Wars and the Great Depression, we've not seen the collection of challenges upon us as we face right now. So we go into that very sober-minded. The first week in the job has been a whirlwind. I've spent time with 3 heads of state, cabinet officials, the secretaries of defense, and the chairman.
As we quickly approach the cold of winter. And these funds would make sure our system supporting refugees, including our Afghan and Ukrainian brothers and sisters, continue to support our state and local partners. Finally, and of course, our request ensures that communities, first responders, and survivors of tragedy will continue to receive customary disaster recovery and response services through HHS. Whether it was the residents of Maui devastated by the wildfires, the people in Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, and South Carolina whose homes and livelihoods were ripped apart by dangerous storms, or the families of Allen, Texas, Monterey, California, and most recently, Lewiston, Maine, shattered by mass shootings, our recovery and response teams were there for them. If there is one thing that is sadly predictable, it's that there will be more disasters in the future. With your support, HHS will be ready. Childcare. Madam Chair, you said it. Childcare in this country is either unaffordable or unavailable for millions of Americans. The average cost of childcare ranges from $5,000 to over $17,000 a year, depending on where you are in the country. That's like college tuition for most families, but for kids who haven't even started kindergarten. Prices are untenable for families, even in the lowest priced areas. Providers, meanwhile, operate on thin margins, and childcare workers receive disgracefully low wages, lower than almost any other occupation. Childcare stabilization funds helped raise wages for workers. Parents need affordable, high-quality childcare options so they can work or go to school or participate in training programs or simply support their families. It is vital to the success of our communities. It is vital to our economy. To many families who are forced to choose between keeping their paycheck or caring for the child, can you imagine trying to sleep at night? The President's American Rescue Plan in 2021 made it possible for childcare programs to stay open during the worst of the pandemic. And here I have to thank so many of you who worked so hard to get those childcare funds. Hundreds of thousands of childcare providers and millions of children benefited from the ARP's childcare stabilization grants. Left unaddressed, the crisis in our childcare system threatens to undermine our progress as a nation. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of kids and parents in each of your states could lose out on coverage unless Congress commits to additional funds. The emergency funding request would shore up the childcare sector and mitigate the likelihood that providers will close their doors or raise childcare fees for families in the face of a childcare workforce shortage. As with childcare, the urgent and emerging challenges we must address on opioids and fentanyl, and in meeting our legal obligations to our newest Americans, require all of government approaches. For that reason, we come before you with the President's emergency supplemental request. I'm grateful for Congress recognizing the importance of these issues, and I look forward to discussing our emergency funding request with you. I yield back.
Thank you, Secretary Marks.
Thank you, Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, distinguished members of this committee. Every day, the 260,000 men and women of the Department of Homeland Security enforce our laws, secure our border, and safeguard our communities. They have seized more fentanyl in the last 2 years than in the previous 5 years combined. They have removed or returned from the United States more than 350,000 non-citizens since the ending of pandemic-era rules under Title 42. They have arrested the leaders of transnational criminal organizations and are disrupting and dismantling the smuggling organizations that exploit the vulnerable.
Oh, bullshit.
They help families everywhere, from Hawaii and Mississippi to Florida and Vermont, rebuild after the devastation of a natural disaster.
Time they bring him
They support communities during tragedies like the one that struck Lewiston 2 weeks ago, and get local stakeholders across the country the resources they need to help prevent another such attack. They do all of this and much more, despite being perennially underfunded and inadequately resourced. That is why our administration has submitted the critical supplemental border and homeland security funding requests we are here to discuss today. It would be a disservice to the American people and to the men and women who safeguard our homeland not to approve it. Consider fentanyl. Drug overdoses have been a leading cause of preventable American deaths every year for a decade, driven over the past 5+ years by this incredibly cheap, incredibly potent opioid smuggled into our country by cartels, primarily via cars and trucks driven by American citizens. Our administration has repeatedly asked Congress to help us modernize our ports of entry to ensure we can expedite lawful trade and travel and focus our efforts on bad actors. We continue to call on Congress to fully fund the personnel and resources needed to achieve this goal, and to fully deploy new imaging technology to enhance our ability to inspect all vehicles and trucks that enter our country. Our National Security Supplemental Funding request will help do so, sending 1,000 additional officers and investigators to ports of entry, deploying over 100 cutting-edge detection machines across hotspots, and funding additional international
this politician or that politician for him not doing his job.
We are facing economic, political, and climate instability across the world, exacerbated in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Instability that is fueling the greatest level of global migration since World War II. This is also true in our hemisphere. Despite operating under the constraints of a broken immigration system that Congress has failed to update since 1996,
COVID now,
our administration has pursued a comprehensive strategy to manage this unprecedented migration. Our strategy includes expanded lawful pathways for migration, strengthened consequences for unlawful entry at the border, removing a record number of individuals found to be ineligible for protection under the law, and increased partnership across the region to curb irregular migration. The same supplemental funding request will increase these efforts, enabling the hiring and deployment of 1,300 new Border Patrol agents, 1,400 attorneys and staff to support immigration cases, and 2,700 new asylum officers and staff. It will expand our capacity for safe and humane border enforcement. It will provide $1.4 billion to communities that need additional support and expedite the issuance of work authorization documents for eligible non-citizens. Within our homeland, extreme heat, wildfires, and devastating hurricanes are increasing in frequency and severity, and Congress's support of FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund has not kept pace. I'm surprised they haven't. Our domestic supplemental funding request would allocate $9 billion to the Disaster Relief Fund, enabling us to deploy more first responders and better support recovery projects whenever and wherever disaster strikes. In the wake of the horrific Hamas terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7, we have seen an increase in threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities and institutions across our country, adding to a pre-existing increase in the level of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. Our department's nonprofit security grant program requires additional support to meet this new mandate. The domestic supplemental funding request would do so, providing the program an additional $200 million and allowing us to help mitigate violent extremist and terrorist attacks. Ensuring the safety and security of the American people must be more than just a talking point. We owe those who protect our country better. We owe them the funding, resources, and support needed to do their dangerous and difficult jobs. We owe them this supplemental funding package. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our administration's proposal with you today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much to both of our witnesses this morning. We will now begin a round of 5-minute questions of our witnesses, and I ask my colleagues to keep track of your clock and stay within those 5 minutes. Secretary Becerra, as I talked about in my opening remarks, we have a child care crisis in this country, and it is an economic crisis that is really worsening. When the pandemic hit and the child care sector was pushed to the verge of collapse, Congress recognized the need to act, and we delivered the stabilization funding to make sure those programs could stay open and keep prices down and continue serving our families. It worked. And the stabilization program provided funding in 8 to 10 licensed child care programs across the country and to nearly 7,000 programs just in my home state of Washington, and served nearly 10 million children nationwide. But that funding expired September 30th. And unless we take action, more parents are going to be forced out of the workplace. Small businesses are going to be left without the employees they need, and families, along with our entire economy, are really going to feel the consequences. So it's important that the administration has requested this funding to continue to stabilize the child care system. Can you talk to us about the consequences that it would be to working families and our economy if we fail to extend this funding?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for all the work that you and your colleagues have done to place us where we are today with funds like the stabilization funds that you passed in last year. It's just in the definition of the word. If we don't have those stabilization funds, we destabilize not just families across America, but our economy, because there will be people who have to leave the workforce because they'll have to stay home to care for their kids. There are small businesses. The vast majority of our child care programs are small businesses. They will go under. There are people who are already telling us that they relied on the stabilization funds to be able to increase wages for their workers so that they wouldn't leave. Remember, they're competing against the fast food shops, the Walmarts of the world, who pay more in many cases than they do. They were able to increase wages a bit to try to keep those workers who prefer to care for kids. It would be devastating. There is no doubt that Americans would lose not only income, but opportunities for their kids, and we would lose a lot of small businesses in America.
Thank you. And another one of my top priorities is the fentanyl crisis. And just last year, there were nearly 110,000 drug overdose deaths, fueled in large part by fentanyl. In Washington State, fentanyl is driving the increasing rate of overdose deaths among children and teens. Making sure synthetic opioids like fentanyl do not cross our borders is really important, and I know the administration is focused on this. It ramped up its efforts and conducted successful operations that have resulted in an additional 10,000 pounds of fentanyl seized over a 2-month period. That's roughly a 17% increase above the preceding months. But seizing those drugs alone will not solve the problem for communities that are really ravaged by this crisis. Secretary Becerra, I'll start with you, and then to you, Secretary Mayorkas. Talk to us about additional funding through the HHS will address the harm our communities are facing.
Madam Chair, there's not a state or not a community in America that doesn't need more assistance to tackle the opioid crisis, now driven mostly by fentanyl. Some 70% of these overdoses as a result of opioids are really now driven by fentanyl. We need to do much more, they will tell you. We can help with the prevention and the treatment. Secretary Mayorkas, I know we'll talk about the interdiction, but without the help, we're going to lose Americans. We know it, and we're doing everything we can for making naloxone more available to people to save lives, but also working with those on the ground who've been saving lives from day one. We want them to have the resources they need.
Thank you. And Secretary Mayorkas, what will the president's supplemental request allow you to do to stop fentanyl from entering our country?
Chair Murray, it will assist us significantly in our interdiction efforts. We already have done an extraordinary job. The men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection and Homeland Security investigations have engaged in a number of operations Operation Blue Lotus, Operation Artemis, which is surging our personnel and our technological resources to the ports of entry where the majority of the fentanyl is smuggled into our country. We are working with our international partners. The $1.3 billion that the supplemental request calls for will assist us with additional personnel, additional technological resources, and the ability to work with our international partners to really drive an encompassing approach to our interdiction efforts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Mayorkas, you mentioned that it had been since 1996 since Congress passed comprehensive immigration reform. The supplemental request includes funding to help strengthen enforcement, but it does not appear to include any policy reforms. Is the administration open to working with Congress to include policy reforms that would deal with the underlying reasons for the surge as we consider the supplemental?
Vice Chair Collins, we need the funding that we are requesting immediately, that we are requesting in the supplemental. We have advocated from day one for immigration reform. It is unanimous that our broken immigration system is in dire need of reform. On the very first day of his administration, President Biden presented Congress with a blueprint for that reform. We fully endorse the need for policy changes, not in piecemeal form, but in a comprehensive form.
Let me turn to the supplemental funding request. You mentioned that there is funding for new technology and an additional 1,000 personnel at ports of entry. However, the request omits funding for border security technology between ports of entry, which is, in my view, a major problem. You said just last month that effective border security requires a smarter, more comprehensive approach, including state-of-the-art border surveillance technology, with encounters between ports of entry at an all-time high. Do you support adding funding for border security technology between ports of entry, where most people are coming through?
Vice Chair Collins, we certainly do, and our annual budget does indeed call for that type of technology, including, for example, automated surveillance towers,
ACB.
the
They don't
ASTs that are
have
so effective
money
and that are
surplus
force
anymore.
multipliers.
Because
What
the
we
states
have
have all
sought in this
allocated for
supplemental
other
is to
things
address the most
instead of what it
emergent
was
needs.
designed for.
For example,
They've
additional
used it
Border
elsewhere.
Patrol agents and critically additional case processors so that we can push those agents out into the field to do the jobs that they were sworn to do.
We are working on the funding that you've requested, and I hope that we can work together to address some real concerns about the funding request, as well as the policy issues that I've mentioned. Secretary Becerra, you're asking for an additional $1.9 billion for the Office of Refugee Resettlement, yet your fiscal year 2024 budget request was for an increase of only about $830 million. Now, it's been clear since long before the budget was released that the number of unaccompanied children, refugees, and other entrants was growing, and that ORR would need additional funding. Given those facts, why didn't you request more funding through the normal budget process?
Senator, thank you for the question. As you know, and as Secretary Mayorkas can attest, it is never a known commodity or quantity, the number of people that will show up, the number of refugees that will need help. We are still, for example, receiving Ukrainian refugees. We thought 100,000 refugees might come to our shores. We're now over 180,000.
Why are we accepting them?
That we may, our estimates are, projections are that we may have another
because Biden
80,000 Ukrainians who may be coming in. What we have to do is continue our obligation that this country has always had to those
when
who
they
seek
shouldn't be able to
protection
file
from
for
persecution
asylum.
when they come to our shores. Without that support, and this money is
Go
focused on
figure.
refugees, without that support, the services we provide in partnership with local communities would really suffer, but local communities would still have to provide that support.
Finally, Mr.
In other words,
Secretary,
taxpayers, you
I've
stupid
long
fool.
been a strong supporter of improving access to quality, affordable childcare. I don't think extending pandemic subsidies is the way to do that. Instead, I've focused on expanding the Child Care Development Block Grant Program. We increased funding last year by 30%. This year's under Senator Capito and Senator Schatz, we've increased, Senator Baldwin, sorry, we've increased the funding by another 9%. Wouldn't it be better to invest additional child care funds in a program that directly helps subsidize child care costs for low-income families?
Senator, my staff can be in your office immediately after this hearing if you'd like to discuss how we get there, because you're absolutely right. We need a long-term solution. I think most everyone sitting at the dais would say that. But while we get to that long-term solution, we need something for those small businesses that are going to close tomorrow. We need something for those parents who are looking for a quality childcare service today. And without the stabilization funds, we will lose ground. We will lose businesses. We will lose families having care for their kids.
Thank you.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Murray, and thanks to both secretaries for being here today. Secretary Mayorkas, you said something in your opening statement which I want to return to, and that is the majority of narcotics and fentanyl coming into the United States comes in through ports of entry transported by U.S. citizens. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe it's more than 90%.
More than 90%. More than 90% comes through ports of entry transported by U.S. citizens. As Willie Sutton, when asked why he robbed banks, said it's because that's where the money is. Isn't it pretty clear that that's where we ought to focus our efforts, at least our startup efforts, to deal with this fentanyl crisis?
Most certainly, Senator, and that is indeed where we are focusing our energies, both with respect to the deployment of technology and the law enforcement operations that we undertake.
So is the Biden administration putting their money where their mouth is in terms of asking for money that will help you fight the fentanyl crisis at the border?
We most certainly are.
Does it include not only increased numbers of personnel, but also new technology?
Yes, it does, Senator. The non-intrusive inspection technology, which is so effective in scanning vehicles of all types.
Well, I certainly agree with Senator Collins. We should be concerned at the other 10% that's coming across the border. What are we doing about that?
We are deploying our personnel to the fullest extent possible to interdict narcotics. We need our CUAS authority reauthorized. That's our counter-drone authority. The cartels seek to smuggle drugs via drones in between the ports of entry. Our counter-UAS authority expires before the end of this year. We need that dramatically.
Now, that's something we can do that makes a difference immediately.
Yes, indeed.
And certainly the administration's request for more money when it comes to fentanyl intervention at the real source is time and money well spent, correct?
It is. It saves lives.
Now let's talk about the other issue before us. We have been, during the Biden administration, overwhelmed at the border by the numbers who have come in or tried to enter into the United States. Is that correct as well?
The numbers have been unprecedented, Senator.
And can you tell me your explanation as to why that occurred?
Senator, that is not something that is specific to the southern border of the United States. That is a global phenomenon. We have the largest number of displaced people in the world today since World War II. That is something that is gripping our entire hemisphere. There are approximately 2 million Venezuelans seeking shelter in Colombia. We have an unprecedented
Let them seek shelter in Colombia.
Ecuador. That is
They're not doing it here,
an unprecedented number of Ecuadorians to flee. We have a situation in Haiti, which is dire. This is something that involves corruption, poverty, violence, natural disasters. We are, and in a post-COVID environment, we're seeing just a level of migration throughout our hemisphere.
Fucking delusional.
The first item suggested by the Republicans, if we are going to discuss immigration, is a 900-mile addition to the wall between the United States and Mexico. Can you comment on the impact of such a wall, what it might cost, how long it takes to build?
It costs billions and billions of dollars. It takes years and years to build, and it is not as effective as a multi-pronged
They
strategy
built
that
600
includes
miles of that
critically,
wall in less than 3 months.
latest technological advancements. We need a 21st century solution to what we are experiencing as a 21st century problem. It is not the time for brick and mortar. We need to meet the moment with technological innovation and our extraordinary personnel.
Let me just close by saying I've spent a large part of my Senate career on the issue of immigration. As chairman of the Judiciary Committee, it's in my jurisdiction, and I've been frustrated that we've been unable to initiate a true bipartisan effort to solve our immigration challenges and the crisis we face today. I was with the Gang of Eight, several members of this committee as well.
3
that
months,
produced
they
a
had
comprehensive
600
immigration
miles
reform,
of
which passed the
brand
Senate,
new
was
wall
never
put
taken
up.
up by the Republican
3
House.
months.
I am ready to sit down again and make that work. This notion that we have to do significant immigration reform in the next few weeks, or we won't send money to assist the people.
He's all
in
about the
Ukraine
illegal because
or
that's putting
other
money in his pocket.
causes
He's asking
important to
for
our
more
national
money
security,
that he's not
I
going to
think is,
use other
mistaken.
than to
I
put
agree
in
with
his
the chairman
pocket.
who said pinning our efforts in this critical area of supplemental appropriation on
That's all
comprehensive
it is in a
reform is
nutshell.
really not realistic. I do want to undertake that in a serious way, and I'm sure you'll join in that effort if we do.
I most certainly will, Senator.
I yield.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was also in the Gang of Eight, and to my Democratic colleagues, securing your border is part of the problem. We have to do more.
And the fact that he's going to sit there and say 90% of the fentanyl coming into this
before
country
us
is coming
to
in
help
because
Ukraine,
of Americans is
to help,
bullshit.
Israel. I want to do that. Majority of the people in my party think Ukraine, we've done enough. I don't. If you want me to be able
They got
to
fentanyl
vote for
coming in from
this, you're going
China
to
that
have
looks
to help
like
me
Skittles.
deal with the following question. Why are you so intent on helping Ukraine? You're not doing much about our own country when we have a border that's completely broken. I reject the idea this is a global phenomenon problem. I think you're misdiagnosing the problem. This is policy changes y'all instituted that I told you wouldn't work, and we now need to fix that. Trend lines, 2020, 458,000 encounters, 2023, 2.5 million. We need to change that, don't we? That trend line?
We most certainly do, which is
Okay,
precisely.
fair enough.
2019 is an important year as well.
2.5 million
okay.
encounters
Don't worry
at the
about
border
tomorrow.
this
Uh,
last year, and
The highest
we're not even done.
encounters was in September. Things need to change. You agree? Like now?
Indeed, and that is
Okay, all right,
precisely
great.
why we have sought
Okay.
our supplemental
Good.
funding and
I
why
just
we
think
continue
your
to.
supplemental makes everything
69,000
worse, not better.
immigrants.
Okay,
And
next.
it's ridiculous.
You said something I want to agree with. You told Senator Lankford that basically the asylum system needs to be reformed from top to bottom.
It is.
Do you still stand by that?
I do.
Okay. What's the denial rate of asylum claims?
Well, Senator, we'd have to break it down. The asylum system has an initial screening rate. As you know, the credible
I think
fear.
the final,
None of them
the
have done
final
anything.
determination is about 90% of the claims are eventually denied. Am I in the
I'm
ballpark?
not doing a
Senator, I
super
believe
tricking
that
and bricking
is
people.
inaccurate.
That's
Okay,
all.
well,
I
what
also think
percentage of claims
It
are?
also depends on the demographics.
No,
This
I'm
is-
asking you a simple question. You're the head of DHS, and you can't tell me how many asylum claims are approved versus denied.
Generally speaking, across the board on a
Because
macro
he
basis,
doesn't know.
it's approximately 75%.
Okay, so
Oh,
if 75%
bullshit.
are denied, would you work with me to change the initial screening standard?
Senator, I will work with you to achieve a comprehensive solution because a piecemeal solution will lead to. remaining
75%
You're
get denied.
expecting
Bullshit. Look at the number of people
comprehensive
coming into this
immigration
country.
reform between
Tell
now
me
and
again,
not-
75%
That's not going to
get
happen. Will you
denied.
work with me to fix the asylum system?
Senator, I will continue to work with you to fix the immigration
100,000
system
a
that is
month.
fundamentally
Less
broken.
parole. How many people? Here's the law of parole.
Oh, that's it.
The
Want more
DHS
money
Secretary
and
may
lie
use
to the
discretion
general
to parole
public
people in the United States
about shit
temporarily
not
under
getting
such
done.
conditions as he may prescribe only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. There were 240,000 people paroled this fiscal year. Did you do a case-by-case analysis?
Senator, we comply with the law.
So there is a file for all 240,000 where somebody determined they meet these two criteria.
There is an individualized determination made by
On
our
all
personnel.
240,000. And I can see that.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I'm asking for that.
Very well,
So in
Senator.
your opinion, 240,000 people were individually screened and granted parole. You're not blanket paroling people, are you?
That is correct, Senator.
So is your testimony under oath that you're not giving blanket parole from people from 4 countries?
Senator, we have
Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba,
and Haiti.
and Haiti. So you're telling me that you've looked at every person and you gave them parole on an individual screening basis. Is
Senator,
that what your testimony is?
Senator, we have a parole program.
No. Did you do what I asked you? Did you follow the law or are you giving blanket parole?
We follow the law.
Okay. The law requires an individual assessment.
Senator, we make.
Well,
our
here's the
decisions on a
problem with
case-by-case
my
basis.
There's
He was born in
280 something
Cuba.
people on the terrorist watch list that
Then he
we
came
know
to
of.
the United
Where
States.
are
He
they?
graduated from Beverly
Senator,
Hills
the
High
terrorist
School.
screening data set.
And then
Where
he went
are the
to
people?
University of
The
California,
individuals
Berkeley.
whom we encounter that are on the terrorist screening data set.
And
Are
then
they
went
out of
to
the country?
Are
Loyola
screened.
Law
Are they
School.
out of the country or are they in the country?
He's an illegal
Senator,
himself.
they very
There's
well
the
may be
problem.
out of the country.
But you
They
don't
may be-
know. There are people on the terrorist watch list and you can't tell me where they're at.
That is not my testimony.
Well, okay, where are they?
Senator, if you would allow me
Yeah, please.
the opportunity to answer. Individuals who are encountered at the southern border,
Okay.
who are in the terrorist screening data set,
Okay.
Here we go.
may not necessarily
Highest
be
salary of
known or
Department of Homeland
suspected
Security in
terrorists,
year
number one.
2022
Number
was
two, individuals who pose a
308,667.
threat to our national security are an enforcement priority for us. They are the
$308,000
priority that are subject to
salary.
removal. Also, if we make a determination that it would not be safe to the American people that they be released into the United States, we detain them pending their removal.
Can you give me an
proceedings.
analysis of all 200? I know over time. Do you think you're doing a good job?
Senator, I'm incredibly proud to support the men and women of the Department of Homeland
I
Security.
didn't ask about them. I asked
That is my
about you.
answer. That is my answer.
Okay, well, I think we need to change this system and you're completely out of touch with the nature of the problem.
Senator, I very much look forward to working with you to change the system.
Thank you. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, let me address Secretary Becerra. Secretary Becerra, this issue has come up by my colleagues also. That's the LIHEAP program. We expect this winter heating prices to go up. We expect the number of people seeking assistance to go up. So the administration's supplemental request of $1.6 billion seems to be a step in the right direction. Do you have any additional comments in terms of how we can help people in this heating season?
Why do they need a
Senator, first,
fucking
thank you
$30
and
increase?
many of your colleagues for the work that
$1.6
you've done
increase.
to make sure that we can keep pace.
No, he talks
because
circles
essentially
constantly.
what
That's all he
the
does.
president is requesting is to keep pace with you and many of your colleagues were able to secure last year. So we're not getting more money. We're just trying to make sure we don't fall behind because, as you know, the cost of heating is going up. The global energy crisis and the global climate crisis are having an impact for families. And so this money simply makes sure that during the dead of winter, people don't die, as we know they do, if they don't have the money to pay for heating expenses.
Well, thank you very much. And Secretary Mayorkas, could you explain the procedures at the border when you encounter someone who is on a list of possible?
Well, it is.
Senator,
They don't screen anybody they
we
let out of
screen
jail. They just
vet
release them.
individuals whom we encounter at the border.
You think he
If
should
an
be in
individual
the
is
position
determined
he's in,
to
Cricket.
be a public safety
He
threat
should
or
know
a threat to
everything
our
about
national
his
security,
department.
they are a priority for removal. If we do
Yeah,
not
time
believe it
after
is
time
safe
after time
to
after time, he
release
says,
an
"I don't
individual
know."
when
And
they
they
are
get back
subject to
with you.
immigration enforcement
Seriously?
proceedings, then we detain
should
them
know.
in immigration and
He's the
customs
he runs
enforcement
it.
facilities. That is pursuant to the policy memorandum
Walking
that I
around the
promulgated
streets of
on September
America.
30th of 2021.
Now, if an individual reaches the border, your emphasis is
God.
to sort of presume, if there's any doubt at all, the worst, and to hold that person, is that a fair?
We make an individualized determination. Our U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel are expert in doing so. We screen and vet individuals against a number of holdings across the federal enterprise, and we make a decision of custody or not custody, depending on the profile of the individual and our professional assessment based on the information we have.
And she called you a liar to your face.
Paroled in the United States.
And the Democrats had a problem with that because the Democrats believe in what you're doing.
And in fact, typically, as I understand it, they have sponsors that will accept them, and the sponsors are also evaluated for their.
Well, give you an idea, Sassy. This here in Arizona, down
that is correct
by Ajo. There's a section of fence that they opened the gate and welded the gates open.
There are religious organizations, there are faith-based organizations, there are nonprofit organizations.
They welded the gates open.
And there are individuals as well that serve as sponsors for parolees from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, or Venezuela.
And he's the one that gave the order.
We do indeed screen the individual potential parolees.
He's the one that gave the order to weld the gates open.
Do you have a
So they
feedback
can't be
loop with
closed.
local law enforcement authorities about
And that's bullshit.
the behavior of these individuals in the United States?
We work very closely with our state, local, tribal, territorial, and campus law enforcement partners.
Well, thank you very much. Secretary Becerra, again,
Not our
this issue is touched
responsibility.
on, but I think it's critical. We learned in the pandemic that childcare was not something nice to have. It was essential in order to get to work, in order to maintain really family coherence and being able to succeed. We provided additional resources in our
problem is taking
to
care
do
of
that.
Americans, not
Those
taking care of these
resources
illegals.
have been exhausted. So now we have to go ahead, and I believe we are doing that in this legislation, $16 billion request to
That needs to change.
help our child care system in Rhode Island. A local organization's calculated that
Because they're getting paid money for
child
shit
care
they're
in my
not
state
doing.
is unaffordable for 90% of families. It means that it costs more than 7% of total income. And the irony, of course, is child care workers are paid about $13 an hour, which is not exactly extravagant. So we have this dilemma. That's why I think we need to get this money out as quickly as possible. Can you comment?
That's it, MJ. They want free
I fully
child care for
concur, and
illegal.
to save not
immigrant
just those
children.
families, but our economy, we should get to work and getting
But
those
yet
monies out
they
there.
can't take care
It was
of
used, those
American
stabilization dollars
children.
kept businesses afloat and kept families with decent quality childcare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
Senator Moran.
Chairwoman, thank you. Thank you and the ranking member, the vice chairman, for hosting this hearing. Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for agreeing with us. Thank you for
That's
agreeing
bullshit.
to be here. And, welcome to Secretary Becerra as well. I indicated in my opening remarks last week in this room about the importance of your presence, in my view, for us to deal with a supplemental dealing with national security. And I continue to believe that the
dealing with national
circumstances
security,
we face
letting people
on our
walk right
borders
in.
and elsewhere around our country continue to be a national security challenge for us. I've been to the border numerous times,
they're
in
in
particular in the
Arizona,
last
they
2 or
give
3 years.
illegal
each
immigrants free
circumstance,
child care.
conversations with law enforcement, federal and local,
Every single
as well
day.
as my own view in talking to
But yet,
Border Patrol
Arizona
agents and seeing
citizens who are born and raised here
firsthand the
don't get that
apprehension of foreign
option.
nationals on our border, including those from China. I am anxious for our efforts to deal with Israel and Ukraine and the challenges we face in the Middle East.
Which is
But
ridiculous.
I'm also interested in making certain that we take this opportunity, this supplemental, to come together. We've heard in this conversation this morning by a number of my colleagues how they've worked on immigration reform, border security issues reform without success. And I would hate for us to miss an opportunity in this circumstance if we can put a package together that would be supported by Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and in the House. We have seen the largest increase in migrants crossing our borders, unfortunately, in the past few years. There's many push and pull factors that would contribute to that.
Yeah, if you look at
circumstance,
the
including
increase
deterioration of
from the
conditions in
time
other countries, as you indicated in
Hey,
your opening
Biden
statement.
puts his little
But I'm also concerned about
app out
what appears to be an
for
attitude
today.
toward immigration
It's
pull
sickening.
factors, the policy decisions that suggest to
Biden
migrants
administration
that making
made
a
a
dangerous
phone app for
life-threatening
these
journey to
people
and across our
to be able
southern
to get
border
around
will
the
be
system
rewarded.
to be able to come into
Rewarded
this
by
country.
being released in the United States, being
And nobody else
rewarded
sees a
by
problem with that.
no hearing, no ultimate outcome determination. And you recently wrote in an opinion, it was on the board here, that Senator Graham indicated he agreed with your statement,
And
only
here's the worst
Congress can
part.
bring immigration
There's been
and border
immigrants
security
here
systems
for
into the 21st
10,
century.
15, 20 years
Are there not things
that
that
are
can be
still
done in a
illegal
supplemental that can address that, at least in part,
that have never
that
been
we can reach
vetted,
an agreement on with the
and they
administration
take whatever money
and
they earn
Republicans
and
and
they ship
Democrats in
it
the
back to
Senate?
the country they came from.
And also, would you,
They
how
don't
would you
spend it
change
here. They ship it back to their
those
family.
seeking, migrants seeking asylum to present themselves at legal points of entry, limitations on
there's no
parole, stricter
migrant that
punishment of
needs to
visa
seek asylum.
overstays, to limit those pull
None of their
factors
lives
and
are in
reduce
danger.
illegal immigration?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity. The supplemental funding request.
The
that
whole
we have
purpose of asylum is
submitted
if your
would
life is in
assist us
grave danger
tremendously
from where you're leaving.
in our border enforcement efforts with respect to the hiring and deployment of personnel.
Exactly.
The procurement and
Exactly,
implementation
Dacia.
of technology. What we need is an encompassing solution
And
to
this
an
fool right
encompassing
here
problem when we speak of
is the
policy
biggest
changes.
problem we have.
For example, the backlog in immigration court proceedings has been building year over year over year for at least
And you
10
keep compounding
years.
to it
That is
daily, you
why
stupid
the
idiot.
time in between encounter and final adjudication of an immigration enforcement case is years and years long when we speak of a pull factor. And if in fact we had a path to legalization for the millions of people who've been contributing so much to this country,
Because they
we
open
would
the borders
so
quickly. If
acutely
they close the
alleviate
borders,
the immigration
we wouldn't
court
have this
backlog,
problem.
shrink the time in between encounter and final adjudication. So it really requires a comprehensive approach to what is such a comprehensive problem.
Well, Mr. Secretary, while I might agree that comprehensive reform or changes are advantageous, it has been my
close the
experience
borders,
in my entire
period.
time in Congress that we keep
Every other
waiting
country's
for
got their borders
comprehensive
closed.
reform, and as a result, we
But
do
no,
next
we
to
can't
nothing.
do that.
And I
because
hope that you, the
somebody might die
administration, will use
crossing
this
the
opportunity
Mexico
to
border
seriously
to
work
come
with
to
those of
America.
us who are
You know
willing
what?
to make changes.
That's on them.
To defeat this
We need
circumstance
to
in our
close the
national
borders and
security,
say,
this challenge,
America's close to you
at
unless
least
you
in the
do
things
it
that we can
right.
agree upon today. Continue
You
to
get
work on the
vetted.
things that we can't agree upon.
That way we
Otherwise, my
eliminate the
entire
criminals
time in
coming in here,
Congress
the
will be waiting
murderers,
for
the rapists,
comprehensive
the
reform.
rapists,
Thank you.
the drug cartel.
Senator Tester.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking
That's
Member.
how you get rid of
Appreciate you
the
holding the hearing. I
problem.
want to thank you both for being here.
You also
Look,
catch
my top priority is
terrorists
defending
coming
Montana
into
and
this
keeping our
country.
nation safe.
Oh, wait a
It's
minute.
just
God
that plain
forbid
and
we
simple.
allow them in too.
That means getting the situation at the southern border under control.
Just this year
I
alone, they've
have
got
said this
397
directly to you
terrorists.
many times
How
before.
many came in and got
Secretary
away?
Mayorkas and I reiterated to the President Biden last week, this administration needs to do more to secure our border.
Yeah, they don't pay
You guys have to
taxes.
do a better job
They work and
prioritizing
get
additional
paid full
funding and
pay
resources
without
that
taxes being
Congress gives
deducted.
you to stop the deadly flow of fentanyl, which you talked about in your opening statement.
How is that fair to
Fentanyl that
Americans
is taking the lives
that
of
are paying
Montanans and
taxes
folks all across
that
this
are helping
country.
these fools with a
When I
place
talk to
live,
Border Patrol
free
agents
medical,
or
a
men and women in
vehicle,
law enforcement, they tell me the same thing.
children
They need more
daycare.
manpower. They need more technology.
How's that fair to us?
We have to know who's coming into a country and what they're bringing, and that starts with the folks on the ground and giving them the tools they need to get the job done. I do agree with some of my Republican colleagues here today in that in addition to additional border secure funding, Congress must also step up and pass bipartisan policy reforms to fix this broken immigration
They don't
system.
need increased
Congress
funding.
needs to stop
They
playing
need to start doing their
politics with
damn
the border.
job.
Congress needs to roll up their sleeves, and we need to do our part to implement meaningful solutions to address the chaos at our border, address workforce issues, and keep our country safe. So, Secretary Mayorkas, I have taken a look at your supplemental funding request. I see money to hire agents, to
Exactly,
detain and
King,
remove
see?
folks, to install more technology, to combat fentanyl. But what in your
And they will
proposal is
stop the
actually going to
fentanyl
plug the
transaction
holes
coming
on the
across
border
the
to
border?
stop those intent on illegally entering the United States?
Senator, I think
Oh,
it
they
is
all say
precisely
they're
what
in
you have
danger,
identified and what our supplemental
but they're not.
contains.
But
When
that's
we
their
talk about
excuse
hiring,
to
for
claim
example,
asylum.
additional
All they gotta
personnel
say
to
is,
conduct the case
I feel,
processing,
I fear
that
for my
means we
life.
can get more Border Patrol agents out into the field, which is where they belong, to do the jobs they swore to do and they
Look at
signed up
what
to do, which
American
is
mothers had to go
apprehend
through
individuals who
not
are
too long
seeking to
ago
evade
with baby
law
formula.
enforcement.
It all went down to the
Hiring
damn
additional
border.
Border Patrol agents accomplishes
Why?
that as well. The technology that we seek to deploy
Why did it all have to be
force
shipped down to the
multiplying.
border to give to
And
these
so all
illegals
of the
coming
things that
across the
we
border?
include in our supplemental
It should be
achieve
should be
precisely
going
the
to
outcome
American
about which
citizens
you inquire.
that were born
So
in
I
this
will tell you
country
what I
that
was
needed
told
it.
about the supplemental. They thought it was
Oh no,
very
they couldn't do that.
helpful,
It had to go to the border,
but didn't see a lot
which is ridiculous.
that would directly impact the areas in between the station. Your testimony last
And
month,
either
I
one
believe,
needs
in
to be
front of
going
the
down there.
HCAT committee,
But
said that in
for
FY
what was it?
23, there was about
2.5
600,000
months,
people
there was
that
a
entered this
form,
country
baby
illegally.
formula
That's a lot of
issue
people.
because it was all being
That's a
shipped to
lot
the
of people.
border.
Do you feel confident in this supplemental that you can shut that down? Those 600,000 that were coming in, do you have faith that you'll be able
Oh yeah,
to
they'll send back the Mexicans,
significantly
but they won't send back the
reduce that number?
Chinese, the Egyptians, the Honduras.
And do you have any goals in
They don't
mind
send
there?
any of them back.
And
They'll let 'em
you
stay
anticipate
here.
you'll be able to do it with manpower and technology, I assume?
Manpower and technology,
And our government
yes, will
cleared to show the
significantly
baby formula
advance
for
our efforts.
illegal
Senator,
immigrants
as you
coming
well
into
know,
this country.
you and I have spoken over the years, the
And they didn't give a
phenomenon of
shit about the
gotaways
American
has
citizen.
been a challenge ever since our department was created. In fact, in the first decade of our creation, the number of gotaways was far in excess of what we are experiencing now. But personnel and technology are the two key elements to that effort.
I would just tell you that it is
Well,
really,
James,
really important. And I
this
think in a
country needs to
bipartisan way,
collect all
really,
of
really
its
important, especially
IOUs,
considering what all's gone
but that
on
will
in this
never
world,
happen.
that we know exactly who's coming across that line.
Well, it's
And
not. You close
this
the
supplemental
borders.
does that,
Problem solved.
we will hold you accountable.
You
to that.
close the borders.
Senator, let me
You
be
round
clear.
up everybody here
The
illegally.
supplemental will
You ship
assist
them
us
back
in
across.
advancing our
Tell 'em,
mission
sorry,
dramatically. It is the funding that we
you can't
require
come in here until you do it
in addition
legal.
to our
No
annual
asylum,
funding. We also need the
no
system
sneaking in.
fixed. It
You
is
get
not
vetted.
just
Once
funding
you're
that
vetted,
will
we'll allow
cure
you into
all
this
of the
country.
challenges. We
You do
need
not cross
our
this border
immigration system
until you're
fixed.
vetted.
The president submitted a proposal on day one of
Not
this
let them come over here and
administration.
say, oh yeah,
We
we'll work on
have
the
to work
vetting
on that and
once you're
build on
here.
that.
No,
That
you
too
don't come to
is
the
a
border
critical
until you're vetted.
element to meet our challenge.
I couldn't agree
And
with
that
you
would
more.
open
We
our court
need
systems
it
up and
fixed.
everything else.
And I think we need to come together. We need to
And
fund
they need to
Israel
pick up
funding.
these
We need to
idiots
fund
that
Ukraine
don't show up
funding.
in court.
We need to stop playing politics.
Because they
And
give
we
them a
need
court
to get
hearing.
it fixed.
If
We
they
need
don't
to
show
help
up,
you do your
pick their
job,
ass
and
up
then
and
we
get
need
them out of
to
here.
hold you accountable to do that job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But they don't do
Senator
that.
Hoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, Secretary Mayorkas, how many
But yet,
people have
if
entered
you or me were to miss
the
a court
country
hearing,
illegally
we'd have
across
a
our
warrant
southern
issued
border
for our
since the Biden
arrest.
administration took office? A
Uh,
number.
Senator, it's over 6 million encounters at our southern border.
And how many of those 6 million are still in the country?
Senator, I can get you that information.
So do you know?
Senator, I don't
I was
want
thinking
to.
Would you
same thing,
provide us
man.
with a number of how many of those 6 million that crossed our border illegally are still in the country?
I would be pleased to provide you with any data that you request, Senator.
Of the 2.5 million that crossed our southern border illegally last year, how many of them remain in the country?
Again,
All of
Senator,
them?
I'd be very pleased to provide you with the data with respect to how many removals have been effected, how many voluntary removals, how many
Yeah,
forced
again, he's running
removals,
circles.
how many expulsions, how many individuals.
But you
are in
came to the hearing
immigration.
today and you don't have those numbers? You are the head of DHS and you came to this hearing today without those
Didn't.
numbers.
That is correct, and I'd be pleased to provide you with that data. We certainly have it at our disposal.
We've asked for them before and we haven't got them, so we'll be looking forward to getting them. Do you think that millions of people crossing our border
That right there alone
illegally
should get him
creates the risk of a
replaced.
terrorist attack in our country?
He knew about this
Senator,
hearing, and he comes in with
I
no
think
answer.
that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security do an extraordinary job of ensuring the safety and security.
That wasn't
of
the question I
American-
asked. I said, do you think that millions of people crossing our border illegally every year, 2.5 million last year, creates the risk of a terrorist with what's going on in the world? People coming from more than 100 different countries crossing here illegally. You don't even know how many of them are still here. You came here today without that information. Do you think that creates a risk of a terrorist attack in our country?
Senator,
It sure does.
You mischaracterized my testimony. What I
Yes or
shared
no?
with-
Do you think that creates millions of people come here, are here illegally? We're not even talking about the gotaways. How many gotaways are in our country here illegally? Does that create the risk of a terrorist attack in our country?
Let me
Simple
assure,
question.
let me assure you, Senator, that the safety and
Then again,
security of the
Mayor,
American
you're just
people
running
is
circles.
the single highest
you
priority
don't know.
of the
So you would
Department
say
of
it does
Homeland
create a
Step down
risk.
and be replaced with somebody
Senator,
who knows
we
how to
Do you
do the
believe that?
job.
Do you believe that border security is national security? This supplemental is about security, right? It's about making sure that we have a secure, not only secure country, but that we lead in terms of
Exactly, Cricket.
security
And
for
that's what they
freedom-loving
say.
people in the world. Don't we start
Tuesday
with
and Wednesday,
national security
they
here
put
at
out
home?
notice
Border
for everybody
security is
be
border
vigilant.
security part of national
Because
security.
yet again,
Senator,
another
border
threat.
security is indeed part of Homeland Security and national security.
If that is the case, then as Senator Graham said, as Senator Moran said, don't we need to make sure that as we look at this supplemental, we have security for our southern border as part of what's included?
Absolutely, Senator.
And this
This
will sit here and
supplemental,
So we do need to have that in the package.
this supplemental, Senator, advances our security mission by enabling us
All right.
to hire the personnel and the technology.
I understand. I understand.
Bullshit, Mayor, 'cause
Now,
you just gonna put
if
that money
you
in your
agree that
damn
we need to
pocket.
secure the southern border as part
Be
of this
real.
package, and I just went through a lot of metrics and you don't know the answers to it. You're sitting here today and you did not give me the numbers. You say, well, I'll go get the numbers. Gee whiz, I don't have them here today. I don't know what they are. If we're going to have security in this package,
Exactly,
don't we need
Shelley.
some
He never
metrics so we can
does.
show the American people
He's
that
been in
in
hearings
fact,
5
we are
times
reducing
already.
the encounters. We are reducing the
And
number of
every time
people that are
he
here
comes in, they
illegally.
ask for
We
numbers,
are
and
reducing
he
the number of
doesn't
people
have
on the terrorist watch list that are coming across. We are reducing the
5
number of
different hearings.
gotaways. We
And he's
need
had no
metrics
numbers.
to show that, don't we?
His excuses, well,
So
I
you
can
would
get them.
agree that that needs to be
Yeah,
part
he
of
never
this
comes with
supplemental
them.
package?
Because he's
Senator,
hiding.
Would you agree with that or not? You
Those
just
numbers.
said we need to secure the border as part of the package.
I'm not sure what your question is now.
We
Oh my
need
God,
some
Mayor,
kind
you're
of
that
metrics and tracking to show that we are in fact reducing the number of people coming here and staying here illegally as part of this supplemental package. Do you agree or not agree with that?
Senator, we can discuss.
Every
what
time he comes in,
metrics
they ask
are
him
best
for
to
numbers.
show the progress that
Every
we make,
single
whether
time.
it is
And
Of
funding.
course, we'll discuss it. The question is whether we need to include it. Do you think we need some way to track that we're making progress on this problem? Look at the chart. Should that just keep going up infinitum, or should we start bringing it down? And how do you know if you don't
I
have
tell
some
them,
metrics as part of this
If you
package?
come in here with numbers,
Senator,
you ain't
So do
getting
you
jack
think they
shit.
ought to be included or not? It's not it's a pretty simple, straightforward question. Would you
Senator,
just answer it?
Senator, we need funding for additional personnel and technology to
You ain't
advance
getting
the
shit. You come up with
security
numbers,
of the
stupid.
border.
Still
And
won't
that-
simply say we need the metrics to show that we're solving the problem and
All he
bringing
can
down
say
the
is we
number of
need
people
more
who
money.
come
We
and
need
stay
more-
here
We
illegally.
need more
Senator,
money.
that is not
Yeah,
what
he
I'm
has
saying.
nothing to
So you
show.
agree with
I am very pleased to confer with you to identify the metrics that show progress in our efforts to secure the border. What I am sharing with you is that this supplemental
He should.
is needed to achieve that advanced border security. We need additional personnel. We need additional technology. And that does not seem to me to be particularly controversial, quite
And,
He's a damn
and as
idiot.
you're hearing here,
He
we're going to need
be
some
removed.
way to track that performance that you are
is
actually
Biden's
solving the
choice.
problem rather than letting
Just
it
so you guys
continue
know.
to get worse, particularly at a
He was
time
chosen by
when we have to
Biden.
worry about terrorists coming into our country.
I say
Border security
more?
is national security. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you,
The school was
Secretaries
chosen
Becerra
by
and
Biden.
Mayorkas, for being here today.
That right there should say
I
it
wanna
all.
stay on the metrics question because Secretary Mayorkas, as we've heard this morning, most of the discussion about our borders has to do with the southern border. But in fact, what we're seeing is increased encounters across our northern border as well. And in particular, the Border Patrol's Swanton sector, which covers, as you know, 5 counties in New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, over to Maine, has seen more than a 500% increase in encounters between 2022
Oh,
and
now they got them coming in
2023.
through Canada.
Now, the Border Patrol
That's
does not
Mayorkas.
keep this data disaggregated for Vermont and New Hampshire.
Mayorkas
Our
is
office
in
has been
charge
requesting
of
the number of
Homeland
encounters
Security.
that have taken place in New Hampshire over the
That's
last
Mayorkas'
year.
job.
And
He is
we
the
are
head
being
of it.
told that that information is not something that can be provided to us. When we ask why,
No,
we
they
were told
don't.
it wasn't
They want everybody just to
kept,
keep coming in.
but we keep the number of
And we, the
encounters so it can be
taxpayers, are going to pay for
disaggregated.
it. We're going to
When
make
we
sure
ask
of it.
again, we were told that
Just like they are right now.
there is a Freedom of Information Act case regarding these data that prevents sharing that information with my office. We've investigated the law. That's
Exactly,
not correct.
and
I'm
that's
not part
why
of that
he needs
case.
to be
And
replaced.
the Freedom of Information Act plainly states it's not a justification for
5 hearings
withholding information from Congress.
With no
We need accurate
hardcore
information so that we
he
can
never comes in with data.
know
ever.
how to address
He-
law
his
enforcement
excuse is, "Oh,
issues,
we can get it.
communication issues at our northern
We can
border,
get it,
just as we
but
do
he
at the
never comes
southern
in
border.
with it.
So,
And he
as
knows
you
every
know,
time he comes
we
in, they
received a
ask
letter
the
from my
same
office
question,
requesting
"Where's
this
the data?"
information. Can you commit that you'll get us this disaggregated information?
Senator, I commit to working with you on this. My understanding is that we do have it specific to the sector, but not broken down by state. I am looking into that with my colleagues, and I know that you have asked for this information a number of times, and I commit to working with you.
You see, he just
Thank
admitted
you.
they've asked for it numerous
We're happy
times,
to
and yet
provide
he
some
hasn't
people to
given
go
them
through the
information.
data to disaggregate New
Nobody else
Hampshire
has a
from
problem
Vermont
with
so
this.
that we know exactly what we're talking about. So I don't think personnel should be an
Replace
issue
my
there.
office, period.
One of the other challenges we're having at the
Impeach
northern
that
border, and I
SOB
know all of
and
us
put
who
somebody in there
have
who knows
states
what the
that
hell they're
share
doing.
a border with Canada have many of these same issues. But it's the communications to have law enforcement be able to talk to each other, be able to talk
Can't
to
even
other
FOIA the
officials,
data, Cricket
to
Day. I've tried. They kick
CBP
out the
agents,
FOIAs.
and
And that's
in
supposed to be
New Hampshire, our
accessible
Pittsburgh
to the
station
general
relies on
public.
satellite
But
internet
Homeland
service,
Security
which
will
lacks
kick
the
it out.
reliability of wired broadband, so that
Homeland
it's very
Security will
hard
kick every FOIA that when it
sometimes
comes
to
to the data.
process
What are they trying
and
to hide?
screen vehicles that are entering from Canada. It's difficult to be able to make those communications work. Again, will you commit to work with us to explore solutions to address that?
He's
at
going to
the
lie to
northern
you and
border?
say yes, but he
Yes, I
won't do
will,
it.
Senator.
Thank you.
Told you. He's
Secretary
going to lie
Becerra,
about it.
as you mentioned in your
Just
opening
like he has
remarks,
the
the
last 5
substance
times
use
he's been in
disorder
front of the
epidemic
board.
has had a heartbreaking
Every time he comes in,
impact
he
across
lies.
this country. New Hampshire has been one of those states that's been among the hardest hit. Last year, we had the highest number of fatal overdoses that we've had since 2017. It was a 15% increase over
Well, you're now talking
2021.
about New Hampshire. What
And
about
I
people in
appreciate
Arizona,
the
New Mexico, and
administration's
Texas have
requesting
been dealing with this
supplemental
shit for
state
years?
opioid response grant funding to continue to combat the epidemic. I think that's very important. One of the challenge, I think we have
Take
two
care, Shelley.
challenges in a
Be
state like
safe.
New Hampshire. One is we've got a cliff that we're looking at as numbers go down. We need to make sure that the funding is still going to be there, but also that there's flexibility to address how we use those funds. Can you talk about the importance of flexibility in those funds?
Absolutely, Senator.
Yeah.
And thanks for the work that you've done to make sure
Forget
that
about
SOAR
the
grants
rest
are
of the
available
country
to
that's
every
been
state
dealing with this shit for
because we all
years.
continue to have issues in our
She's more
communities.
concentrated on what's
The
just now
flexibility
happening
becomes important
versus what's
because
been
Washington,
happening.
D.C. doesn't know what's best for New Hampshire, just as it wouldn't know what's best in California. We want those who are down on the ground in New Hampshire,
Exactly.
California,
It's
everywhere else
just
in the country to know how
circle
best to
jerk.
address the opioids crisis. And so the SOAR grants do provide flexibility. Some places are very rural. Your state has a lot of rural communities. It's very different from my state of California, where we have very densely populated areas. And so we want to make sure that we don't set up a cookie cutter approach that uses California as a model, which may not work well for New Hampshire. We also want to make sure that if you want to treat, your state wants to treat youth, because we're now finding that 10 to 14-year-olds, one of the highest rates of death occurs among 10 to 14-year-olds today. 10 and 10-year-olds contemplating suicide or becoming drug addicts. And so we want to make sure that
if you want to come on my channel, don't come in on my channel on and
to
off.
tackle the crisis with our youth. So the more flexibility on the ground locally, the better what the results will be.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Boozman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all very much for having this important hearing. I had the opportunity to be Chair of Homeland Security in 2017.
You made your account yesterday.
And as you said, the men and women of the
you joined November 7th, 2023. That was yesterday.
Do a wonderful job. The reality, though, is that right now their morale's terrible. And when you talk to them, they think the policy on the border is inappropriate and is simply not working. By every metric, the border is a disaster. Despite the rhetoric of the administration, the numbers reported by the Border Patrol of caught and known getaways are off the chart. Our border states and our communities have been overrun, and now many of our major cities, most of them Democratic, are saying literally.
Well, that's what they want.
The
They just want the money to flow.
The polling indicates
not be
that the
accountable
public
for where it
agrees
goes.
with all of that. They have little confidence with the administration's border policies. And so, you mentioned the numbers and how it's been growing through the years. In 2017, there were 2 million people running around the country waiting for adjudication. When the Biden administration took over, there were 3.6. Now there's 6.5 million.
What brought you
So
to
it's almost
YouTube?
doubled. Right now,
And how did you find my channel?
you've got 800,000 people that have been adjudicated, waiting for their day in court.
Well, see, my
These are
channel's
people
not very well known out there.
that have been said that they've got probable
Well,
reason
I'm
for
just curious how you
asylum.
found my channel.
What you're asking for does nothing to get those numbers down. I mean, that's the problem. That's what Senator Hoven was talking about. We need metrics so that
Just
once we put what you're
out of
asking
curiosity.
for in place, that you'll have a significant reduction. And to do 800,000 people, that backlog
Because I know I'm not
is-
on
is
YouTube's
impossible based on what you're
favorite
proposing.
list of channels to go
6.5
to.
million people running around waiting for some sort of
Okay.
adjudication. The list goes on and on. You mentioned fentanyl. I think you said, quote, that you were doing an exceptional job. It's the leading cause of death in Arkansas regarding overdoses. By
Fentanyl.
July of this year, Arkansas State Police had seized 12 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill everybody in the state. So your testimony and what is actually happening, there's no basis in fact.
Why?
So I guess
Think about it,
I guess
Cricket.
the question is, what are we going to do about it?
Today's day and
I
age,
agree with Senator Hogan.
with the way
We need some
computers
metrics.
work,
We need.
they should have
what-
that access
if we
right in
put
front
in
of him on the
place what you're asking for.
So
How's
he can
this
pull
going to
up the
address the numbers? The 6.5 million people that are running around here, how's it going to address
That's
the
up to you.
800,000 backlog?
I'm just curious how you
We're
found
not
the channel.
talking about getting that down to, I think what you're proposing at best just keeps it as it is now. There's not
Because
going
with
to
the
be any
computers we
reduction.
have
Am I
nowadays,
wrong
he
in
can
that?
be sitting at that
Yes, you
table
are.
with a laptop and pull up
So
the
give me a
end.
reason for that.
Is it?
Give me some numbers.
Senator, first of all, I want to make it clear, the devastation.
Give me a reason that
of-
we're gone from 3.6 to 6.5 million.
Senator, is it your assertion that the hiring of
Keep running circles,
additional
Mayorkas, you damn fool.
Office of Principal Legal Advisor attorneys at Immigration and Customs Enforcement with a complement of additional immigration judges would not work to advance the immigration case backlog in immigration court proceedings?
I don't know. Tell me how many, tell me how many that would do, because I think probably what that would do is just maintain where we're at right now
That is absolutely
with
false.
the people that are coming across. Well, give me the numbers that it would do.
Senator, I
Make
can't-
it where it is false.
Senator, I would be very pleased to confer with you and Senator Hoeven to discuss the quantification of advancement that we would accomplish
And
with
see,
additional
Bishop,
funding. But
Well,
I think
I
it
haven't
is
said
rather
for-
axiomatic,
You got to
quite
wait 5
frankly,
minutes before you
that
can
additional
talk.
Border Patrol
You're
agents
not a new name in
will
here.
advance
It
the
tells me you're on
security
and off.
mission at the southern border. I think it is rather axiomatic, quite frankly, that additional non-intrusive inspection
Because I get
technology
notices when people
at our ports of entry
join.
will advance our efforts to interdict fentanyl. We
What I
can
want, what I
discuss-
want to know is this: if we put your program in place in fiscal year 24, instead of having 800,000 waiting for adjudication, what number would that be? Instead of having 6.5
doesn't have
million
any.
people running around here
And he never will.
for
They keep
that
asking,
have been
and he
running around for
doesn't
a
ever
long
show
period
up
of
with
time,
anything.
what would that number be in 24 and 25? And you should know that, because that's what we're trying to accomplish, is to make a dent in those numbers, to make a difference. I don't know if what you're proposing just simply keeps us where we're at. I don't know how it's affecting, and it's sad that you don't appear to know either. I mean, if I was bringing forward a proposal to the, and I'm sorry, but if I was bringing forward a proposal, I would know what it actually did. Okay. Thank you,
Secretary
Madam Chair.
Marcus, if you want to respond, and then I'll go to the next.
I think I've said, thank you very much, Chair Murray. I think it is rather non-controversial that the addition of personnel and technology in the system would advance the efficient operation of the system, would advance the security of the border, would advance the security of our country. And I think it is also equally axiomatic that fixing our broken immigration system, a fact about which everyone agrees, would advance it even more significantly.
Thank you.
But we are addressing the emergency of the emergent issues, the need for additional funding for our personnel and our agencies.
Thank you. Senator Merkley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me ask that same question a little bit
About
differently.
time somebody called him out on it.
Secretary Mayorkas.
Good job, Boozman.
If we were to acknowledge that the 4-year wait for asylum hearings is just way too long and it's a tremendous backlog, what type of resources would it take to, you've asked for $755 million for more asylum officers and immigration service officers, asylum corps and so forth. But what type of resources would it take, say over a 2 or 3 year period, to bring that 4-year backlog, say, down to 6 to 8 months or something like that? Do you have any sense of the size of the challenge? Just a short answer. I'm just trying to get a broad picture.
Senator, the funding, the additional personnel will make a material difference in that adjudicative timeline in the context of a broken immigration system. We actually issued a regulation, the Asylum Officer Rule, that legally empowered asylum officers to make the ultimate adjudication, which also brought that 4+ year timeline down to under 18 months. So we are very intensely focused on that reparative solution that is so vital to a more functioning immigration system.
So the average timeline has dropped to 18 months?
In the context of the Asylum Officer Rule, we did start to see tremendous acceleration.
I'll follow up with more detailed questions, because I think it's a common concern that long wait time is, you need to have enough time for people to prepare their asylum case fairly, but not so long.
Yet again, he has no
that it's
answer.
essentially years waiting while you fall in love, you have children, you get married, or whatever that complicates the whole damn system.
Agreed.
I want to turn to you, Secretary Becerra, and just note that when I go do my town halls in Oregon, I have one in every county every year. Every single town hall this year, childcare comes up. People can't find it, they can't afford it. And that's with the extra help that we have now. But that came to an end at the end of September. How important is it that we act for the child care funds that are in this emergency request?
Important enough to say that in your state of Oregon, Likely more than 80,000 children will be impacted if we don't get these stabilization funds. Likely more than 3,200 of your child care providers will be impacted and may have to close if they don't have the resources to pay wages. Likely that you would receive for your state somewhere upwards of $150 million to help those.
So I think that's very helpful.
Be able to cross the border.
And I will say that this comes up in the context not just of families who need childcare, but also in the businesses that are desperate for employees and know that the major source of potential employees are home providing childcare is not affordable childcare. So it's a win-win for the family and for our businesses that need employees. Is that not the case?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary Mayorkas, I want to turn to the Family Case Management Program. I have a report from the Inspector General on the Family Case Management Program in 2017, and it noted that according to ICE, overall program compliance for all 5 regions, an average of 99% for ICE check-ins and 100% attendance at court hearings. In other words, every family that had a case manager basically turned up for their hearings. Now, my various colleagues have said we have a real concern about the long wait time, that people just disappear and don't show up for their hearings. But 99% at ICE, 100% at court hearings. What would it take to get a case management program in place so that every family going through the immigration system is part of a family case management program?
So, Senator, we have that in a pilot form through our Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. I'd be very pleased to follow up with you with respect to what resourcing would be required to expand it far more broadly.
Thank you, because I was really struck by the effectiveness of that program. And one of the first things the Trump administration did, they shut down the Family Case Management Program. And I never understood, like, if you're arguing that people disappear, why would you shut down a program that ensures 100% attendance at court hearings? But I've also been frustrated that the Biden administration hasn't restored this program over the last 3 years to cover everyone. So I'd love to see what resources that would take. Finally, I want to turn to the Flores settlement. Anadith Reyes Alvarez, the 8-year-old, died after 8 days in CBP custody. The Flores settlement said no one should be in CBP custody for more than 72 hours. I know that a lot of changes were made following her death in custody. You might recall she had the situation of sickle cell and heart condition, and family made super requests. The little girl pleaded for help, and she died and had a seizure and died. How close are we to actually honoring the Flores settlement so that no child is in CBP custody for more than 72 hours?
Senator, I'm very familiar with the tragedy of that child's passing. We did indeed take a whole series of measures immediately following that to understand how that occurred, why it occurred, and to make sure it doesn't occur again. We are in compliance with the Flores settlement. Children are indeed in our care for under 72 hours before we turn them over to our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services. And I'd be very pleased to provide you with that data as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Capito.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank both of you for being here with us today. Secretary Mayorkas, you wrote an op-ed arguing that in the Washington Post that and you've repeated it today, the immigration system is broken because Congress has not acted. You did say in response to Senator Graham that the policies need to be not piecemeal or I don't know if I'm quoting you. I might have quoted one of the other senators, not piecemeal, but comprehensive. And he said in response, that's not going to happen. We know comprehensive is not going to happen. So why is incremental change that we're trying to help you do a better job to pull down the numbers that we see? I mean, even you mentioned 2019 was an important year.
The biggest
that was less than 1 million.
All this false information they're putting out there.
Million. So even in that retrospective of a year that you're pointing to as a year that was, not emblematic of good policy, it still pales in comparison to where we are now. So give me 2 or 3 specific examples that we could
Well, here's
do
the funny part,
policy
Acid.
change that would
That
make a difference.
fool, Mayorkas,
Senator, I think the
doesn't realize
president
that
on
anybody who
day
crosses
one
into this
set forth a
border
blueprint that
Well, pick 3
illegally
out of there
has
that you
committed
think are the
felony.
best, the most meaningful.
Senator, I would
It's a felony to
be
cross the
quite
border
hesitant to
illegally.
rank which ones are the best, but I
Yet
continue
they don't even
to
deal with
adhere
that
to the
law.
approach that when we're speaking of a system
But
that
they
has
don't
not been
hesitate to
reformed
charge
since
a felony on an American
1996,
citizen.
that we need
What's
to
wrong with that
reform it from
picture?
top to bottom. For example, in the context of our country's economic prosperity, I hear from businesses in every state across the country about their need for labor. And we have a remarkable demand for labor. We have an international supply for labor, and yet we cannot seem to marry the two. And so in the economic context, I would say that there's a tremendous opportunity, just as there is in the asylum context.
Okay, so
And these are
These are not law books.
inextricably
It's a felony to
intertwined.
cross the
And I
border
believe that
illegally.
we should take an
But
encompassing
yet they don't
approach to
charge
a
people with
problem
that
that is
felony.
quite expansive in scope.
We are trying, I think, to
They allow these
offer
people
the
just to walk
administration,
right
we
on
being the
in.
Republicans here in the Senate, offering the administration substantive policy changes that will bring these numbers down. You mentioned 1996 is when the immigration law was last changed.
Down by
You've been operating under the same immigration laws
down
that
here in
every other
Arizona,
administration
where
has
the
been
Vincent's
since
at, it crosses the river
1996.
bottom.
The numbers, for example, in FY14
No,
were
they don't.
568,000. We probably thought that was a big number back then.
No,
You've
they
got the
want us to
same
change
laws,
our
and
native
still you're
language
5 times more
preserved.
people
Morning,
coming
Summer.
in. It tells me the policies around the immigration laws that are written in 1996
Well,
are what's
hopefully
causing the
Torco's good for you.
problems. And so those are the things that we can help you with to be able to afford change. I don't think saying keeping an open border is going to help our economic
And if you
situation.
believe
We've
that, Acid,
obviously
I got
testified,
beachfront
we don't know
property in the
who a
state
lot
of
of these
Arizona to
people
sell
are.
you.
So let's get to the length of the backlog. If you go to New York City, what's the average time that your case would be heard, your asylum case would be heard?
No,
Senator, it's a individualized case
he might have the
analysis,
answer.
but I will tell you, on average, it is
No, there's
multiple years.
Where the border wall
in
crosses
many,
a river
many,
bottom here
too
in
many
Arizona.
cases that it is the
This
time
monsoon
of final
season, they opened up
adjudication of an
the
asylum
bottom part of
case
the gate.
because our case backlog
Is ever going to
was
allow
so
for flood to come
significant
through?
across the system.
So I have a
Well,
figure of
the
10 years.
gates
I don't know that
open.
it's exactly
They
10
can
years,
never be
but it's
closed
probably
again.
somewhere between 5 and 10. Much too
Allow
long. and you
immigrants
agreed
to
with that.
walk right on
So
through.
you and I know each other pretty well because I was the
And then they don't patrol
chair
them.
and then ranking
There's no
member on
telling how
Homeland
many people
Security.
come through those gates.
Always trying to hire border
They don't
agents has
patrol
been
it.
an issue. So
They
in
won't
the
let the gates
request,
open,
there's a
and they patrol elsewhere.
request for
Which gives these immigrants a
another
free way to come right into this
1,000.
country.
You lost 700 last year from attrition. You're not even
That's
hired
okay.
up to the amount that you can have now. How in the world are you going to hire an additional 1,000 officers when you can't even hire up to the allotted amount that you're appropriated for today?
Senator, let me first express my gratitude for your support of the Department of Homeland Security throughout the time that we have worked together. We are intensely focused on hiring reform, not just the hiring process itself, but also making advances in the polygraph process that, as you know, has been a challenge for many years.
Bullshit.
We are
All you do
intensely
is submit
focused
the
on that
polygraph to the
administrative
FBI. Problem
aspect
solved.
of the challenge, because we need
Give it up, Mayorkas.
additional
Quit lying.
personnel.
Thank you. I would suggest too, more pay and better retention bonuses to be able to keep the people
More
that you
pay
have.
my
That's part of the
ass.
package that we're putting forward here as ideas on ways to help. Thank you.
Senator Schatz.
Border
Thank you,
Patrol
Chair,
agents
Vice
are
Chair.
paid
Thank
better
you,
than police
Secretaries,
officers. What
for
the hell are
your
you
willingness
talking
to
about?
testify before the committee. Just one comment on the question of border security, and this is mostly for my Republican friends, but also maybe for the secretaries. Look, I think there is one theory of the case that says once we get into an immigration and border conversation, that the sort of old John Kerry aphorism, nothing is agreed to until everything is agreed to. That's not my point of view. I just wanted to lay that out there. It's not that I necessarily agree with what's being proposed by Republicans, but I do believe we should look for incremental improvements that can be executed in a 10-day
or 6-week legislative timeframe. And if we take Senator Graham at his word that he is trying to land a supplemental that at least to some degree hinges on a good faith effort on the border, we also have to understand that we're going to have to do this in chunks, and that in the context of an emergency security supplemental, there may be some changes. I don't know what it's going to be, and I'm not prepared to negotiate over the dais. I'm also not one of the key negotiators, but I just wanted to give you a flavor for, look, I think we're going to have to do some small things, and we can't say we can't do anything until we do everything. I just think that's not a tenable position, given the political configuration of the Congress and what we need to accomplish in the next
My
6
question
weeks.
is, how
So,
long is this
Secretary
governmental
Mayorkas,
body
back
going
to
to keep
my
allowing this idiot to
singular
keep
abiding
lying and getting
concern,
away with it?
Maui. As you know, the wildfires destroyed Lahaina town and displaced about 11,000 people, and destroying more than 3,000 property, the majority of which were rental housing. So the problem, first of all, FEMA's been great.
And yet,
FEMA
yes,
has
they
been
are,
extraordinary. And we put some money into the DERF to allow them to operate
Every company
and
requires you
provide
to have the
resources.
jab
The
now.
problem that we have right now is timing. The burn zone is still not cleared. The EPA is doing good work with the Army Corps and others. It's going to be a
Is it?
year and a half total before those properties are even
I like Jim
rebuildable.
Jordan.
And even
He's
an
an
accelerated
old smart
time
guy.
frame, that means 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 years before these units are back up online. And that depends on individual property owners making choices that benefit some of the rental unit population. So a lot of people are going to be forced to leave Maui. I mean, that's just a fact. Should the federal government help disaster survivors stay in their communities?
Senator, I believe that the answer
Oh,
is
you guys
yes.
want to watch Jim Jordan?
That we should
Having fun?
try to do everything possible to rebuild, restore, and prove the
Listen to Mayorkas
resiliency
lie is
of a
getting
community. The challenge in Maui has
on my
been
nerves.
quite unique because of its situation, as you well know, better than do I, as an island. And so there was initially the need to remove the hazardous material. Then, as you correctly note, there's the debris removal, which will be time consuming because of the geographic and other challenges that the island confronts. But I do believe in devoting resources and energy to the rebuilding of a community rather than solely an exodus from it.
Okay, thank you. And we're, again, the FEMA people on the ground are excellent, but the thing that is causing me additional anxiety is that when they do their analysis, they have spreadsheets of how many people are currently being rehoused in hotels or in the long-term rental market or in the short-term rental market. And these numbers are dropping, not because we are rehousing people in a more permanent situation, but because people are leaving the island. And I just wanted to flag that for you as a bad outcome.
KMC, did
It
you
is
see
different than when you live on the
video
continent.
of one of the
And
Border Patrol?
God forbid something happens to your
talking
town,
about
and you can take your FEMA money and
truth
find
going
a
on down there?
place.
And shortly
You
after
can
that video
put your
came
stuff,
out,
if you
he
have
was let
stuff
go.
remaining, and drive someplace and enter a new rental market or purchase a new home with your insurance money or with individual assistance money or whatever you were able to scrounge together. That is just not an option in West Maui. And I just wanted to flag that for you. And you and your department and FEMA have been extraordinarily flexible and responsive, but I don't want the memory of the fire itself to fade to the point where we fall back into normal bureaucratic positions and fail to recognize that Hawaii is the most isolated, heavily populated place on the planet. West Maui is even more isolated and even more expensive. And so as we think about helping these people to rebuild, it is not a matter of giving them a voucher and allowing them to fly to the mainland. And I appreciate your continued attention to this.
And look at the inflation we're dealing with right now.
Mr.
makes it hard to
Secretary
survive.
and Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. Secretary Mayorkas, since President Biden has been president And
Well,
since you
that's
have
the
been
simplest solution,
secretary,
Joe, but that will never happen.
how many
They
members
want to
of
let these
Hamas
guys come in this
have come
country
into our country
illegally
across the southern border?
because the Democrats want
Senator,
them
I'm
for
not
voting.
aware of a member of Hamas crossing the border.
Have you stopped a member of Hamas from coming in?
Senator, I am not aware of a member of Hamas being encountered
They
at our
do.
southern
The
border.
entire state of
Have you
California is
vetted
under
all
a
of the
burn
people who have,
restriction.
all of the 8.4 million people who have come into our country illegally?
Senator, you and I have spoken about this before. As you know, we screen and vet individuals.
Have you
whom
have you vetted all of them?
Senator, as you know, we screen and vet individuals whom we encounter.
You haven't vetted
at our-
all of them, have you?
Senator, as I said, we screen and vet individuals whom we encounter at our
All right,
border.
I want to move on because with respect,
I like Kennedy.
Mr. Secretary,
He
to
holds
quote
no
a public
punches.
official in my state, it takes you an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes, and you try to filibuster us and use up our time. What is a safe third country policy?
Senator, a safe third country policy is a policy that provides as follows, that when an individual is fleeing their country of origin by reason of fear of persecution, and they traverse another country that can provide them safety from that fear, then they may not qualify for humanitarian relief in their ultimate country of destination because they
Let
have
me stop you because you're watching 60 Minutes again.
Well, it's Senator.
A safe third country policy, you can tell me if I misunderstand.
Whatever,
The
Ed.
safe third country policy says America has joined the UN treaty that says if you're being persecuted politically or for race or for religion in your own country, you can seek asylum in the United States. But this is the safe third country part. You have to seek that asylum in the first safe third country that you enter. Is that basically correct?
Of the safe third country policy? Are you asking me, is that a correct
Yes, I am.
assessment? Yes, but let me also
Okay,
just,
let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. Safe third country policies have been around for over 40 years, haven't they?
I don't know,
They started in the 1980s in of all places, Scandinavia, didn't they?
I don't know, Senator.
And the UK has a safe third country policy, doesn't it?
Senator, the UK is underway in addressing its immigration
Spain
challenges.
has a safe third country policy, doesn't it?
Senator, if you know the answer to the question, I'm not sure why you're posing it to me.
Greece has a safe third country policy, doesn't it? I'm because I want to know if you know. You don't even know how many people are
Get him,
coming into our
Kennedy.
country.
That is not
Greece
true.
has a safe third country policy, doesn't it?
Senator, I disagree with the statement that you.
I understand, but does
uh,
Greece have a safe third country policy?
I do not know if it does.
Canada, the EU, Turkey, Norway, they all have safe third country policies,
It's
don't they?
interesting. It's interesting you cite Canada because I negotiated the safe third country
Yeah,
agreement.
and
with-
the first thing that President Biden did, and you did when you when you took office, was abolish our safe third country policies. Now, in 2023, this is Senator Hovind's chart. What percentage of the illegal immigrants who came across
Yeah,
the
but so
southern
there's
border
some
were not from
disabled out
Mexico?
there
Do you know?
that companies won't
Senator,
hire
I know
because
that
they claim that
third
they're a high
country
risk on
nationals
their
has
insurance
been
policy.
on the increase, the number of encounters.
What percentage?
But they're
I
trying.
can
of-
certainly, I can certainly.
You don't know, do you?
I can
Okay.
certainly,
It's 71%. Okay, are not people who are not from Mexico.
But I agree. There are some people out
So
there
if
that
we had a
don't
safe
wanna
third
work
country
and want to live off
policy,
of governmental assistance and we pay
that
for it.
means that 71% of the 8.4 million people that if you have allowed to come into our country illegally, let me be conservative and use 6.6 million because the 8.4 includes gotaways. 71% of the 6.6 million people that you have allowed into our country illegally would not be hurt in any way. They could claim asylum from political or religious or racial persecution, but they would have to do it in another country more than likely Mexico. Is that not the case?
Senator, that is an incomplete and inaccurate accounting of the Safe Third
And did you
Country.
not say when we last spoke, and I proposed that, you thought it was a bad policy?
Senator, let me share with you a prerequisite to a Safe Third Country agreement, and that is.
No,
that-
I'm almost out of time, and I'm not going to let you filibuster, Mr. Secretary.
Well, Senator, I have to say that 60
Well,
minutes.
I'm just not going to let you do
Senator
it.
Kennedy, if he can respond,
Well,
you're out of time, but I'd like to.
It's my time, Madam Chair, and I'm going to use it the way I
Your
want.
time is expired.
Here's, well, you let others go on. Here's what I think, Mr. Secretary. I think you're a smart guy. Now, there are only one or two things going on here. Either you're not qualified to manage a Costco food court, or you believe in open borders.
Senator
And I think it's the
Senator
latter.
Kennedy, your time has expired. Thank you.
I would just say the following two things. Number one, you're 0 for 2 on that. You're inaccurate in both respects, number one. And I'd like the record to reflect that 60 minutes is not 45 minutes, because I can't seem to answer a question without being interrupted. I just wanted to make that comment.
Well, if you would answer a
Senator-
question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the recognition. Thank you for being here to both of you. That's the first time that I've heard a 4-second
Wait,
interrupted
Kenny
answer
also lunges.
be
He goes-
described
he
as a
goes-
filibuster.
He goes for the throat.
I mean, I think the most important part of these hearings is hearing the answers from our witnesses. I don't know that it serves this
Shut up,
committee
Murphy.
very well to give you literally 3 seconds to answer very complicated questions before asking the next one. And so I'm going to ask you a question, Secretary Mayorkas, and I'm going to give you the time to answer it. I think that you get a lot of criticism for implementing the law. It's been 40 years since we've come to a bipartisan agreement on how to change the law. We have tried many times to engage in that process, most recently in 2013 when we came to a
Democrats,
conclusion
what
in
do
the
you
Senate,
expect?
but Republicans in the House of Representatives refused to take up our measure. This could all be a lot easier if we would decide together to come together and fix part of this problem, half of this problem, all of this problem. But most of the complaints here are because these laws haven't been updated in 40 years. And this administration and every administration has been stuck with a mess caused by congressional inaction. And so this is a little bit of transference, as they say in the discipline of psychology. So you've asked for $755 million for USCIS in this budget. Typically, when we have been trying to push for money for this account in prior years, and I know this as chairman of this subcommittee that oversees the Department of Homeland Security, it's been Republicans who have pushed back. But tell us the
No, I like
consequences of
Kennedy.
underfunding USCIS
He calls it
at
for
the
what he
level it
sees.
is underfunded today. Tell
And I
us
think
how
we need more
your
senators that
hands
do
are
that.
tied to try to efficiently manage the border if you don't have the resources you need to properly do all of the functions that USCIS is engaged in at the border and throughout our legal immigration system. Why is this really important? And why is it important for Republicans and Democrats to come together to support that funding?
Senator, thank you for your inquiry. When we have more
More filibuster
asylum
from
officers
Mayorkas.
and when we have more support personnel to assist them in accomplishing the
He's just
mission
wasting time and
that
air.
they are expert in performing, then what we are able to do is drive greater efficiency in the asylum system, including shortening the time in between the time of the credible fear interview
Here we go,
and
more
the ultimate
bullshit.
adjudication, including in between the time of initial encounter and the credible fear interview. We can conduct more credible fear interviews and we can advance the system because we have discussed already in this hearing the unacceptable fact that
Deb.
it is far too slow a process, the asylum adjudication process. That is because the system is broken and critically, we
Brad.
are terribly underfunded and under-resourced. And this supplemental gets to that latter point.
one of the things my Republican colleagues have talked about in this hearing is adjustments to the asylum standard. And I think that's a legitimate conversation to have, but that will necessitate, to the extent that there is more or different work being done by USCIS, some pretty significant new resources. And so I just put that on the table for my Republican colleagues who are coming to the table in good faith
Good question,
for a
Cricket.
conversation about
But my
changing the
run
laws.
your-
Last question, Secretary
run your
Mayorkas,
entire
just to
day
talk for a minute about the
trying to
nonprofit
explain it.
security grant
Because
program.
you
I
know
know
everything that comes out of his mouth would
how
be
much
the
you
lie.
believe in this. I know that you have been very vocal about the incredible increase in anti-Semitic rhetoric and violence, as well as threats of violence against our Muslim communities. This program is badly underfunded compared to
Oh my
the amount
God.
of need. Talk to us about the gap that exists right now between the amount of money that's in that account and the amount of demand, in particular from synagogues, Jewish community centers, and mosques to upgrade their security.
Senator, very
And where's that our responsibility?
The rise in anti-Semitism, the latest data point I saw is that it has increased 388% since October 7th. The nonprofit security grant program is tremendously oversubscribed. The demand for
Exactly,
these funds
Sassy.
from large and small
this man is the
institutions of
biggest
all
problem.
faiths far exceeds the amount of funding that we have. And it is critical funding that enables faith-based institutions and other nonprofit organizations to secure their facilities. It's places of worship, it's religious schools, and the like, whether it's personnel, cameras, gating, whatever the needs are in a particular jurisdiction. The demand is extraordinary in all sized
What the hell are you
institutions.
talking about, Mayorkas?
Thank you. Senator Heidsmith.
It's the same way.
Thank you,
straight
Madam
across
Chairman,
for all
and thank you both
religions.
for being here. Secretary Mayorkas, last week we heard from Secretaries Blinken and Austin about their request for emergency supplemental funding. And we are really trying to work hard to ensure that the funding they are requesting will actually help rebuild our own defense industrial base and support the protection
Exactly.
of our allies and
Thanks,
partners
Ida.
who
Exactly.
are currently at war. And I have a really easy question, and it will take less than 5 seconds for you to answer this. Given the large amount of disaster supplemental funding that has been requested for DHS, is it fair to call the
They'll never ask that
situation
question.
at the
It's always
border
about the
a
immigrant.
disaster? And this is yes or
Always
no
about the
that
ones
should take
crossing the
just
border.
1 or
The
2
hell with
seconds.
American
No, the
citizens.
disaster is the fact that we have a broken immigration system that we can't seem to fix.
So
Who
the,
cares that they're allowing murderers,
situation at the
rapists,
border, you're
terrorists
saying,
into this
is
country?
not a disaster.
That is
That'll
correct.
affect American citizens. They won't ever
Okay,
bring
and
that
of
one
the
up.
240,000 people who received parole in FY23, how many people from China, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela are denied parole? How many of those were denied parole?
If I may, Senator, the parole program is for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, not individuals from the People's Republic of China. And I would be pleased to provide you with that data.
Well,
the
you should have already had
success
it,
and failure
Mayorkas.
rate of applicants for that program. I'd
You
be
don't
pleased
ever
to
come in
provide
with
that with
data.
you subsequent to this hearing.
So it's not a
You're stupid
blanket.
full.
It is not. It's an individualized application where the supporter, the sponsor,
He always
if
talks
you
about
will,
I'll supply
is
you the
vetted
data,
and
but never
screened as
does.
well
And he
as
comes to
the
these hearings
intended
with
or
no
potential
data to
parolee.
back up what he's talking about.
And what factors do
And this
not
man's
meet
supposed
the
to be taking care
threshold
of
for
the
receiving
entire
parole?
Homeland
For example,
Security?
if
Come on.
someone presents a public safety threat, if someone presents a national security threat, we would not grant them parole. Those are two
He should already have the
very
data
easy
available.
examples to cite. We screen and vet because our
He
highest
just talks
priority
in
is
circles.
the safety and security of the American people.
Okay, I have a little time left, and of all the discussion, it is clear that the current border policies this administration has in place are failing terribly. You yourself last week said that there is a need for policy changes, and yet the funding requested in this supplemental will do little to secure our border, and instead, it will throw money at sanctuary cities and inflate our asylum problems even
Exactly,
further.
KMC.
What this administration has is a policy problem, or perhaps more appropriately, an implementation of the law problem, not a funding problem. Please explain why Congress should provide you with billions more so-called border security funding if you're just going to keep the same failed policies in place.
Senator, I respectfully disagree with the factual premise of your question. I do not think it is a failure of policy. It is the failure of a broken immigration system. It is also the product of an under-resourced, perennially under-resourced department. This supplemental will assist us in further securing the border by adding critically needed additional personnel and technology. And I will share with you that what we are experiencing is an unprecedented level of global migration, and that is also gripping the entire hemisphere.
Yeah, I think we all knew that. I have another question here for Secretary
You need to
Becerra.
start doing your job, Mayorkas.
Staying on the topic of
running circles.
immigration, Mr. Secretary, your department's Office of Refugee
Not yet.
Resettlement is acting in defiance of the Hyde Amendment by using taxpayer dollars to transport pregnant, unaccompanied alien girls across state lines to obtain abortion, clearly acting to circumvent pro-life state laws. Secretary Becerra, how many abortions for pregnant migrant girls has the Office of Refugee Resettlement illegally facilitated across state lines over the past year? And what was that cost to taxpayers?
Senator, thank you for the question. I want to assure you that at the Department of Health and Human Services, we comply with the law when it comes to providing health services or making sure Americans have access to the services. We make sure that we follow the laws that have been passed by Congress, including the Hyde Amendment. And so the services that we provide to those individuals who are within our care through the unaccompanied child program, they will receive healthcare services, but it's all within compliance within the law.
Okay, if you wish to disagree with
I
me
believe
on the
your
legal
senator's coming
aspect, let me put it
They
this way.
haven't talked
How
to him
many
yet.
abortions for pregnant migrant girls has the Office of Refugee Resettlement facilitated across state lines over the past year? And what was that cost to taxpayers?
So Senator, we would make sure in compliance with the law that if, for example, emergency services are needed for an individual in our care, we would make sure that they provide those services. We also want to make sure that we assist any individual in being able to execute on their rights to have healthcare services. So
What rights do they have?
They're an illegal immigrant.
I could try to get back to you on any precise numbers.
Okay, that's what
Our
I'm asking for
Constitution
is
doesn't
just
cover
how
them.
much did it cost the taxpayers and how many were there? And my
Thank you.
time is out.
Your time is up. Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, included in the supplemental funding
I
request
don't
is
get
over
these
$2.5
people.
billion for immigrations and customs
They
enforcement.
think because they're an illegal
And I've
immigrant, our
had
Constitution covers them.
longstanding
It
concerns
don't.
about the conditions at the Torrance County Detention Facility, where in 2022, the Department of Homeland Security's OIG actually recommended immediately relocating all of the ICE detainees from Torrance until the facility ensures adequate staffing and safe living conditions. A later subsequent DHS OIG report reaffirmed the same sort of basket of problems. And so what I want to ask, I have a very simple request for you. I want you to become personally familiar with this facilities and its challenges. Will you commit to doing that?
I will, and I should say two things.
Go ahead.
One, the conditions in ICE detention facilities is indeed a priority. And for the first time, we closed 5 facilities that did not comply with the conditions that we insist upon. I commit to you to look at the Torrance facility, Senator.
I look forward to working with you on that.
Well, hell, you committed to
Secretary
everybody and
Mayorkas,
you haven't
I also want to
followed
ask
any
you
of
to
them.
sort of,
So
we
there's
sort of
that.
glossed
He
over
won't look at the
what you
Torrance
said about
facility.
the importance of technology at our land-based ports of entry. So I want you to expand on the technological investments that are incorporated into this supplemental and why they're so important, in particular, to detect illicit narcotics like fentanyl, And please reiterate why it's also so important to focus specifically, because of the numbers, on those land-based ports of entry.
Senator, over 90% of the fentanyl that is smuggled into this country is smuggled in through the ports
All
of
he has ever
entry,
done is
predominantly via passenger
lie
and
every time they
commercial
bring him in.
vehicles. And non-intrusive
It's
inspection
ridiculous.
technology, it's known as, everything is, it seems in the government by its acronym NII, is a remarkably efficient force multiplier in enabling us to detect the ingenious ways that fentanyl is sought to be smuggled through those vehicles. Most recently, I saw lengthy vertical candles hollowed out in their centers and pills hidden in them. The detection technology that we seek to enhance through this supplemental, I believe it's about 1.1 billion. It's just an extraordinary tool in detecting that and enabling our field office personnel, our field operations personnel to work on other elements of the port security.
That 1.1 billion, how much additional capacity to scan incoming passenger vehicles will that give you?
I should, if I can, correct myself. I think it's about 850 million on the technology. We also have some of the funds, the balance for the officers themselves. I'm sorry if you
just how much additional capacity will that give at our ports of entry to catch illicit substances?
Oh, it's by a multiple.
And the reason he
Senator,
never
it's
comes
just
in
an
with data is he
extraordinary
knows the data will
advancement of our mission.
show that he's been lying
Secretary
and
Becerra,
falsifying shit.
I want to ask you about the scheduling process. And under the Controlled Substances Act,
That's
both
why he never comes in
HHS
with data.
and
Because the data would
Drug
prove he's
Enforcement
been
Agency have a role
blowing
to play in
smoke out of his ass the
scheduling.
entire
Can you
time.
talk a little bit about the unique expertise that HHS brings to that process that may not exist at DEA?
Senator, thanks for the question. Principally through the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA at HHS, it is our responsibility to try to give the science on substances so that therefore DEA can then decide where to classify that substance when it comes to being a narcotic or a substance that could have an impact on society. We undertake an effort to make sure that we update the science. We want to make sure that if we're scheduling a particular substance or drug, it's properly scheduled. And so whether it is all the fentanyl and what we're seeing today with some of these drugs that are having an impact on our country, we want to make sure that they are properly, based on the science, scheduled for activity. We also want to, for example, make sure that we can do the research that's necessary to determine how to schedule a drug.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you for holding this hearing today. Gentlemen, welcome. Secretary Mayorkas, I'm going to turn my first question to you. I'm having my staff pass around page 51 from the August budget proposal that you put forward in the supplemental request. What I'd like to do is draw your attention to the language that's highlighted there in yellow. This is a breathtaking proposal that basically requests the authority for DHS to reprogram any amounts, all existing past, present, and future amounts of ICE funding, the ability to redirect that funding in its entirety, if that were your decision, to non-law enforcement activities. There's a litany of them listed there, including to non-governmental organizations. In essence, it would allow you to defund ICE to some extent, maybe to its entirety, and place those funds to other purposes. I looked for this same request in your October budget proposal, and I didn't find it. So, Mr. Secretary, are you still requesting this?
Senator, I have never proposed the defunding of ICE. I would vigorously.
Secretary, that's the exact, please read this language that I handed to you here.
Senator, I would vigorously oppose the defunding of ICE. And please recall that I served for 12 years as a federal prosecutor, and I believe devoutly in the law enforcement mission of that agency.
I'm not asking you about your resume, Mr. Secretary. I'm asking you about the language that's plainly here in the page. This language asks for the authority that we grant you the authority, DHS, the authority to to reprogram the funds that are intended for law enforcement at ICE, the authority to reprogram to the variety of things like non-governmental organizations, which are clearly not law enforcement. And are you denying this would allow you the ability to reprogram even $1?
Let me be clear, Senator, because it's, I would want to read this carefully and in the context.
Well, I would hope you would have read it because you're talking about an $8 billion budget here. You're here to defend this budget right now.
Senator, let
Get
me,
him.
well, let me be clear that there are different types of detention
Fine.
that
Alicia.
work for different individuals to ensure their appearance in the immigration enforcement proceedings in which we place them. For example, there are individuals who pose a threat to public safety that need
Barbara
to
got
be
to hear her
detained
guy.
in a full custodial
This is
setting.
Howie.
There are individuals who do not pose a public safety threat, as to whom we have some level of assurance of their continued appearance in enforcement proceedings, and therefore we place them on alternatives to detention. There very well may be individuals that will continue to appear in their immigration enforcement proceedings if they are in a community-based residential center.
Well, here's what
For
this
example,
proposal, this proposal though specifically
why we're
asks
having this.
about
It's
the
like
budget
you can
for
put
the
out what you
only
believe
law
in.
enforcement agency that we have
You know I am
that is
this
charged
year.
with the
I'll let you
deportation
rant.
of people that have come to this country illegally, many of them with criminal records. And what this asks for is the authority to reprogram that budget, to defund ICE and take those funds and use them for a variety of things, including giving them to non-governmental organizations. What it asks for, in essence, the way I read this, is to give ICE a different purpose. You have the ability to reprogram ICE and turn it into a travel agency that brings illegal immigrants here and sends them to hotels in New York City. You're going to turn this into an electromagnet if we were to allow you this authority.
that is completely false.
Then
That's
why is
completely
it
true, you
requested in
fool.
this manner, Mr.
Is it-
Secretary?
is
Can
it-
you look at the language here and tell me that's not what you're requesting?
Senator, is it your assertion that when we contract out to an organization outside of the government to deliver greater efficiency?
My assertion is
that
that you
we
are
are-
asking for the ability to redirect or reprogram is the technical term you use, to reprogram ICE funding to those sorts of purposes. That is a defunding of law enforcement
So,
and placing those law enforcement funds, which we desperately need law enforcement,
so Senator,
and putting them into custodial services or anything that might make it more convenient or more attractive to come to this country illegally.
Senator, so your assertion is that when we contract out, we are defunding the organization?
No, and I'd like to reclaim my time because I'm running out of it. This is not an assertion. This is a plain reading of the language here. You're asking for breathtaking authority to reprogram to defund ICE.
That is
You're
incorrect.
not backing away from this request. I'm not talking about the custodial services. I'm talking about your request to defund ICE up to the entirety of their budget. And I'm going to do everything I can to stop that from happening here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to consider these important supplemental requests tonight. I do hope, Mr. Secretary,
Hit
that
it
you
right on the head.
give a prompt and fulsome answer to the questions presented by Senator Hagerty. It's my understanding this is not included in the current supplemental. I respect that you're being careful in not saying that, but that's what my staff are telling me. I've long followed a simple statement from President Biden back when he was senator. Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget and I'll show you your values. And these words ring particularly true for me as I'm looking at this broad supplemental request. Back in 2018, a bipartisan group of us that includes many on this committee introduced legislation that Senator Rounds and King carried. It was transformative. It would have paired the DREAM Act with what was then considered an eye-popping amount of $25 billion invested in border security over 10 years, $2.5 billion a year. This supplemental requests $13.6 billion additional for securing our border and for dealing with our broken immigration system for 1 year. It is a dramatic investment. Money matters. Your request would include hiring thousands of new Border Patrol agents, ICE prosecutors, USCIS officers, Customs and Border Patrol, immigration judges, and those who process claims for asylum. The non-intrusive inspection systems that we would use to interdict fentanyl crossing at the border ports of entry. All of this matters, and I urge my colleagues to pay attention to the positive benefits for border security that would result from taking seriously and passing this supplemental. Mr. Secretary, DHS has requested authorization for a policy change in this supplemental as well, a change to allow electronic service of notices to appear. Could you help explain briefly what that would mean to be able to provide electronic service of process and why it would help DHS enforce the law?
Senator, thank you. The electronic issuance of notice to appear gains tremendous efficiency. We're using technology to be able to provide a critical immigration enforcement document to an individual whose address we have confirmed. And therefore, we do not need to send an officer to that location to provide that same service.
Those of us who've been involved in law enforcement or who are attorneys understand that individual service of process by hand, by paper, is far less efficient than this authority that you are requesting in the supplemental. Using technology to ensure you're able to charge everyone apprehended by Border Patrol, while also helping migrants better understand and access and receive vital case management information, is exactly the sort of pragmatic compromise to strengthen our security that we should adopt on a bipartisan basis. Some of my colleagues, Mr. Secretary, have urged that we adopt again the Remain in Mexico program, not just reinstate it, but expand it to include every apprehended migrant who cannot be detained. Based on your experience with the program and your reasons for terminating it, rooted in administrative burdens and individual safety and diplomatic challenges, can you speak briefly to the practicalities of resuming that program?
Senator, you correctly cited three failings of that proposal. Number one are the administrative burdens, given the need for due process. Two are the humanitarian considerations with respect to the conditions in which those individuals are placed during the pendency of the immigration enforcement proceeding. And three are the diplomatic challenges, because of course, Mexico is a sovereign nation and would require its consent to that implementation.
One of the criticisms I've heard directly from several of my colleagues on this committee today is that the president's border supplemental funding request is only about managing the border, not securing the border. Respectfully, I think that distinction is false, and I think this request includes significant investments in things like non-intrusive inspection at the border ports of entry that would improve securing our border. A significant amount of this funding would go to rapidly adjudicating claims for asylum. Can you explain how swift adjudication of claims is indeed a part and parcel of more effective border enforcement?
Senator, when an individual's claim fails under the law and we effect their removal swiftly, that swift removal serves a significant deterrent effect. And with respect to the false assertion that this is just managing the border as opposed to securing the border, I would cite for a perfect example our request for additional funds for removal flights for individuals as to whom we have determined their claim is invalid, and we seek their prompt removal to their country of origin. That is an enforcement measure.
Well, thank you. We have a lot of work ahead of us to negotiate and navigate the challenges of the supplemental requests. I'll conclude with two quick points. There are 14 senators, including many on this committee, co-leading an Afghan Adjustment Act. It is my hope that 2 years on, we will finally do right by those who served alongside us in Afghanistan. And I could not agree more with the chair's opening comment that we should not have an Israel-only supplemental jammed through. In the next couple of weeks, we should consider all of the issues raised in today's hearing for supplemental funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rubio.
Secretary Mayorkas, under our current laws, I know I'm correct on this, if you endorse or you espouse terrorist views and you apply for a visa, that's denied. You're inadmissible, right?
I believe that's the correct language.
So what if you already have a visa, and then while in the U.S. with that visa, you espouse or support terrorist activity? Shouldn't that be an automatic cancellation of that visa?
Senator, I would have to check the law, but I would understand that
might be a basis for the revocation of the visa and the removal of the individual. I'd want to check the law in that area.
Well, I think it makes sense that if you can't get a visa because you espouse terrorist views or endorse terrorist views, if you have a visa and then you do that while a visitor, we're talking about visitors to the United States, that visa should be canceled.
I would agree.
Okay, good, because I'm asking the administration to enforce that, and I hope you will. I think that's important. Let me get, and there's a lot of talk about immigration. I deal with immigration every day because, as you know, where I live in Miami, virtually everyone's from somewhere else, whether it's another state or primarily another country in South Florida. So everywhere I go, I'm just going to read all about what people tell me. This is what they tell me. Talked to a lady 3 days ago. She says her son, I forgot the exact, he may be in Honduras. She's going to Venmo him $5,000, $6,000 or Cash App. He's going to pay someone to bring him to the U.S. border where he will present himself to border officials. He will be admitted into the country at some point, released. He knows this because other people have done it. Depending on how he's released, within 180 days, I believe, he'll have a work permit. And at some point in the future, he'll have to show up for a hearing, maybe not get an immediate trial date, but he's basically within the next 8 weeks is going to be living in the United States. This is the pattern that they have established and that they understand. And once he's successful at doing that, he'll obviously tell people back home how he did it, and they'll do the same thing. Is that not, in essence, what is happening?
I would perhaps, Senator, qualify a few of the facts, but that is indeed a pattern that we see, which speaks to how broken our immigration system is, but how important are the policies that we have promulgated to prevent that scenario from occurring. And let me give you an example of the policy that we have promulgated to ensure that that scenario does not occur. What we have done is we have promulgated a regulation that provides, it's called the Circumvention of Lawful Pathways. Our model is to build safe, orderly, and lawful pathways to come to the United States and seek relief under our laws, and to deliver a consequence for those individuals who do not avail themselves of those lawful pathways, but instead follow the pattern that you have described.
But as of right now, the pattern I've described is the prevalent one.
That is one pattern, but the policy that we have promulgated, the model that we have architected, is in fact a significant defense against that in the context of a broken immigration system. And our policy is working, although it is under challenge in the courts. Our Circumvention of Lawful Pathways regulation is being challenged in one court, and our lawful pathways are being challenged. And so we get hit from both sides, but the model is an optimal model that we are continuing to pursue during.
I understand. I don't mean to cut you off. I got your point. I only have a minute left. I want to get to one more question. My point on that, though, is the perception is as important as the reality. The perception right now still is. I mean, this lady told me this on Monday, so this is, I'm not, I guess I, can tell you that's at least one person more that's coming. I want to talk, and Secretary Becerra, maybe this will involve you a little bit too, about a specific category, this refugee resettlement, Cubans, Haitians. But let me just focus on the Cuban one because I know that one well. So if you come from Cuba, you are presumed to be for fleeing political persecution. So you automatically are eligible for refugee cash. You're eligible for food stamps. You're eligible for Medicare, Medicaid. Others who immigrate to this country have to wait 5 years for those and don't get the refugee cash. But within a year, depending if you're paroled, you can apply for a green card. And then you can travel back to Cuba as often as you want, multiple times. You can take cash. You can buy stuff with the food stamps. I've seen it. Okay, this is not, I didn't read this in a magazine. I've seen it. They use the food stamps, they fill up these bags, and they take it back to Cuba over there, or they just transfer cash back. Some people go back to Cuba for 3 months at a time. They've been here a year. How, if you are fleeing persecution, how can it be that a year later you are spending summers in Cuba? How can it be that less than a year later you're traveling back 6, 8 times a year to Cuba? I've never heard of people fleeing persecution going back to a place repeatedly. There's an issue here, is there not?
Senator, you respectfully allow me to say that you've misdescribed the Cuban Adjustment Act and what happens
when an individual from Cuba arrives in the United States, because we do indeed remove individuals to Cuba. So
Assuming Cuba will accept them and they're ineligible for some reason, right?
that is correct.
But the overwhelming majority do not get removed.
That is,
Which is fine. I'm just saying, if once you, I'm not talking about the people that are here. Once you are here, you're assumed here because you're a refugee fleeing persecution, and you have a host of benefits at a minimum. If a year later you're here on a refugee, but you're going back to Cuba 6 times, shouldn't you at least lose the refugee status?
Senator, let me follow up with your concern. The question being, if I understand it correctly, is if indeed an individual flees the country of origin by reason of fear of persecution, they obtain refugee status because
Specifically Cuban in this case.
Because that fear has been affirmed and they are now a refugee. Does their desire and actually travel to the country of origin militate against the legitimacy of their claim?
Thank
it's a
you.
year later.
Senator
Yes.
Baldwin.
I will follow up on that, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Mayorkas, failure to stem the flow of fentanyl at the southwest border has absolutely tragic consequences, as you know, for families across the country, and including in my state of Wisconsin. Last year, more than 1,400 Wisconsinites died from overdoses. And between 2019 and 2021, fentanyl overdose deaths in Wisconsin grew by 97%. That's why in October, I called on President Biden to prioritize additional resources to strengthen security at the southwest border to stop the flow of illicit drugs like fentanyl. And I'm glad that the administration listened and is seeking $1.2 billion for the Department of Homeland Security for inspection systems and additional CBP officers. The administration's supplemental request includes includes funding for urgent needs, and Congress really must act on this supplemental request in full. An all hands on deck approach to addressing fentanyl trafficking requires commitments from international partners as well as local law enforcement. So I particularly want you to drill down on that. How is DHS working with law enforcement partners to both stop the initial flow of fentanyl into our country and then prevent its distribution within our borders? And how will that work be strengthened with the funding in this supplemental request?
Thank you very much, Senator. You're absolutely right that it requires an all hands on deck. And it is illustrative of the advances that we have made. Homeland Security Investigations, the premier law enforcement investigative agency within the Department of Homeland Security, housed at Immigration and Customs Enforcement, has transnational criminal investigative units, TCIUs, that work very closely with our law enforcement partners to the south, in Mexico, in the Central American countries, to address the production of fentanyl, to address the trafficking and the precursor chemicals, the movement of equipment, the movement of monies, all aspects of the transnational criminal organizations, so that we dismantle and disrupt them. That's a perfect
I agree 100%, KMC, but that's not happening. And I'm still trying to figure out how this damn fool hasn't been fired.
Secretary Becerra, we've heard a lot today, as you know, about the child care crisis and the consequences of inaction. But the expiration of the child care stabilization funding is not just a theoretical problem in Wisconsin.
They want these
Earlier this week,
immigrants
the
coming
Washington Post reported on the ripple effect when a child care provider in a small town like Milton, Wisconsin, had to close their doors as the stabilization funding came to an end. The closure meant that a mom with 2 young children and a baby on the way could no longer afford or find childcare that worked for her family. So she decided to leave her full-time job, which now means that the dental practice where she worked is down one dental assistant and can only serve a fraction of the patients that they used to. So childcare is not just a problem for working moms, although that ought to be reason enough to address it. It is also, as this Wisconsin example shows, a problem for everyone that has significant ripple effects. Secretary, are we seeing similar effects in other states as the stabilization program ends? And how will the additional funding through this supplemental proposal reverse this trend?
Senator, you're absolutely right. This is happening throughout the country. I have a particular case here I can cite to you from the state of Maine. Jordan Rosagwal had a child care program in the state of Maine. She was able to keep it afloat because of the stabilization funds that she received. Once she saw the end in sight, she started to make calculations. She realized she would not be able to make payroll. And she made the decision, unfortunately, to close down her center. The impact left some 100 children and their parents. And these are parents, in many cases, who are professionals without childcare. This is a story we're going to hear over and over again because the stabilization funds acted immediately to do exactly that, stabilize many childcare centers.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Collins, for holding this hearing today. I thank you for joining us today to Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra. As I said last week, there is a national security crisis at our southern border. FY 2023 set a record of total encounters, almost 2.5 million. This September set a new monthly record for encounters along the southwest border, nearly 270,000. The Biden administration also sets a new record of encounters of individuals on the terrorist watch list between ports of entry, 169 total arrests on the southern border. That is more than the previous 3 fiscal years combined. Secretary Mayorkas, that is not a record to be proud of. President Biden's national security supplemental request included $13.6 billion for the border and migration, including nearly $9 billion for DHS, with very few details of how DHS intends to spend that funding. Money alone is not going to solve this crisis. That's clear. We must make policy changes to that. And I appreciate some colleagues on the other side of the aisle who recognize that that can be done incrementally. Whether it's tightening our asylum standards or limiting the use of parole to case-by-case basis, policies must be enacted to stem the flow of migration to our southern border.
Well, I look at it this way.
We've come to this hearing today to address emergencies.
They should be taken
Natural
to the border
disasters
and released
are
back over to
emergencies.
the other side.
Our southern border is an emergency, helping our friends defend themselves against brutal attacks.
No, they release
That's
them
an
to the city
emergency.
streets.
But the latest supplemental request really stretches the definition of what an emergency is. For example, I agree that the child care shortage is a crisis and that thoughtful and sustained attention is necessary. However, we need to be honest with the American people. We have to differentiate between emergency spending and
Why don't
long-term
we be honest with the American people?
investment
Come on, they
in
can't
our
be honest
national
with you,
priorities.
congressmen
The
and women.
Child Care Development Block Grant is a bipartisan program with a storied
You can't be honest
history
with
that
politicians. What the
should
hell
be
makes you think
supported,
you'd be
and it should
honest with
be
the American
improved.
people?
ARPA created the Child Care Stabilization Fund to instead support a new program that had a firm
I'm sorry to
expiration
hear that,
date of
Josie.
September 30th, 2023. The program in ARPA was created through a partisan reconciliation package to address what we were told was the immediate childcare emergency caused by COVID
But I think it's
and
funny, the
prolonged
Democrats are worried
lockdowns.
about the election that Trump
COVID
might
emergency
actually beat
funding was never
Biden.
intended
They're
to
talking
be
about
indefinite.
replacing Biden with somebody else.
This committee knew it would expire. This Congress knew it would expire. The Biden administration knew it would
I agree, Joe.
expire. And
We
Mr.
shouldn't pay
Secretary,
for them to sit
you
in jail.
knew
They
it
should
would
just be taken to the
expire.
border and
Knowing that it was set
Oh,
to
don't
expire
ever
in
come back.
September of 2023,
save us from
in
having to
your
spend money
FY
while they sit
'24
in
budget
jail.
request, you requested $9 billion for the child care block grant
I know they're
program.
still on their witch hunt.
But now, just a few months later, you're here and you're highlighting a completely manufactured cliff, asking for $16 billion to supplement regular order appropriations. That's not how to effectively run a government. And it's a concerning trend throughout this request. As a government, we cannot continue to bolster certain priorities through unsustainable and really unreliable year-end emergency supplementals, instead of addressing priorities through regular order and budgeting. So Secretary Becerra, you state that if Congress does not provide additional funding for the COVID Emergency Child Care Fund, working families across the
COVID's
country
over
are going to
with. What
suffer
the hell?
the
Why does he need
consequences
more money?
with higher out-of-pocket costs, fewer options for care, more women leaving the workforce. And none of us up here want that. Not one person up here wants to see that happen. But my question to you is this. Do you believe that throwing in a request for $16 billion for an expired program into an end-of-the-year emergency supplemental request is an effective way to address one of the most pressing issues facing families? Why didn't you address it in the budget request? You know, I joined this committee and I thank the chairwoman, I thank the ranking member for following regular order. You know, we went through hearings, we went through markups, but to me, this is going around the appropriations process, and I am upset by that. I think for a government to run and for families and businesses to
trying to get back
have
into the United
certainty
States
in
and they
their
have to ask
lives,
the
we
courts
need to
to allow
identify
them to
those
do that.
priorities, be honest about them, and
And they're
do it in
American
regular
citizens.
order.
They're
And sir, I don't
Americans. They were
believe this
born
is.
in America.
Madam Chair, I know time has expired, but
If you have 20 seconds, 30 seconds. for
certainly,
response.
Senator, I hope you will work. I know that
Yeah,
Chairwoman
not
has
one
been
of
trying to
them be
work to
arrested.
increase the funding for childcare through the Child Care and Development Fund. But as you know, that only goes to certain families who qualify. And even then, that money only accounts for about 1 in 7 of the eligible families who need childcare. The stabilization money was meant to actually help providers, not necessarily directly the
That's
families,
an
because
insurrection.
providers were going under.
But nothing
I
will
hope
happen
you
to
agree
them.
that it is an emergency. If a childcare center that millions of American families depend on if they go under, it is an emergency. It will be a crisis.
Thank you. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Becerra, good to see you. I've enjoyed our time serving together in the House years back. It's good to see you here before us today. I also want to thank you for your focus
That's
on affordable
ridiculous.
child care, despite whatever the policy procedures are. It is a crisis. It is a major issue that we need to focus on. In fact, a September report from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce estimates that my state of Michigan alone loses nearly $3 billion a year when working parents struggle to find childcare. That's very real. A loss of $3 billion in my state. It means about $576 million in lost tax revenue and another $2.3 billion loss for Michigan employers because of high employee turnover and absenteeism. This is something that we must be focused on all the time. And as you cited in your testimony, the President's Council of Economic Advisors report released this week found that the stabilization grants in the American Rescue Plan had a cost-benefit ratio of about 2 to 1. Now, I spent a lot of years in the investment business prior to being in elected office. And if I told investors you get a 2 to 1 return on your investment, most people would grab that. This is a significant investment
we're already
in the future
facing
of our
that
country.
disaster. We're
Perhaps you
not
could just
going to.
expand
We
briefly
are.
as to
once again
It's
why
happening
this
right now.
is an investment in our country and in our economy. And to actually be penny wise is truly being pound foolish.
Senator, thank you. Every dollar we put into the stabilization fund for childcare makes sure that a family can go to work and still know that the child will be taken care of. And by the way, I should emphasize that principally means a woman can go to work, because more often than not, it will be the woman who has to sacrifice the job to stay home to care for the child. It means that
Oh
we
my
will
God.
see more small businesses stay in business, because it is small business that is the driving force in the childcare
You know, there's
sector.
more
And
dads
it
that
means
stay
that
home nowadays
several
to take care of their
million
kids.
children will continue to have quality childcare in your state of Michigan. Without these stabilization funds that the president is requesting, some 250,000 children likely will lose the childcare that they have.
Well, they are children.
Yeah, and that's
They
unacceptable.
said they
So
still got
thank you for that
over
response.
1,000 more arrests.
Secretary
for
Marcus, good to see you
J6
here in
do.
another context. I see you usually at my committee. It's good to see you here today. My question is, with the conflict between Israel and Hamas, Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities are experiencing escalating rates of violence, hate, and harassment. It's something we addressed last week in our
Jose,
committee.
the next
And as you know, your department's
disaster
nonprofit security
gonna
grant
happen on
program, which
American soil
I worked to
will be World War
reauthorize
III.
last Congress
It's
with
gonna make
Congressman
9/11
Thompson
look like a
and
walk
Senator
in the
Portman.
park.
It provides absolutely invaluable resources to protect houses of worship and nonprofits from these acts of hate. My question for you, Secretary, is if provided with supplemental funding for this program, how will the department plan to expedite the grant process to ensure that funding gets into the hands of these applicants more quickly than the months or longer that it's currently taking? This is an immediate threat that needs immediate action.
Senator,
That's how
thank you very
stupid
much
these
for being
fools
such
are.
a champion of the
It will be
program
World
and
War III.
advocating for the increase in funding to date. The 200 million we seek in
And
the
it's going to
supplemental
do that every single
is
day.
more needed now than ever before. We have been, in fact, working within the department to ensure that if and hopefully when we are provided this critically needed supplemental funding to that nonprofit security grant program, we get it in the hands of applicants
And this fool
very
needs to be
quickly.
fired.
And we are looking at how we can really gain efficiencies in the application process to achieve that outcome.
Well, good. This year has also been, as you well know, another record-breaking year for natural disasters. 24 events occurring so far. That's cost over $1 billion. After almost running out of money over the summer, FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund currently contains over $30 billion, thanks to Congress fulfilling the administration's previous supplemental request and passing a continuing resolution. However, we know that rebuilding has just begun for many costly disasters. So my question for you, Secretary Marcus, is without the additional $9 billion requested by the administration last month, when do you project the Disaster Relief Fund to go into deficit?
Senator, I believe I was just conferred with FEMA about this. Mid-year or later of 24, we would have to begin to compromise the distribution of funds to only life-saving activities as opposed to community rebuilding and restoration and other critical elements of our work. I believe that's the correct time frame. I will circle back with you to confirm the accuracy of what I just represented.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski.
Yeah, we got another year.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And to the ranking member, secretaries, thank you for being here today. It was just last week, we were debating the aspects of the emergency supplemental related to national security, support for
that's the
Ukraine,
whole
support
plan.
for Israel.
They don't want us to
I
see
think
the
today's
2024 election.
conversation is equally important, and that is a focus on our borders here within the United States, and a recognition that when there is unrest and war abroad, we are never safe on our own territory, and to
They don't
assume that
want us
we
to
are
go to the
so is
election.
naive and
We're going to come
ill-informed,
up with some way to
ill-placed.
declare
So
martial law.
I appreciate
put
the
the election
discussion
on
that we're
hold.
having today. Secretary Mayorkas, I heard you say multiple times here this morning
The only way they can do that is
that
have a war on
comprehensive
American soil.
reform is needed. I think we would all agree that
That's all a
comprehensive
plan.
reform is needed. But I'm
A
appreciative
plan ran
of
by the
Senator Schatz's
Democrats.
comment with a recognition that we need to make some incremental gains here. We have got to do more to demonstrate to the people in this country that our borders are safe, that our borders are secure. And Mr. Secretary, you cannot close your eyes to that chart that just shows the numbers increasing and increasing and
Well, look how
increasing.
many
And we
FBI
recognize that
agents
there are
and,
pressures
and paid
globally that are
Antifa
putting pressures
were in the
on us.
J6 crowd
But the people
to
of this
create that
country are
problem.
not feeling secure. They are
And
not feeling secure about
if you look
our
at the
own
videos,
borders. And
the
so
upper part of
as
the
we
Capitol were
work within the
inviting people
parameters
in.
of what I think is
The
a
lower
very
part of the Capitol were
important
trying to keep people from coming
emergency supplemental,
in. Which
Ukraine,
one is it?
Israel,
You're going to let them come in, or
supporting
you're
the
going to prevent them from
Indo-Pacific,
coming in?
support for the
Not
border,
both.
meaningful support for the border. Recognize that this side of the dais is not just talking to hear themselves talk. We need to see some reforms, that just putting more money to a broken system doesn't give people the confidence that they need. And I'm with you. We need to have more men and women on the border. We need to have more technologies, but we also need to be able to look critically at some of the policies that we have in place and admit that they're just not working right now. And so I hope you take that to heart. I hope our colleagues here realize that this is
here's
not
the worst
an
part,
us
Jill.
versus them. This is people in
People
this
who are
country,
sneaking
whether
into
you are
this
in
country,
Washington or Maine or Alaska or
creating a
Maryland,
felony,
who are
are
not
being
feeling secure
treated
right now.
better
We are a
than the people
long
that were at
ways from the
J6.
southern border. But I will tell you that looking at the numbers that we see coming across our northern border and the number of those on the terrorist watch list, what we're seeing on the northern borders are 2 and 3 times more, almost
They're not gonna
500
enforce them.
individuals on the terrorist
God
watch list
forbid they
attempted to
actually
enter
do
the
their
U.S. northern
job.
border points of entry. I
By
appreciate
now, they're
what you
getting
shared
paid to do
with
nothing.
Senator Shaheen from North Dakota. You said that you didn't have
They're
the
getting
ability to
paid to do
disaggregate by
nothing.
states, but you
Just
did
stand there and watch
by
them walk in.
region. I would suggest
And that's
to
because
you
my
that
orchid.
Alaska, that part connected to Washington through Canada, that is a region where we ought to be able to get that information. We haven't been
Okay,
able to
Ask.
get it yet, and I would ask for your help in identifying that so that we can be better informed there. I want to bring it home to the people that I represent in Alaska, who, yes, are looking at our northern border, but even more alarming than who may be coming across our northern border is what we are seeing coming into our state with regards to fentanyl. And I'm participating in a hearing this afternoon in the Indian Affairs Committee on fentanyl in Indian country. And in my state, we are looking at a situation right now where our smallest of small native villages are receiving amounts of fentanyl that are breathtaking in their scope. 98 pounds of fentanyl.
Oh, now they're talking about free speech on college campuses. Oh my
Excuse
God.
me, I underestimated. Nearly 130 pounds of fentanyl in the last 15 months coming
Our
into Alaska,
Judiciary
into
Committee
communities as small as Savuka
is
and
going
Tyonek.
over whether or
One
not
shipment
college
alone
students should have
included
free speech or not.
1,877 grams of fentanyl to Savuka. This is a community of 826 people on St. Lawrence Island in the middle of the Bering Straits. Another shipment in March, 1,593 grams of fentanyl bound for Tyonek, population 415, not accessible by road, by boat. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate what you are sending to IHS through this supplemental. It's $250 million. We got to look really critically at what is happening to our Native American, Alaska Native population with fentanyl. My time has expired. I haven't allowed for response, but I hope you take seriously that we will not be able to get the support that we need for Israel, for Ukraine, for the Indo-Pacific, for the disasters, unless there is true, meaningful border security as part of this supplemental. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank both of you for your service and your testimony. Secretary Becerra, great to see you again. It's great to serve with you in the House. And this is just by way of thanking you and the President for the requests you put forward on childcare. In the state of Maryland, childcare is more expensive than in-state tuition at the University of Maryland. And that obviously puts an incredible strain on family budgets. And it obviously reduces, as you've testified today, the ability of people to enter the workforce if they're having to pay more in childcare in some instances than they're making, or certainly not making all of that work together. So the request that the President has made will help 5,900 providers in the state of Maryland and serve approximately 172,000 children. This is a really important part of the President's request.
Yeah, I'm going to because I'm
Secretary Mayorkas, I know we've covered a lot of territory, so just a couple things as well to thank you to begin with. H-2B visas, thank you for using your authority to expand those numbers. It's especially welcome in Maryland with respect to our seafood processors who simply cannot function.
Because all Mayorkas has proceeded to do every time he's come in is lie.
Conservative bias in education. So I'm going to give you two personal examples. Number one, I belong to a church. I think it's the only American church that's ever been actually an extermination order was issued on by a governor, Governor Lilburn Boggs of Missouri, to actually give license to kill members of my religion over 150 years ago.
Yeah, he can be impeached, but they won't do that. And I don't understand why.
The other thing is, just to relate to this, we talked about the UN just a moment ago. So at 40 years old, having practiced law and tried literally hundreds of cases.
Oh, I agree,
actually
Mark.
representing
There is
NGOs
a
at the
big
United
difference
Nations and
between
other multilateral
free speech and hate
institutions. By the
speech.
way, there is no other organization I know that is so openly, anti-Semitic.
No, he has to be impeached. Mayorkas. That can
Israeli,
impeach Mayorkas.
representative was constantly
Which is bigger than
ostracized
firing him.
and ignored and maltreated, in my opinion.
Because he's in an
Anyways,
appointed
so I
position.
decided to go back because, being a lawyer at the international level, that was good, but being a PhD at the international level and a lawyer,
Yes.
really
They
got a
impeach
lot
him
of
or
credence. So I
Biden
decided
fires
to
him.
go back
But
to get
Biden won't fire him.
my
Because
degree.
Biden recommended him.
Unafraid, very conservative.
He's a Biden
But
crony.
The one thing I know is when I was on that campus in Arizona, by the way, somebody mentioned that I was graduated from elite universities. I can't wait to tell ASU and U of A and BYU, they're considered elite by some congressional witnesses. But the point is, as I was there, I had to duck and hide my
Big,
degrees
you a total damn fool.
because the professors
You need to step
held
down.
they held you. You're sitting in a master's degree or PhD class in seminar.
Oh, wait a minute.
How could
You're
I
coming up for
express
re-election
my
this year,
thoughts
fool.
knowing that a grade below a B?
I bet you
because
don't make it.
The professor disagrees with me. And I experienced that. They control your destiny. So I want to ask to our three students.
A lot.
Tell us a little bit. We'll start with you, Ms. Silverstein, Ms. Jordan, and Mr. Agrizjak.
They still got the impeachment process.
A little bit
It's
about
going through,
whether the administration or the
the inquiry
institutional
stage. They're trying to
or
get all the
institution of
information
whether
and
it's
all the
Cornell,
evidence
Iowa,
they
or
will need
Buffalo,
to make it
did
stick.
anything to hinder your identity as a student or your beliefs or your, let's just go with that.
Thank you, Congressman. As for Cornell, in the case of anti-Semitism, following the massacre on October 7th, President Pollock issued a statement in which she essentially conflated the horrific massacre of Jews on that day with various natural disasters occurring in the world, such as an earthquake in Afghanistan, which was extremely baffling, tone deaf, and insensitive, and truly hurtful to the Jewish community on campus. Now, many incidents, as I've mentioned, have occurred since then in which the Jewish students at Cornell have been threatened repeatedly, most recently with a student's comments posted online to directly go after and attack students.
So when we have a threat, that is not protected speech. That is criminal speech. Was there criminal prosecution, investigation, arrest made in that case?
In the case of the student who was just arrested?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, so this student was arrested, I believe, last week, and he was arraigned. He is currently being held, and his parents claim that he made these comments due to his mental health issues. But regardless of any,
Here we
mental
go.
health issues
Blame it on
that
mental
may have
health.
caused these statements,
Because you don't
it's
want to admit
evident
that your
that-
son is a
that
bigot.
the sentiment created on
So you're gonna
campus
blame
by
it
professors and
on
students
anything
alike
else.
of pervasive and
That way you can
widespread
save face.
anti-Semitism and anti-Israel rhetoric has created such an atmosphere that has enabled him to make these comments, and that really fuels the fire within many students who
I don't
may feel
get these
hostile
yep
to Israel,
people.
to attack Jews.
The kids do something wrong and they
Mr.
blame it on
Chairman,
something else so
my
they can
time has
save
expired.
face.
I asked the
Seriously?
questions of this. May they respond to?
Why don't you take the responsibility for being the parent that you raised a
Thank you
screwed
for your
up kid?
question. So our flyers have been torn down, our chalk is washed away, and we even had an advertisement sign for one of our speakers, Chloe Cole, stolen, and the police recovered the sign, but they didn't figure out, I guess, who took the poster. We never received that back. And this stuff has been ongoing, continues to go on, and
Believe it or
it's
not, your kid is a
obviously
reflection of
showing
you.
that there is an equal opportunity for our speech. The left-leaning students groups, they get their posters, like theirs are literally right next to ours. You can see the remnants of the tape and our poster design still there, but then their posters are completely
If
unattacked.
your kid's talking
And
that
I have
way,
met
that
with the
means you talk
university
that way.
president, I've met with other staff members to discuss this, and it just seems like there's no move towards change. I've asked, I was like, okay, what can we do to at least let our messages heard so we can have people attend our events and hear different points of view? And I still haven't received
And
any of
they
the
don't get
options,
it.
'cause, it's a shame that we have to have different things so that
Well, it
different
has,
things be
and
done
it's the
so that we can
reflection of
have
the
our speech
parents.
heard. We should
It's
have
on how the
the
parents
equal
raise the kids.
opportunity to have our flyers up just like their left-leaning students. We should have equal opportunity
Okay.
for our chalk to be unerased so that, we shouldn't have to do something different. And also all these actions that these students are
Taken care of.
doing violate school policy. It's very clear in the handbook. And again, it still keeps happening. So I just would like to see something positive, like just us being able to stay represented without being
You're welcome, dear.
Thank you for your question. I was very fortunate myself to not face any academic penalty while I was still
It
enrolled in
pisses
university.
any
However, I
taxpayer
was
off
also
because we
biological
pay for these
sciences major,
colleges for these kids
emphasized
to go
multiple
to
topics stayed outside the classroom.
out of our tax
However,
dollars.
we did have those three professors.
Phoenix
that I had
just
mentioned in
went
my opening
through
statement,
200
supported
bonds
a petition,
for
you know,
school
heavily protesting
type
our Michael Mills
bonds.
event, calling for it to get shut down. So I do recognize as well that
90% of
while I
them
was
got
lucky,
passed.
I did not have these professors in class. I recognize other students may not be quite so lucky. And additionally, it was very obvious that the protest following our Ellen West lecture was mishandled. There was danger posed to students. This was widely documented through police reports, yet there was no apology from any university officials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Ms. Burdette, you are an expert on anti-Semitism, and I want to read a few different statements to you, and if you can just give me a yes or no as to whether you would consider them anti-Semitic. I prefer my kids' new Hanukkah from Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering. Anti-Semitic or not?
Very potentially.
I just think that's what they're about, is making money, in a reference to Jared Kushner and his Jewish family. You think that's anti-Semitic?
Anti-Jewish stereotype.
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ, who the people known as the race black really are. This is who our people are. Anti-Semitic or not?
A little too confusing for me to decipher.
We'll get to that. This ain't a game. I'm going to use you as an example to show you the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this is war. Now gonna get you some business. Still confusing?
Uses two stereotypes about Jews as being motivated only by business and having nefarious control that isn't real.
Last one. I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. What do you think about that one?
Anti-Semitic.
So what I'm concerned about is that we have anti-Semitic posts coming from this committee. And last October, the chairman tweeted out on October 6th, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Those 5 statements that I just read to you were from Kanye West, who had made a number of anti-Semitic statements before this tweet was put up, and then made the DEFCON statement about a day after the tweet was put up. I, the chairman at the time, Chairman Nadler, many people in the Jewish community asked the chairman, Chairman Jordan, to take this down. And it wasn't just members of Congress. It was nonpartisan Jewish organizations who said, Kanye West is anti-Semitic. I don't know what you're doing, but please do not give him a platform by leaving this tweet up. It stayed up for months. Defiantly, the chairman kept this tweet up. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to be just today your accountability partner, your online accountability partner, and just go through your social media. Because if we're going to have a hearing about anti-Semitism, we can't allow a tweet like this to be posted on our side or your side. In 2019, Chairman Jordan also tweeted at Tom Steyer and used the $ for Steyer to spell his name. Again, known Jewish philanthropist playing into what Ms. Burdette mentioned earlier, tropes about Jewish people and money. So this committee should have a conversation and a hearing about anti-Semitism. But I would first insist that the chairman, I don't know why he put this tweet up. Either he believes it, which I hope is not the case, or he just wanted to own the libs. And if that's what you're doing, you're hurting a lot of people by keeping that tweet up for so long, especially knowing what it represents. And if we're talking about being your online accountability partner, Chairman, you still have a subpoena in your inbox that's about 500 days old. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
First, does the chairman wish to dignify that with a response?
No, I don't.
Yield time. Yeah, it seems to me there are only 2 ways I know of to resolve our differences as human beings. There's reason and there's force. I don't know of any other way. The American founders established an empire of reason and democracy. Freedom of speech is the beating heart of democracy. In fact, the sole purpose of this building and the others like it in this complex is solely to talk out our differences and resolve them. It seems to me there's only one way to separate truth from lies or wisdom from folly, and that's to expose one to the other and then trust the people to sort out the difference. That's our entire form of government is based on that. Speech can be ugly, it can be disgusting, hateful, prejudiced, alarming, but it can never be dangerous to a free society as long as men and women of goodwill have the freedom to dispute it, to challenge it, and to reject it. I've never been comfortable with this concept of hate speech simply because it's always seemed to be a very short step between banning hate speech and banning speech we hate. Mr. Marcus, this chant from the river to the sea, that clearly calls for the eradication of Israel. It is genocidal at its roots. The House just censured a member for repeating it. And let me say, it is absolutely despicable. But should that be banned or punished, the mere repetition of that phrase?
So thank you, Congressman. I'll just begin by saying again that most hate speech is protected speech under our Constitution, but context matters. Are we talking about public institutions or non-public institutions? Are we talking about public fora or non-public fora? But I will also say again that where one finds hate speech, one often, almost invariably, finds hateful conduct.
Well, there's a very bright line between speech and conduct. Speech we tolerate because it can be combated by appealing to the better angels of our nature, by exposing the nature of evil that is behind it. That's how we resolve our differences without resorting to force. Now, my point is this: we have this chant that calls for the eradication of Israel, and we punish people for using it. Well, I happen to believe in the eradication of Hamas. I'm not making a moral equivalency. There couldn't be a stronger contrast between good and evil than that. But the same freedom of speech that protects my right to advocate that position is at stake here, is it not?
So I also very strongly support free speech, even freedom of speech to say things that we hate. I believe that the Trump executive order on combating anti-Semitism does something important, which is to say,
No, this is how corrupt our government is.
We can use speech not as something to punish or suppress,
They banished
but as an indicator
Tlaib
of the nature
because
of
of a statement
conduct.
she made about
So that,
the
for example, if you say
Israeli-Palestinian
certain
war.
things and then throw
But
a
yet
rock
they
through
did
the
nothing
window
to
of the Hillel
Sewell,
building, your
who had
statement may be used
a
to
lengthy
determine whether that
relationship
conduct was
with a
intentional,
very
if you
known
intended to hit the building or
Chinese
not,
spy.
and whether it was
condoned
motivated
it.
in a way that implicates either student conduct codes or other rules of behavior. I believe it is important for
They
rules,
didn't.
whether within universities
let 'em do it.
or within the Federal Department of Education, to
That's
use
bullshit.
conduct in this way. That is to say, speech must be protected, but it is sometimes a way of understanding
And it's
conduct.
bullshit how
which
they
often
do
crosses the
allow
line.
this
But then
for
you're
one
talking
group,
about
but
the
not for another
conduct
group.
and the influence of speech.
It's
The issue is the
ridiculous.
conduct, not the speech.
It's double
measures,
standards.
Let me ask the students, what measures would you propose to protect your rights to free speech?
Because you got to ask this one question: how'd they get in there to begin with? When these hearings are going on, everything's
I would just
got
ask
guards
for
everywhere
less pushback from the
to keep people from
as
busting
long
in.
as we can more equally represent all perspectives, I think it would be much easier, much more conducive to do so for other
Exactly.
students.
There is a word for that.
They
It's
just
called
did it.
tolerance.
Correct, yes, and it would be much less of a step up to speak your mind when you know that violence is not coming
Damn, I
your
wish
way
people
for
would
doing
catch
so.
up with
Now
what's
it is so
going on.
polarized, I just wish we could step that back or increase speech, allow others
Yeah, but yet
not face such consequence when doing so. That would promote it.
Stilwell, they
Yeah,
knew
so I
was
support
seeing
what Connor said, and I think
known
really
Chinese
instilling
spy,
within the campus community
and yet
that,
did absolutely
we
nothing
need to be more tolerant
to
of others'
him.
beliefs, whether we agree with them or not. Like my school does a free speech training, but people will just click through that just to get it over with. They're not actually being taught to respect people just because of beliefs. Like that's just what we're asking for, to be respected. We aren't asking to be doxxed. We aren't asking
Exactly,
to be violently
ACB.
assaulted or harassed or anything
Exactly.
like that. We are simply sharing our
And
viewpoint.
they knew she was a
and we
spy.
respectfully listen to other students
And they allowed
faculty's
it to go
viewpoints,
on.
But
Because
they
he was in
won't
that
do the same
relationship
to
for over
us.
6 months, and they did nothing.
Similar to Mr.
That right there
Marcus's
should say
comments,
that him and
conduct often
Pelosi
follows
both
words. We
need
saw
to
at
be
Cornell after
banished.
chants of free Palestine from the river to the sea, which calls for the genocide of the Jewish people and the eradication of the state of Israel. That soon following that, a student posted
That right there
direct
should say
threats
that
to
him and
murder Jews
Pelosi
on
both should be
campus.
abolished.
Those
Because
are
we all know what kind
very
of person
interrelated and they cannot
Pelosi
be
is.
The
separated.
conduct should be banned or the speech should be banned or both?
That woman's whacked.
Speech advocating
She
for
thinks
violence
she,
should not be
all by
tolerated on a college
herself,
campus.
can make
What about the
laws
eradication of Hamas?
and nobody's supposed to stop them.
The eradication of Hamas is the eradication of a recognized terror organization.
Well, so it depends upon your viewpoint. Is that what you're saying?
When students who are protesting the Jewish people's right to exist, their fellow students' right to exist, leads directly to violence against those students.
Who's going to decide, though, which viewpoint is?
Here we go. Who gets to make the decisions? Have a good day, Mama One. Be safe.
Now addresses anti-Semitism that all students will be required to complete so that all students feel safe. And there should be similar DE&I training to prevent Islamophobia on campus as well. When talking about college campuses, the main priority is ensuring that students feel safe and that they can freely express their opinions without feeling harmed or that harm is coming their way.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make it very clear that our committee is not undertaking this hearing today because my Republican colleagues actually care about free speech on college campuses or even care about anti-Semitism. These are the same Republican colleagues who've worked tirelessly to defund all efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bills. These are the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and school libraries. And the same
Gentlelady
folks.
will suspend just for a
My
second.
point of order was the statement that her colleagues, her Republican colleagues, do not care about anti-Semitism on college campuses or freedom of speech. I would request that those words be taken down because they're absolutely untrue.
It's a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
Matter of opinion. It's not
The,
I mean,
They're all whacked. The entire political party, both
gentlelady from
sides.
Texas was
needs to
stating
be
her
cleaned.
opinion, but we've talked about this before in the committee. I think all of us should be cognizant of attributing motives to our colleagues and or other individuals in the government, whether that be the president, the vice president, or former president. We should all be cognizant of that. The gentlelady is recognized for the remainder for 5 minutes.
And I'll correct that. I'll say some of my Republican colleagues. However, again, these are the same folks who've worked to defund efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bills. Those are a matter of record. Those votes are available for anyone to view. These are also some of the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and school libraries, and the same folks who balk at the prospect of teaching accurate history lessons on slavery and its repercussions in the United States. All
They
of
do it
that
everywhere.
is on the record
not just
and factual and available for
in the
anyone
Middle
to
East.
review. What is going
They do
on
it all
here
over
is
the
that there
United
is an
States.
effort to
They
capitalize on
tax
an
the hell out of
emotionally
people living
charged
around the
issue
colleges,
to sow
and they
further
hide it.
frustration and division. I have frequently complained and expressed my
Taxpayers are paying
concerns
for these
around the
colleges,
fact that there are
and they're
egregious
hiding the money.
efforts to continue to divide our country, and many of those efforts are coming from this committee. In the last
Just like here in
4
Arizona, they
weeks
just
alone, we've
passed a
seen
bunch of new
horrific
bonds
incidents in the
for
United
more
States
tax money
fueled by
for
both
schools.
anti-Semitism
Like they
and
don't get enough already.
Islamophobia
They
alike.
wanted more.
In the community that I represent of El Paso, Texas, we know full well, my community knows full well the power of speech, the power of hate, and how that drifts into conduct. On August 3rd, 2019, a white supremacist drove over 10 hours to my community, and he published a screed online talking about the invasion of migrants and Hispanics and immigrants into the United States. Many of us flagged that speech as dangerous and as life-threatening, and yet members of this committee continue to use that same speech, knowing full well the kind of danger it creates for my community and other communities like mine.
Yeah, your
I
community
want
allows the
nothing
illegals
more
to come
than
in
for
and
students to
get
feel
pampered.
safe on their college campuses. I want all of us to feel safe and be able to express our opinions and to be able to address controversy head on without fearing for our lives or the lives of people who live with us, among us, near us. These conversations are critical and important, and I want to thank our panelists for participating in these conversations. And it is really important that all of you put pressure on all of us to ensure that everyone
Yeah, but
can
you guys
live
don't want
in
to talk to
peace
nobody, so
and
how can they
dignity,
do that?
free from the fear of violence, especially young people on college campuses. Professor Nadel, Ms. Burdett, can you give us concrete strategies and policies that
JCD.
colleges can use in order to create those safer spaces for young people?
Oh, well, they all got weak skin there, Acid.
Sure, thank you very much
call them
for
an idiot,
your
they
question.
cry.
And indeed, you know, there's a lot of serious work to do on this issue. And there are
And that's
actions
just calling
that
them an
could
idiot.
help that aren't being taken, aren't being funded. And I respect very much the spirit of what you're saying. So
My
campuses
response to
have
that is if the
rules,
shoe fits, wear it.
and the way we
If you're
use
gonna
our
act like an
rules
idiot, you're gonna be
tells the
called an
story
idiot.
of our values. And that's why I mentioned campuses they've had
We're
someone
burning
arrested.
domestic.
They have suspended people. There are privacy concerns around speaking openly about disciplinary action against a student, especially in such a charged time.
They are.
But you get a protest permit, there's an approval process, there are rules you have
They're
to follow in
wasting
that
taxpayers'
protest.
dollars
And
to have
not
these
all
hearings
speech
that go
is
nowhere.
permissible in our country and on a campus. And I think we heard one of the committee members say before that it's just up to people to decide. And that's just not okay, because of course I'm here to testify on behalf of free speech. I'm invited by the Democrats. I don't know why someone tried to divide this witness panel into two sides. I haven't heard two sides. I've heard people of conscience, my fellow panelists. But when you call
I think they
immigrants
need their diapers
vermin
changed, a new
invading our country,
pacifier,
hate crimes
and
against
lay down
people
for
who
a
look
nap.
like an immigrant go up. I'm a practitioner. That's my indicator. When Israel is in the front page and people are fighting about Israel, and you assault a Jew because of their connection to Israel, that's bigotry, that's a hate crime. And words do have consequences. And of course we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I like the Austin Powers movie also, but we are civil society and elected leaders. And we can distinguish the difference between free expression that people don't like, including conservative views that should be aired on campuses. Ms. Jordan should never have been called a Nazi. I was tearing up while she was talking about it. But words have consequences, and we can't just have Lord of the Flies in our free speech marketplace. Thank you for that question.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. College and free speech go hand in hand. And college is meant to be a place where students are safe to express ideas and confront ideas that they may or may not necessarily agree with. We've heard for years about microaggressions and how silence is violence. And colleges have spent years condemning and monitoring speech as they deem dangerous. But when actual physical threats of violence occur, do colleges know how to react? Under the logic of the left, microaggressions are hate speech, but physical threats of violence can be free speech depending on if the group being threatened is not oppressed enough. It appears that colleges have labeled everything hate speech, but hate speech itself. They claim to be committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the dirty little secret is that there is a hierarchy of oppression within a DEI club. And colleges fail to act when they consider these less oppressed groups to be threatened. Tragically, universities have put their responses to free speech under the DEI lens, and oftentimes that lens fails to respond to threats for fear of angering the DEI gods. I went to Cornell. I earned 3 master's degrees in 4 years from Cornell. I went to Johnson, IRL School, and a master's in public administration. I graduated in 2015. I didn't see any of this when I was there. I cannot believe what has happened over the course of the past year. The threats to you, ma'am, are pretty disgusting. It's not just happening at Cornell, it's happening all over the country. These attacks are not just coming from students. A week after the horrendous Hamas attacks on Israel on October the 7th, Cornell professor Russell Rickford said at a rally, challenged the monopoly of violence, and that terror attacks against defenseless Jews were exhilarating and energizing. I have a motion to submit to the record a letter from Cornell President Martha Pollack addressing that issue, sir. According to this letter, Professor Rickard's punishment is that was placed on this person was a leave of absence for the duration of the academic year, while the university is considering whether or not his personal opinions demonstrate an unfitness to serve. An unfitness to serve. That's it. This man was praising Hamas attacks on Jews, and there needs to be an investigation as to whether or not this guy displayed a fitness to serve. I think this response from Cornell demonstrates the problem going on in our institutions of higher learning today, and I have a sneaking suspicion that if this professor made these hateful statements against Muslim students, Black students like me, or trans students, the professor would have been out of a job immediately. No investigation. I dare anybody in this room to tell me I'm wrong. This is what we see from Ivy League schools in the past few years. As a Cornell alum and a father of 3 children, I can guarantee you that if this is how this university is going to approach anti-Semitism, my children will not be attending Cornell. Whenever we have this kind of behavior and people don't step up and call it out for what it is, we have students that then make comments like Patrick Dye. He said, if you see a Jewish person on the campus, follow them home and slit their throats. Rats need to be eliminated from Cornell. Interesting. He also said, rape and kill all the Jew women before they birth more Jewish Hitlers. I'm a combat veteran. I've seen a lot. I've heard a lot. I'm an Apache pilot, so you could imagine some of the things I've seen in combat. Hearing things like this really boils my blood because it shouldn't be happening to students like you. I've been Black for my entire life. I've been as conservative probably about as long as I've been Black. Ms. Jordan, thank you for being here. It's okay to be Black, and you don't ever be a Black conservative, and you don't ever have to put up with anybody telling you differently. This is America. I fought for these freedoms, and you have the right to think however you want to think and express it the way that you see fit without prosecution. Ma'am, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The text messages that I have gotten from my Jewish friends and colleagues that actually took me to Israel twice while I was at Cornell during Passover to learn about their culture, I promised them that I would defend them. I promised them that I would defend their rights, and we will continue to do just that. We are not going to rewind this clock back to 1930, not on our watch. I really appreciate your bravery. Thank you so much for being here, and I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Ross for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
I don't know what's going on with this. But thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. This is a highly charged topic at a highly charged time in our country, but it's not new. I want to begin by joining my colleagues in condemning all forms of anti-Semitism on college campuses and all forms of discrimination. That is not what America is about. And like many communities across the country, my region in North Carolina has seen a spike in anti-Semitic incidents since Hamas's horrific attack on Israel on October 7th. But we had seen a spike earlier. That's why Congress is giving money to religious institutions, in particular to synagogues, to be able to protect people. And when I have worshiped with my constituents, there are armed guards in front of synagogues in my district. I've also spoken to Hillel leaders in North Carolina who have told me that their students in particular have reported an alarming number of anti-Semitic incidents in the past month, and these students fear for their safety. All students, whether Jewish or Muslim, progressive or conservative, deserve a safe learning environment at school. College campuses are supposed to be places where people can discuss ideas, including foreign policy, with civility and with the goal of understanding different perspectives and learning from their peers. This sort of environment is only possible when harassment, discrimination, and behavior that seeks to silence, intimidate, and dehumanize is not allowed. Congress's role here should not be to dictate which perspectives held by students are acceptable, but rather to address this problem writ large. It is the duty of the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, an office that my colleagues on the right have refused to fully fund, to help you with this mission. At this moment, when tensions on college campuses are high, we must ensure that the Office of Civil Rights has the tools it needs to properly address anti-Semitism and all discrimination on college campuses. My first question is for Professor Nadal and Ms. Burdett. Could you let's go back to the basics. Why is it important that students at universities have freedom to espouse and explore a wide range of ideas?
It's critical that the university continues to uphold the value of free speech. Because what happens on the university campuses is that these are the places where our students learn to be future leaders. How are they going to learn to be future leaders if they don't if they're not exposed to opposite ideas and different points of view? I think one of the most powerful statements came from the Dean of Students at the University of Chicago when he wrote to the entering class of 2020, and he told them that, yes, you have to be on campus. Campus is certainly a place where you cannot be challenged, you cannot be threatened, but there are not going to be trigger warnings in the classrooms, that you cannot shut down a speaker. Speakers have to be able to come and hear the points of view. And I've heard what the students have said about their campuses. But at the University of Chicago, they have upheld the value of hearing these diverse points of view so that when their graduates go out into the world, they can become leaders and they know what people will be saying on multiple sides of issues. So we have to maintain that value.
Ms. Burdett, do you have anything to add to that?
Of course. I mean, universities have harder jobs than any of us in this room because they have to teach people how to think, not tell them what to think. And we haven't really mastered that. They are chartered. Their mission is to create a platform that students, including some of the young people in this hearing room and Jewish students, can fill with their ideas and their perspectives and their voices. And that's how we learn. And I don't think for 1 minute there's a university that doesn't know what's right and wrong when it comes to was Hamas justified in that massacre. but they have a very hard job. And they agreed in 1967, the University of Chicago issued the Kelvin Principles, which is still a very influential document. And they protected the right of young people to say, I don't want to die in Vietnam, I'm scared. And it wasn't always the predominant view. And so their jobs are hard. We sit around and tell people what to think all the time. It's really harder to teach them how to come to their own conclusions. And I just have utmost respect for the challenge they're facing. We should be helping them do better, not walking away and pulling our marbles and our funding and our kids away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields, and I will take 5 minutes for questioning now. First of all, I will deign to respond in regards to the gentleman from California in regards to anti-Semitic tropes, in particular in regards to one gentleman named Tom Steyer. That had nothing to do with anti-Semitism. He was a presidential candidate. He was taking his enormous wealth and putting it into a presidential campaign. And in America, it is fair game to be able to criticize someone when they've chosen to enter the field of politics. And the gentleman, Mr. Steyer, threw in huge dollars. He was described by the gentleman from California as a philanthropist. He was a presidential candidate who was throwing in hundreds of millions of dollars to political campaigns here in America. That is fair game. Using the cudgel of racism to stop free speech is also wrong. Mr. Marcus, if you could do it real briefly. So many of us, I have 3 children, much the same age as them. Where's this intolerance coming from? Where is this intolerance that really is a bit foreign for someone who went to college, a few decades ago? And not just the anti-Semitism. Where's the intolerance coming from?
Mr. Chairman, this has been a long time coming, and the intolerance towards other groups is not unrelated to the intolerance towards Jews. We have for too long seen political polarization throughout our country with extreme aspects on the college campus. There are extremists on the left, there are extremists on the right, but on the college campus, the extremists on the left have considerably more influence, louder voices, and the greater ability to make their views heard. Oftentimes, that means not just presenting their own opinions, but trying to silence others.
Thank you for that. So I turn to Ms. Jordan. Why do administrators fear the left?
I would say that they fear the left because they don't want to hurt their feelings. I know that they probably are trying their best to, be equal, be fair, but it honestly feels like they are favoring those students. I know there are a lot of different departments within a Big Ten university, and so some of those, we have a lot of diversity, equity, inclusion spaces. So a lot of those that are, directly funded and directly associated with the university, those are especially the leaders in initiating the activities that I feel like, coddle left-leaning students and empower them to, attack us.
Because Mr. Ogerzak, isn't it true that they don't fear you on the right on campus, that you're going to tear things down, that you're going to go out and do a nasty demonstration to deny somebody from coming into the campus who comes from the left point of view to speak? I mean, I'm assuming the administrators don't fear you guys.
I would certainly hope that they would never expect us to commit any acts of violence against opposing speakers.
So we heard earlier in testimony, the quote was used in one of the panelists, we have failed them. By the time it gets to the Office of Civil Rights, we have failed them. So Mr. Marcus, why would we put more federal dollars into something like this? I think this is part of what you're hearing from some of us up here. Is we are saying, is there really a federal role? Should we be pumping more federal dollars in? In fact, as we put more federal dollars in and we hear about more intolerance, less tolerance for free speech, are we going in the wrong direction by saying, federal government, you should try to do more? Because maybe the federal government is being counterproductive.
Mr. Chairman, my experience with the Office for Civil Rights is that it has had lean years and it has had fat years. In either case, the head of that agency has been able to do what the head feels needs to be done. That is to say, there may be in a particular year 15 or 17 or 19,000 cases, but the number of anti-Semitism cases will never be 1% and will seldom be 0.1%. So it is my sense that while there may be political reasons and a host of policy reasons to support either increases or decreases of the budget for that agency, and the Brandeis Center is a nonpartisan group, we don't support others, that the Office for Civil Rights can focus the resources it needs on fighting the problems that needed to be fought, as long as it has the political will and regardless of the budget in a particular year.
I want to get one more question in here for Ms. Silberstein. By the way, you were engaged with one of the most incisive questioners we have up here in Mr. McClintock. It is a terrific lesson many of us have learned. And why not tell parents, just take your dollars elsewhere? If Cornell is going to act the way they do, Madison, University of Madison refuses to condemn pro-Hamas demonstrators chanting glory to the murders. Why not just tell parents to take your dollars elsewhere?
I mean, of course, private individuals are entitled to do what they wish with their money. With regard to sending students to these schools, I've been faced with that question numerous times, and I've had to grapple with it myself about why I would put myself in such a situation that could potentially lead to my own harm. And I have gone to a Jewish day school my entire life. And coming to Cornell, I was hoping to encounter a variety of diverse perspectives from whom I'd be able to learn. And upon coming here, I've realized that, I've been hit with a lot of hatred and virulent anti-Semitism. And it's something that makes me feel the need and the right to be there more, to combat it and to continue to fight against it and to not let it win.
I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today. Thank you very much.
May I have a minute to
And-
clarify my words that were used? Is
Yeah.
that possible within the rules?
Sure, the chair will give you let's take a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm the one who said we failed them. And fighting hate and preventing hate is a whole of society job. We all have a job to do. And if all we do is investigate a crime after someone's dead because of their identity, I'm just saying we can interrupt it earlier. I hope we won't throw up our hands about what the United States of America and its government can do to help encourage our society to be more tolerant and moral. So let's please not throw up our hands. Interventions work. And when the FBI counts hate crimes, that is a deterrent. When a school has a policy against hate, all they have to do is post it online. There are less hate crimes. So let's just make the FBI count hate crimes. It's optional right now.
So-
Why?
So Ms. Burdette, we can have more of a discussion on this offline. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for the time.
I yield and would like to recognize the gentle lady from Georgia for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a woman of color who's lost her son to murder, the very kinds of bigotry and discrimination and hatred that we're talking about today, I wake up every single morning, and when I see all of the elevated instances of anti-Semitism and bigotry and hatred and just racial division, I ask God every single day, are we losing our humanity? And with that said, first I'd like to thank the committee for holding this critical hearing to highlight the need to fund the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education and the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion offices across our schools as we address these incidents of hate speech across our college campuses. Yes, we have a right to speak our minds. We have a right to share our views and be ourselves, but free speech is an invaluable right that is granted to us by the First Amendment, and we must use it to nurture our diverse and ever-changing country. However, in a nation made up of many cultures and backgrounds, hate has no place, especially at our schools where the minds of our young people are really being nurtured. College campuses are places where people expand their knowledge, they gain new perspectives, and pursue future success. And the recent occurrences on campuses where students have used their freedom of speech to harm and intimidate their classmates are despicable and should prove our absolute need to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion education throughout all of our school systems. Not only would DEI offices and education reducing the likelihood of these events happening in the future by bringing awareness and knowledge to students who otherwise they may not learn about the richness of other cultures until well into their adulthood. But it will also educate and support the diverse interest of our children. And I truly believe this at heart because I'm a mother to my core. And I mean this with every fiber of my being. We are losing our way. In addition to DEI offices, we need to fund the Office of Civil Rights to equip students and faculty experiencing intimidation, threats of violence, and other harmful acts with the tools necessary to protect them. Without these support resources, students will continue to live in fear of harm while they know that they have little or no support in the event that they experience such personal and hate-filled instances. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having this hearing today. Let's work to protect our students and affirm the value of all cultures by funding the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education and supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion programs on campuses all across our country. Ms. Burdette and Dr. Nadel, throughout your professional careers, have either of you found that individuals with a better understanding and background of cultures dissimilar to theirs tend to be more understanding and accepting when speaking to or about someone who's from a different culture?
You know, one of my favorite things about the president's strategy against anti-Semitism is that it talks about the need to celebrate Jewish heritage. And of course, understanding matters. And that is where communities can actually stop problems before they happen with understanding. And you mentioned DEI. There are people out there who want to tell Jewish people that DEI, those three letters, are our enemy because it doesn't care about Jews. I work with DEI professionals all the time. And sometimes they weren't addressing anti-Semitism in the past. And it's a process to explain it, to integrate Jews into DEI work. But everything I hear these last 4 weeks tells me Jews want to be welcome and included. And that's what the I stands for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Nadel.
What I would add to that is that it is imperative to understand and learn about the diversity of cultures in American life. And so to respond to one of the things Ms. Burdette said, we have had proclaimed in the United States May as Jewish American Heritage Month, at least since one of the Bush administrations, I forget which one, maybe at least since 2004. And that this is a way in which Americans can learn a great deal about Jewish Americans, but we also have an array of specific months dedicated to learning about the different cultures of the United States. And so we need to support those efforts.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. I should have mentioned this earlier. You've been here now, well, a couple hours, almost 3 hours. If anyone needs a break, just let us know. If you need to step to the restroom or anything like, just let us know. We probably have about 45 more minutes of questioning. We'd like to keep going because we are going to have to go to the floor for votes. So if it's okay with you, we'll continue to go. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Thank the witnesses. Thank you for being here. A couple of questions, particularly for the students, and appreciate you all being here. Have any of the three of you ever in any meaningful way received support from the Department of Education to perpetuate your viewpoints on campus to the best of your understanding?
I have not received any supporting sentiments from them, no.
Yeah. Ms. Jordan?
I have not received sentiments either.
Ms. Silverstein?
I as well have not received any.
Yeah, I hear a lot from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how important it is to have these offices of diversity, equity, inclusion. And I'm just wondering if any of the three of you, we have, we dance around these topics all the time in this thing, but we have a white male, we have a black female, we have a Jewish female. Have any of you felt, exalted or supported or helped by these offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion so that you feel comfortable on campuses?
Never. Actually, so the story I was telling earlier about how I was doxxed in a group chat of over 800 students, those were all Black students. It was a group chat for Black people on campus. And at the time of my involvement as Secretary of Young Americans for Freedom, I served as the first-year representative on the Black Student Union, which is an organization within the Afro House, which is a part of the DEI organization department within our school. And they requested my removal. And they had a meeting for that, and they said if I did want to continue being on the board, I'd have to have a discussion with the executive board and their director on how Black students can have different viewpoints. I decided to discontinue my position because I felt like that's unnecessary. You shouldn't have to have a discussion on how people can have different viewpoints because that's common knowledge.
Ms. Silverstein, anything to add?
Yes, I would just like to point out that I've only been at Cornell for about a year and a half now, and this problem far exceeds my time at Cornell. It has been a persistent problem on college campuses for many, many years. My brother attended the university about 5 years ago, and swastikas were posted outside of his dorm. Following the Tree of Life synagogue shooting a few years ago, 3 swastikas were found within 9 days on campus. And then we're seeing this happening now.
The university do anything about that?
The university issued what was, in my opinion, a weak response. And clearly it is evident that it was weak as it has persisted on campus and nothing is being done to stop these hateful symbols from being spread around campus.
Ms. Silverstein, quick question for you and a question for the three of you. So I have this concern right now that I believe that we've got a world in which students fear disagreeing with professors, don't feel afraid for calling for the eradication of Jews, for example. Now, there might be some free speech lanes that are wide enough to have some very hateful statements made. And I certainly support a very wide lane of tolerance with respect to free speech in the First Amendment. But the point here is something a little bit different, because all of us who have gone to law school and have studied the whole idea of yelling fire in a crowded theater, right? That we all get that there are some limits to speech. I fully associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, in our need to defend free speech. But I feel like there's something that we are not talking about here that's actually at the center of all this, while we just go around the barn saying the same stuff over and over again. And that is that in a world in the 21st century with TikTok and with a whole lot of, say, political actors and technological actors at play, driving rhetoric and speech and driving what people see as news and information, that we've got elements that are arising to something akin to yelling fire in a crowded theater. I'm looking at TikTok data over the last week, and I'm seeing a massive ramp up of the stand with Palestine versus the stand with Israel. This is not accidental. That's not just something that just materializes. My point is when there's purposeful action designed directly to foment actual response and hate and targeting of individuals, you have now stepped into the very action that the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, was talking about. So my question for you as students, to the extent that you think that these devices are harmful or helpful for society generally, and I've got my views on that, with respect to TikTok and the use of technology, can you expand on, each of the three of you, the extent to which this, TikTok and others, have been used to dox you, target you, and undermine your ability to engage in free speech and free thinking as conservative or as free thinking Americans? I'll start with you, Ms. Silverstein, and go down the line.
So from my experience over the past few weeks, the rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen, yes, it has been around in person, at rallies, at protests, on campuses, but a large part of the issue stems from many of the comments made on social media. People think that they can hide behind some perceived veil of anonymity and post whatever comments, however hurtful, however targeted, however menacing they may be. People think that they can post them about Jews with impunity and not receive any ramifications for their actions. So I think that social media in general has been fueling the fire. And, as we've seen with the Cornell student who was recently arrested, that veil of anonymity was pierced, and your words have consequences. And I think that all students should really take that to heart, that what you write online can be traced back to you, and people take it to heart.
Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, I feel like technology usage is a double-edged sword, because on one aspect, you can connect with people, especially like-minded people, but that can also be dangerous because it can create a mob mentality, like the experience I've discussed repeatedly. And also, I feel like with social media channels, especially TikTok, they can just create targeted things. Once you like something, then it shows you similar content. So like if someone just happens to like a pro-Palestine graphic, then they're absorbed more and more. And then, once people start sharing stuff on their stories, that's a huge thing. Like if you're the only one who shares an Israel one, then people start like DMing you and attacking you. And it's like a lot of fear, because it's like, are you scared to lose friends and followers? Do you want to stand up for what you believe in? And then that kind of translates to like, being physically involved in groups and organizations on campus. There's like so much fear kind of what you share online. Like, should you have which side flag should you have in your bio? Things like that are like hotly discussed. And also I feel like a lot of people use online to like kind of organize too, which in one aspect you can, kind of see what they're up to and what they plan to do to your event, because that's where we find that a lot of people want to protest our conservative events, but also, it makes them gauge a larger community, honestly, of hate. And it's just, I don't know, it's a very hard thing to kind of have discretion over kind of knowing, what's right, what should be allowed, what shouldn't be. And then kind of in general, it's very, very divisive.
Thank you. Real quickly, Mr. Gridziak, we're way over time, but if you would answer it really quickly.
Mr. Chairman, isn't time? Yeah.
I would certainly like to echo many of Ms. Jordan's sentiments about social media opening up the door to conflicting thoughts. And of course, there's no debate that it certainly does open up to more speech. However, yes, it is very unfortunate that it is a common tool of doxing. I've been victim of this. My friends, fellow YEF members have. I'm not a user of TikTok, but across both Instagram and Snapchat, no shortage of leaking addresses, untrue slurs about myself and others. And it is extremely unfortunate that this is the case. I know we were well over time here, but I would like to address your previous question regarding DEI, if I may.
We're going to hold on that. I'll give you time when I get to it. We're going to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all so much for being here and for your testimony. Every student, staff, and faculty member deserves a college campus and a world that's free of discrimination. Anti-Semitism is wrong. I've consistently spoken out against it. I've consistently worked to ensure that we have full inclusion in our society and for people to be able to be who they are. It's also why I co-sponsored a factually correct Senate-passed bipartisan resolution this week denouncing anti-Semitism on college campuses, and have consistently supported legislation and efforts to combat hate crimes and anti-Semitism. I'm glad my colleagues are talking about the dangers of fomenting hate, because I think that is a real problem in our country. Anti-Semitism is not confined to our nation's universities. According to a January 2023 report entitled Anti-Semitic Attitudes in America, the Anti-Defamation League concluded that 85% of Americans believe at least one anti-Jewish trope, as opposed to 61% in 2019. A more recent ADL report shows a 388% rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the United States since the Hamas attacks, and yet our condemnation is not always consistent, particularly for my colleagues across the aisle. When the former president and 2024 Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump fanned the flames of anti-Semitism during his time in and out of office, Congressional Republicans failed to call him out on his bigotry. For instance, as Jews all over the world were celebrating Rosh Hashanah in September of 2023, Donald Trump accused the Jewish people who did not support him in 2020 of voting to, quote, destroy America and Israel. Professor Nadel, you mentioned in your opening remarks that you were opposed to Congress legislating any definition of anti-Semitism in 2017, and you remain opposed today. Respecting your stance, can you briefly explain whether Trump's recent statement was anti-Semitic and why?
Could you give me the recent statement you want me
The
to respond
statement
to?
was, he accused, in September of 2023, he accused the Jewish people who did not support him in 2020 of voting to, quote, destroy America and Israel.
I absolutely thought that that was anti-Semitic, and there have been other similar statements that I have thought were anti-Semitic, because what that statement was doing was buying into one of these very classic anti-Semitic tropes about the loyalty of the Jewish people, and that the question that they cannot be loyal to the nation in which they live because they hold a higher loyalty to their own people, but to say that they were being disloyal to the United States because they voted for a different political party is not saying that one is disloyal to the United States. It's just that they had a different view in terms of the party they preferred.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the first time that Trump attacked American Jews, nor was it the first time the 2024 Republican presidential frontrunner engaged with anti-Semitism for political means. When white supremacists chanted, quote, "Jews will not replace us," end quote, in 2017 as they marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, Donald Trump said, and he was president at the time, said, "There were very fine people on both sides." That is an exact quote. Very fine people on both sides. Professor Nadel, you discussed this example in your opening statement. Why are Donald Trump's words here anti-Semitic?
They're anti-Semitic because those people who were marching in Virginia were deliberately echoing Nazi practices. The Tiki Torch parade that they had that evening was designed to look exactly like a Nazi stormtrooper parade in the 1930s. They had planned the phrase, "Jews will not replace us." That's a reference to the notion of white supremacy and the idea that the Jews are somehow, again, one of these conspiracy theories, masterminds who were working to replace whites in America because they were bringing in immigrants and they were helping African Americans. And the idea underpinning that conspiracy theories is that those groups are not capable of orchestrating something like that by themselves. Only a worldwide Jewish conspiracy could do that.
Ms. Burdett, anything you want to add to that?
You know, I had a great opportunity to work at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum down the street with the least political people you'll ever meet in your life. And I had the opportunity, just through some amazing historians, to learn a lot about Nazi propaganda and the Goebbels playbook. And one of the key aspects of how Nazi propaganda worked, they said, try to take all of the negativity about Jews. Remember, their anti-Semitism was just a fake lie to blame Jews for what was wrong in their lives. That's what it is today, right, left, center. It's just a lie to blame me for what's wrong in someone else's life. But they said, try to take all the negative characteristics of Jews. It's effective if you can pull it together in the character of one person. And Der Stürmer very famously would have a picture of one Jew. And the historian told me that's the George Soros conspiracy theory. It's straight out of the Goebbels playbook. And so people should criticize him. He is a philanthropist. It's okay. We've talked about philanthropists before, but we don't always think about that direct connection. That man and that family, pound for pound, are probably, because we have the internet, the largest single targets of anti-Semitism in Jewish history. And it doesn't mean you can't disagree with them, but I learned a lot from those apolitical historians educating me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope we speak out against anti-Semitism everywhere that we see it, not just in certain places. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. As someone who grew up in Soviet Union under tyranny, and also been enlightened, when Soviet Union fell apart and I went to college, of a diversity of ideas and freedom of ideas we had in debate what university should be. I was very shocked when I came here young, very idealistic, learning from Alexis de Tocqueville and Voltaire and, Friedman and Hayek, and inspired by this idea, what a tyranny of opinion we have. And unless you agree with who is in charge, whether the president's a university or who's in charge of government, you actually can have a mob rule and actually, try to intimidate you. So I think it is a very dangerous trend. And I truly believe, if we do not do something about it, we're going to fail as a republic. A lot of people don't realize that republic, we're not a pure democracy for a reason. We actually, republic to protect rights of minority to express opinions unless they're harmful and try to hurt. So I was very disappointed also, and it was very strange to me when I first came here and we started to put people in categories, woman, male, black, white. But I was like, they only did it to Jews in Soviet Union to oppress them. I mean, I was like, why are we doing that? Was very strange to me because it's divisive. It divides us. We're all Americans that believe in our country and our ideas, and we have to fight for them. So my question is for you, Mr. Marcus, just briefly. Do you think we should really rethink how we're doing it, so how we can unite the country with our ideas instead of separating and dividing us constantly, talking about, because it shouldn't matter. I'm like, why should it matter? If I'm female or male, if I am real good at something, I'm going to pursue my happiness. So what do you think?
Thank you, Congressman. I agree, and here's the way I would put it. When we see the response of so many college students to such atrocities, the question shouldn't be, do we criticize, do we condemn, do we punish the speech? The question should be, how in the world did we get here? How did we get to a place where a significant portion of students at some of have adopted some of the vilest values that one could possibly imagine? I think we have to say that this is not just a question of do we issue a statement, but do we say these institutions have to be completely rethought, and we have to figure out how is it that the moral fiber has frayed and what can we do to repair it?
And I appreciate it. And listen, I'm someone who actually went and, sometimes not a popular thing. I defended some crazy things that Marjorie says, and actually was one of the few Republicans. I wish actually somebody on the other side who tabled the resolution, because it was badly written resolution talking about October 18 event as insurrection. It was an insurrection as well as was January 6th was an insurrection. So let's just be honest. We need to have here start being honest and not play politics with people's life. And I hope people on the other side also will be able to do something where you go against your own party and get attacked and not to be afraid to do it. So my question is for all of you, just quickly, do you believe that diversity of ideas, freedom of speech, including conservative speech, should be protected on college campuses? Ms. Burdett, just yes or no?
Yes.
Dr. Nadel?
Yes.
Mr. Marcus?
Yes.
Ms. Silverstein?
Yes.
Ms. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Ogrzak, if I said it right. So do we believe that we do have protection of freedom of speech right now at on college campuses outside of you, Mr. Ogrzak?
Completely? No.
Ms. Jordan?
Nope.
Ms. Silverstein?
No.
Mr. Marcus?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Nadel? Dr. Nadel, sorry.
That's okay. I think we have mechanisms put in place to protect.
But do we have it right now protected, freedom of speech and ideas and the real expression that people are not afraid?
Based on what some of the students have said, no.
Ms. Burdett?
Yes, we do. It's messy, and we need to make sure that the rules are applied fairly to these students.
So believe a conservative and all speeches are protected right now?
All speech is protected by the rules, and humans implement the rules.
So when we talk about our implementation, we have all this diversity inclusion, and it's becoming like a tyranny, unless it's the green, right? Is it correct? Are they effective with diversity? I'll talk about giving more money. Department of Education also accredits on help, justifies accreditation, but is it being effective? Just quickly, I know that my time has expired quickly. Are they being effective, this diversity, inclusion, all of this initiative?
No, it has not been.
No, Ms. Jordan,
It has absolutely not been.
Mr. Silverstein,
Definitely not, no.
Mr. Marcus,
Diversity and inclusion programs have been a mixed bag at best.
Dr. Nadal,
They're working on it.
Ms. Burdette.
The Emancipation Proclamation didn't work right away, but we had to work on it for hundreds of years. Don't give
I
up.
think we have a difference of opinion between students and adults, but thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be honest that many parts of this hearing have been extremely difficult to listen to. My grandfather, Leopold Ballant, was murdered in the Holocaust, and my family has warned me my entire adult life that anti-Semitism is always lurking just below the surface. And we are seeing that today in stark relief in this nation, but also around the world. And so it's been personally difficult for me to sit through this, that here we are again. Here we are again. And I also had to pick my jaw off the floor when one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle bemoaned the use of dehumanizing language on college campuses, because I have not forgotten what was said in a fear-mongering hearing on the dangers of trans Americans. Right here in this committee, it was a hearing full of dehumanizing language. It made me sick. And as the only member of the LGBTQ community on this committee, I've not forgotten. Now, it's been a long hearing, so I'm going to just cut to the chase here. In these situations, it's best to just follow the money. Not the rhetoric, not the messaging, not the talking points, just follow the money. So there is a clear policy solution to combating the rise of anti-Semitism and other abhorrent discrimination on college campuses. And that is to fully fund the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights. Budgets, when you are in government, budgets are a statement of your values. How we spend money demonstrates what we really care about. And we should care about the rise in hateful speech and dehumanizing language in America generally, and specifically, as is the topic of this hearing, on college and university campuses. Fear-mongering and hateful speech isn't just destroying our communities, it's actually tearing this nation apart. And so we all have a part in that as well, all of us in Congress. So we can point fingers at college campuses, we can point fingers at what's happening in our elementary schools, but I would also say we have a part in that, in putting an end to it. Now, it's my understanding that the Office of Civil Rights has already had a reported dramatic increase in Title VI discrimination claims in the wake of the terrorist attack on October 7th. Yet many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have proposed a significant funding cut to OCR. The Office of Civil Rights is one of the largest federal civil rights agencies in the country. It has over 500 staff who serve as attorneys, investigators, support staff. So it's been underfunded for years. And when it's underfunded, people who have cases, people who have claims, the staff's not there to do the investigation, to do the follow-up. So I would ask us to put our money where we say our values are. Now, a cut that has been proposed to the tune of reducing from $131 million to $105 million, that is a significant cut. It will have a detrimental impact on the ability of OCR to do its vital work. So again, I urge us all, follow the money. It seems like we are in a very uncomfortable. The antidote to speech we don't like is more speech. It's not shouting people down. It's not talking louder. It's not dehumanizing language. It is engaging in meaningful conversations when we have disagreements. It's that simple. So let's fund the office that is dedicated to making sure we're dealing with discrimination on college campuses. So I have 33 seconds. In that time, Ms. Burdette, can you just tell me what would be the ramifications if we were to cut from $131 million down to 105? Just really quickly, just give us a list of what's going to happen if that happens.
We know that when hate crime victims and students like these have no place to call, of course, that's a secondary victimization. It means the law enforcement can't respond to you. It means you have no recourse. Why would we take that away? If we are having a hearing, this isn't the PTA that has other tools. This is a House Judiciary Committee where I think we should look at what are the tools available. And we know where we have data about hate, and the Civil Rights Office of Civil Rights does data collection on what's happening in schools. Data, we're not government's not a university. We collect data because when we know what's happening, we can intervene. We can put resources there. And if we're not here to talk about how the federal government can make my boy safer, then we could be at a PTA meeting or at another kind of organization meeting. And so the budget is a moral document. And I'm even saying it's not enough to have investigators. Can we please invest in interrupting it before it happens? Not a single family of a victim of the Tree of Life shooting feels better that someone was punished. They'd rather have their brother back.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes. We have 30 more minutes, if that's good. And like I said, if anyone needs a break, feel free to take a break.
Mr.
Marcus?
Chairman, I might take you up on that generous offer.
Sure, go right ahead.
Short
Go
break.
right ahead. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Well, it's a good time for Mr. Marcus to leave because I didn't have any questions for him, so that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. University of Wisconsin system, of which is located in my home state, has been quite a hotbed for campus free speech issues over the years. Some in this room may remember in 2016 when protesters blocked conservative commentator Ben Shapiro from taking the stage at Young Americans for Freedom event. That was on the campus at UW-Madison. And similarly, when and very conservative speaker Matt Walsh came to Madison last year, there were protesters, and those protesters vandalized the student union and the alumni park. According to a freedom of speech survey conducted by the UW system itself in 2022, over 14% of UW-Madison students believed it was acceptable to disrupt invited speakers whose messages they didn't agree with. I think this is unacceptable, and universities across the country, I think, should be doing more to foster an environment that welcomes kind of an honest discussion and debate. I think there's muscle memory that should happen here. So when we end up in a position where we have elevated and expanded demonstrations, that universities know how to handle those and do it in a responsible way to keep everyone safe. There is a bill, one of my colleagues, Congressman Greg Murphy, has authored it, Campus Free Speech Restoration Act, which requires universities to report First Amendment violations to the Department of Education. The bill, I think, would provide a much-needed check on some of the federally funded institutions, and I'm certainly hoping that this Congress could move swiftly on it. What I wanted to do was just first ask the students that are with us this afternoon to just, are there any examples of a similar situation that may have happened on your campus where a speaker was invited and then they were shouted down or not allowed to actually deliver their full remarks? Ms. Silverstein, you might go first.
Thank you, Congressman. Regarding the specific issue of anti-Semitism, I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure that there have been speakers in the past who were not invited or accepted onto campus for their beliefs, but I cannot specifically speak to that.
Ms. Jordan?
Thank you for your question. None of our speakers have been shouted down, but similar situation when we hosted Matt Walsh. The protesters were like right outside the venue, and they couldn't enter because most of them had signs. And so they blocked the streets. People had a really hard time driving home, getting out. And then we recently hosted Chloe Cole on campus, and the protesters like blockaded the building. So people could not get in or out of the building. My best friend could not get to her class, which is really disappointing. It's like they ask us, like the university, they're like, okay, do you want police at this event? And we're like, sure. But it's like not enough to have the police. Like we need to ensure that all students feel safe and are able to, you know, access the building. That shouldn't have to be something that's in question. And also another thing I've noticed is that left-leaning students don't need all this police, all this security at their events. It's like, why do we get so viciously attacked for what we do?
Very good. Mr. Ogrzak?
Yes, when we hosted Michael Knowles, there was a protest of about 800 to 1,000 community members and students outside. This did foster a pretty intimidating environment for the attendees who were waiting to enter. Fortunately, Mr. Knowles was able to speak. However, when we hosted Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, the second half of that event had opened up to a question and answer session, allowing anyone in the audience to pose a question respectfully if they would like to. However, instead of moving forward with that, the protesters that were in attendance began to shout from their seats. Power to both the speakers and microphones were cut, and this did end our session.
Thank you all for being here. I think it's an important part of this hearing today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the three of you. These three students, their bravery, their strength, their honesty, their courage. It is not easy to be a conservative on a college campus today. And yet you stand strong. And I swear to God, you're my heroes today. I really, really am proud of you. I know that many of our members are. Thank you for being here. I'm pro-Israel. I'm unabashedly pro-Israel. I'm pro-Israel because they are our partners. They are a force of civilization. They are a nation that since its founding has gone through hell, and yet they still prevail. So I'm pro-Israel, and you can check me out. You can see anything I've ever written, anything I've ever said I believed in, everything I've ever voted for, every speech I've ever given. I am pro-Israel. Yet I still believe that we shouldn't use these words to try to say, well, if you believe that George Soros is involved in our local elections, because he is, if you believe that he is funding prosecutors and local officials that have a different vision for America than most Americans do, he is, that doesn't make me racist. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It means it's my opinion. It's what I believe. But what we do now is we use these catchwords, globalism. I'm going to tell you what globalism is. You know, maybe there's some people who are bad people that use it. I was at an event recently and I spoke, and this has happened to me numerous times. I talked about Americanism, American exceptionalism, and how we are the shining city on the hill. Damn it, I believe that. And I know the three of you do too. We are a special place. Without us, the world will go into chaos. Are we perfect? No. Globalism says, and this is a theory that's put forth by a lot. When I was at the event, some people came to me because I spoke about all those things, and they said, you're wrong. America's like any other place in the world. They said, we don't believe in Americanism. We don't believe in American exceptionalism. I disagree with them. That doesn't make me racist. It means that I can use the word globalism. I can't help if there's a bad person that uses that word. I still think it's a real issue and a real challenge. So, Dr. Nadel, I'm going to ask you one thing, and I would just like a yes or no answer, and I'm sorry to do that to you, but we're so time constricted. Do you believe in American exceptionalism?
I believe that there is an idea of American exceptionalism that has been upheld by scholars.
Ma'am, I appreciate you.
I can't answer.
You can't answer that you believe in American exceptionalism. Okay, that's good. Ms. Burdett, do you believe in American exceptionalism? Please, yes or no?
I don't find the question relevant to this hearing.
It is very relevant. It's relevant to what's happening on college campuses, but I thank you. Mr. Gosh, I have a tough time with you. Ogrzak, do you believe in American exceptionalism? Yes or no?
Unequivocally, yes, I do.
Ms. Jordan, do you believe in American?
Undoubtedly, yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Silverstein, do you believe in American exceptionalism?
I do.
These are great young people. You have the courage to tell the truth and give an answer. So I want to thank you. You know, I just want to talk about some of my personal experiences real quick, and I'm running out of time. Condoleezza Rice, some people may remember her. It was back, she was a national security advisor, the highest ranking African-American in history at that time, and of the federal executive branch. And she was supposed to speak at my alma mater, Rutgers University, a great school. I was pre-med, pre-dent, and, you know, got a great education. But boy, if you had a different opinion even back then, and this is not, I'm further back than that, and I watched in dismay as the professors at my alma mater led the charge opposing her appearance because they didn't want to hear another opinion. Every student at Rutgers, regardless of their political stance, liberal, conservative, socialist, libertarian, Democrat, Republican, man, it's an exchange of ideas. It's the marketplace of ideas. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Jordan, do you agree with
Yes,
that?
I do.
Ms. Silverstein?
Yes, I do.
And you know why? I'm going to wrap up with this. You know why we don't want to fund DEI? You know why we're concerned about the Office of Civil Rights? Because they don't protect their rights. They, you know, now recently they're starting to talk about the Jewish issue more, but basically it was just certain groups, certain left-wing groups, certain groups that were in, you know, it was in vogue to protect certain groups. But damn it, it's not in vogue to protect conservatives. They don't have the same opportunity in their university experience that every single other person does. That is wrong, it's un-American, and that's why it doesn't get funded. Bad things happen when you do bad things, and that's bad. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Marcus, do you believe in American exceptionalism?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry
Yes,
I skipped
do.
you. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do.
Didn't want you left out, and I figured that was you. I figured you respond. No, it was a great line of questioning. I appreciate it. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all the witnesses for being here today. I'm certainly proud of my alma mater. It's Auburn University, and recently been ranked one of the top colleges in the country that advocates for free speech and robust debate. Unfortunately, that is not the case throughout many campuses across the country. With shout downs and immediate conservative voices, the heckler's veto, if you will, has the adverse effect of what the First Amendment is supposed to support. Some extreme groups use this silencing method under the guise of tolerance, yet their definition of tolerance is ironically not tolerant at all. The heckler's veto effectively silences the speech and messages through fear and disinformation or intimidation, I should say. 56% of the students across the nation fear stating their views would put them in harm's way. Actually, even my nephew, he went to Auburn, and there were times in classrooms, he was afraid to speak out because he knew that it would affect his grade. Y'all experience that? Have you experienced that, Ms. Silverstein? And then I'll go down the line with the students.
So I am a business major, so I personally have not experienced that, but many of my friends have.
Ms. Jordan, any of your friends, do you experience that?
I know my friends have experienced it. And then like personally, you know, like first day of class, they always ask us to say our pronouns. I'm the only student usually who doesn't say any pronouns because it's unnecessary. And then just in general in class, they, you know, often just have discussions that more people support liberal viewpoints. And sometimes I do like get that, like my heart starts beating fast and I'm like, should I say something? Should I not? Because a lot of students just know my face. I'm one of the only Black conservatives on campus. So it's kind of hard just, you know, making friends, talking to people, because once they find out you're conservative, you know, they ostracize you.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, because I know I can't keep my mouth shut sometimes, so I couldn't imagine being in a classroom nowadays, being a conservative and actually having to say something maybe contradictory to what the professor might be saying. Mr. O, you had that experience as well?
Similarly to Ms. Silverstein, just based on my major, those topics were often left out of the classroom. I can vouch for my political science friends and say that they were not so lucky.
So in these conservative universities, you know, General Schwarzkopf said about Auburn University, he said, I send my sons to West Point and my daughters to Auburn. And I've noticed, like, my son, he's at Auburn now. He's building science major, so he's like you, Ms. Jordan, or I guess Ms. Silverstein, who don't have the issue of politics does not come up often in the classroom. But to me, like, my son's roommates are from New York now. His buddies are from New York and Arizona. They're coming to these universities where they feel they have a right to have an opposing viewpoint and actually speak up. So first, Ms. Silverstein, I have a question for you. How has your life been affected by the threatening rhetoric of these activist groups on Cornell's campus?
Every day when I walk outside, I question what I do. I question how I appear. I question what I say out of fear that someone might hear me who disagrees or who disagrees with my very existence and could threaten me with any actions. I'm, as the chairman mentioned, I'm on the Chabad board for my university, and I go to Shabbat dinner every Friday night, and I'm scared to walk outside. I'm scared to walk alone without police protecting us.
Silverstein, let me say this. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Genesis 12:3 says, if you'll bless Israel, you'll be blessed. And if you curse Israel, you'll be cursed. And so, you know, Judeo-Christian values, we understand Jesus was Jewish, but that we want to rally behind the Jewish nation and the nation of Israel. And I was over there recently traveling. And the thing that I noticed about the nation of Israel is most of their weapons are defensive weapons, whether it's reactive armor on their tanks or the Iron Dome or their Iron Beam. Those are all weapons to push back against attacks. And so they are a people, they're a peaceful people. And so I just want you to know that as a Christian, we certainly support the nation of Israel. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just remind all your Christian friends. And so, Ms. Jordan, have you had opportunity, like, do you feel sometime intimidated on your campus? Does it feel like maybe that you couldn't stand up? I guess you had to stand up and not say your pronouns? Is that that is so weird to me. As old as I am, I guess, Mr. Chairman, but I never had that. So tell me about some experiences.
Yeah, so for me with the pronoun thing, I just, say my name, hometown. all
Everybody
that.
look
Just
at you when you stand up and don't say your pronoun?
typically not. I don't know if people notice like as a mental thing or not. I kind of hope they don't. But yeah, with my experiences, I guess, could you repeat the question again?
So have you had an opportunity or an experience where you felt maybe intimidated by other students? Like Ms. Silverstein says, she's a little bit nervous sometime now going to certain events. And
Yes, so the second time that I was doxxed, my photo and name, along with several of our other.
what's doxed for us old people?
Yes, so it is when your personal information is released. So the first time I was doxxed in that 800-person group chat, my Instagram profile was screenshotted and sent to all those people. It had my name, personal information, things like that. The second time is a screenshot from a group chat, and it had my name and photo along with several other YAF members' names and photos. And so this was printed out and put all around downtown Iowa City and campus. And on my birthday, me and some YAF members were walking downtown to get frozen yogurt to celebrate. And this girl walks right by us, don't think anything of it. Out of nowhere, she starts screaming her head off and she's like, F you, you don't belong here, get out of Iowa City. We don't like your people.
The
stuff
tolerant
like that.
left, as we call them.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Mr. I didn't get to this. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. I'm over time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Do what? Let me check.
Campus?
There we go.
Yes, sir, Congressman.
Ah,
That
damn it.
there is a culture of intolerance in which certain viewpoints and
That
certain
should fix it.
identities are privileged and certain other ones are condemned. We no longer have on even our greatest college campuses a sense that we should have a reasoned debate among all, or that every group should be treated with the same degree of equality. What we have is a kind of orthodoxy, which is taken over from the faculty and also the student body. And this has implications not only for conservatives, but for other groups who are disdained within the institution, including Jewish Americans.
I'd like to read a portion of a
Well,
letter
that's
from
just
the
on
Legislative Jewish Caucus
StreamYard. That doesn't
in
have to do with-
California, to show just how dire the situation is at the public universities in my own state. This is a letter addressed to the CSU, California State University, and the UC leaders. It says, among numerous other examples, we have heard from Jewish students at UC Berkeley, UC Davis, and San Jose State who report being physically attacked for expressing support for Israel. Jewish students at UC San Diego who required a police escort in order to safely leave a student meeting. Obscene anti-Israeli graffiti on a Jewish ritual space at Cal Poly Humboldt, anti-Israel rallies at USCLA that interrupted classes with hate-filled rhetoric, a social media post by a UC Davis faculty member with knife, axe, and blood emojis calling for violence against Zionists in their homes and in their kids in school, and an increased need for armed security at Jewish student centers on multiple campuses. Shockingly, the letter continues, anti-Israel student groups immediately celebrated the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th, while the UC Ethnic Studies Faculty Council glorified the largest mass murder, rape, and kidnapping of Jewish civilians since the Holocaust as worthy of support as part of the Palestinian freedom struggle. The letter goes on from these 18 legislators that Jewish students and faculty have shared with us disturbing examples of Jewish students being denied opportunities afforded to other student groups. Examples include administrators providing space on campus to various identity and affinity groups, but not to Jewish student organizations, and at least one Israeli student at UC Berkeley
Have a
being
good
told
day,
she could
liberal
not
moms.
participate in a class-related conference because of her nationality. Given your experience at the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Education, do you believe there is more
We will
that
pray
the
for all of
department
you
could be
guys.
doing about this sort of discrimination and activity on campuses?
Absolutely. There's more that the department can be doing, and it can do it tomorrow. The department has sent out links for Jewish students to file complaints. It has added language to its complaint forms. That's fine. But there is no reason why the department needs to wait for Jewish students to come to them. The department has the authority to initiate self-directed investigations anytime it opens the newspaper and sees that there is a problem at an institution that receives federal funds, and that's every single day if they're reading the papers. Moreover, Secretary of Education has the authority to commence nationwide compliance reviews in particular areas that are of concern. And again, there's no way that one can pay attention to higher education today and not realize that this is a serious national problem. These are things that can be done quickly, that don't require legislation. They don't require significant infusions of funds. They can be done with the current resources, and that can be done with the authority that the Secretary of Education already has.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman recognizes, or the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Ms. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having this hearing today, actually. Freedom of speech for me, but not thee, I think is the central theme for conservatives on college campuses. That's the unfortunate truth that we really see perpetuated by college and university administrators across the country. Think about the few examples we've kind of hit on today a little bit, including yours. Riley Gaines was attacked twice when she went to San Francisco State University. And it didn't just stop there. The school kind of glossed over it by saying that students took tremendous bravery for the students who participated peacefully on campus. Or when the acting associate dean for administrative affairs at the University of Arizona sent an email to students that they may be impacted by Charlie Kirk coming to the school and provided them with counseling for anyone who was considered that, I guess, violence of some flavor. Or most recently, just last month, in the classroom at Stanford University, a lecturer asked Jewish students to raise their hands if they were Jewish, and put them in the corner of the room and said, that is what happens in Palestine. Colleges and universities should be epicenters of American freedoms. Schools should robustly protect the right of students to defend their position, to articulate their position, to express those viewpoints on campus. These are the labyrinths of our future, of this republic. But many college university administrators have shown that their commitment is not to protect free speech unless it is speech in which they agree with. Let's play a video real quick.
It was a terrifying night. Campus police issuing a shelter-in-place order.
Colleges across America are in turmoil.
He's a fascist, and Berkeley did not welcome him.
College swimmer physically hit by trans rights protesters after speaking at San Francisco State University.
Intimidating and bullying a Jewish kid.
Pro-Palestinian protesters storm a New York college. They pound on the doors, threatening 11 Jewish students.
I didn't think I was this intimidated. I believe that gentleman just threw paint on me.
Yeah, no, you just support the genocide of trans kids.
A group called the NYU Anti-Fascist, arguing that McGinnis is a hate speaker with a track record of using incendiary language.
So these are our college campuses in America today. Is this your experience, the three of you collectively?
I personally have not experienced, thank God, violence towards myself, but the rhetoric being spread and the incitement to violence, yes.
Yes, this is very similar to what we have, when we're tabling, also the lectures that we host on campus.
Unfortunately, yes, it is. We had a violent mob chase us across campus following one of our lectures, and I have had literature comparing me to a Nazi, to a fascist, with many other obscenities written in the letter sent to the address of my parents' house. So these issues need to extend off campus.
See, that's the problem I think what most of us see is that colleges should be the environment in which you learn, that you learn how to debate, that you learn how to defend your ideas, to grow as a person. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Scholars have said that the purpose of the American public school system is to prepare the future citizenry of this republic. But that doesn't seem to be taking place. Ms. Jordan and Mr. Ogrijak, is I pronounce that right? Okay. I know there was a lot of variations of that I heard today. I just wanted to confirm that. A 2022 report from the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education revealed that roughly 3 in 5 students expressed worry about damaging their reputation because someone misunderstanding what they have said or done. Roughly 1 out of 2 students reported that they feel discomfort expressing their own views on college campuses on controversial political topics. Can genuine learning transpire in such repressive academic institutions? Ms. Jordan?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again, please?
Can genuine learning transpire in such a repressive academic environment?
Like, are you asking if learning can happen from how these students are kind of acting out?
Right. So, I mean, if 1 out of 2 students feel that they can't express themselves because of discomfort of a controversial political topic, can you truly be learning?
Absolutely not, because you're just running away from the conversation. You're not engaging in dialogue. You're learning nothing. Like recently, me and a fellow YAF member had been accosted by 2 pro-Palestine people. And when we were sharing our viewpoints, and someone else who actually had a personal connection to 2 hostages started sharing our viewpoints, the 2 students just ran away. They learned nothing, got nothing out of the discussion because they can't tolerate a different point of view and can't be exposed to another side. Therefore, it's just a constant echo chamber of misinformation.
Mr. Ogrijak, isn't that self-censorship basically, and that you're not allowed to participate or express your viewpoints? Isn't that concerning?
Yeah, that is concerning to me. Of course, true education, true understanding, questioning your own morals can only come when everyone in the room, everyone who is in that Center for Learning is able to completely express their values, their viewpoints. If you are unable to do so, I don't understand how new ideas can form.
Thank you. And just in conclusion, Ms. Silberstein, I noticed in your written testimony that you talked about how relatives from Israel have called you to see how you were doing here. And this is in light of the recent events that are going on in Israel right now. How insanely ironic that is that they're calling you to check on you and your status at Cornell University. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I apologize. I have to get to, I'm 10 minutes late for another engagement I have to get to. I want to thank all of you for being here. The chair would ask Ms. Hageman if you could come up and take the chair while we go to Mr. Moran, and then Ms. Hageman will close out our hearing. But I did have two quick things. Mr. O, you had a point you wanted to make earlier, and I said I'd give you time. You can make that point if you haven't. Committee will be in order if we get to Capitol. You decided to either become the, not wait for the police. So if you wanted to do that real quickly, and then I did have a question for Mr. Marcus.
Of course, yeah, I just wanted to touch on Representative Roy's question regarding application of DEI offices and why they may not be so effective. I mean, of course, my biggest problem with these offices is the I in DEI, inclusion. Of course, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that everyone here wants the inclusion of all viewpoints.
Can't see if you think about it.
However,
This country's been going backwards for a
I
long
don't
time.
understand how such
And it's
offices
because of
can
liberals
pretend to
who
facilitate that
want
when
no
it's so
rules,
unequally applied.
no
When
guidelines,
we hosted
no
Alan West on our
accountability.
campus, he came to spoke
They
about
just
to speak
wanna go
about
out
race.
and do
This was
whatever
heavily
they want
protested,
and
especially
not be
by members
accountable
of this
for it.
office. The university itself and their
Which is
Distinguished Speaker
ridiculous.
Series, which is pretty well known
They don't
in the
believe in
Buffalo
checks and
area, was
balances.
able to
They don't
host
believe in
Nicole Hannah
laws.
Jones, who is the founder
They think
of
it should be a
1619
free-for-all
Project.
party.
These
where
speakers
you can do
each
whatever
came to
you
talk
want
about race.
and walk
They
away.
each have large
And that's
followings.
not how society
but the
works.
response to them was vastly different. You know, if DEI offices
But
were
with
committed
that
to
being said,
handling these
you
topics
all have a
equally,
great day.
I fail to see why there was this discrepancy.
So one of the things I just recently learned about, you made me think of it.
Have a great
I know
day.
on campuses, we had these
And
safe
may God watch
spaces,
over
we
each
have
and
free
every
speech
one of
and all
you.
this stuff that doesn't, it seems to me the free speech zone should be everywhere. It's called the
And
First
we'll
Amendment.
talk
But
at you all
we have
later,
these
and
things.
thank you for
But I learned
being
about
here.
this issue called no contact
You guys
orders.
are
Have
what
any of
makes
the
this
three of you
channel what it
students
is.
experience
I
that
appreciate
dynamic
that.
on
Thank you.
campus where someone says they don't like your point of view, they report to the DEI officer, someone in campus in authority.